Quiet down. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to today's hybrid New York City Council hearing of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor. To avoid any interruptions, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silence. If you wish to submit testimony, you may send it to testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chair, we may begin.
All right. Good afternoon. I am Council Member Carmen De La Rosa, Chair of the New York City Council's Committee on Civil Service and Labor. Shh, please be quiet. Welcome to today's hearing. Please be aware that real-time translation of today's hearing is available in the following languages: Cantonese, Mandarin, and Spanish. If you would like to hear real-time translation of today's hearing and you are here in person, please proceed to the Sergeant-at-Arms table located in the chamber to get a headset. If you are attending today's hearing virtually, please select the live stream of today's proceedings in the language of your choice on the Council's website. Please know, real-time interpretation of today's proceedings will not be provided via the Zoom webinar. If you wish to testify in person or virtually at today's hearing, translation for your testimony is available in the following languages: Cantonese, Mandarin, Spanish, Fujianese, and Taiwanese. If you require translation for your testimony, please notify the Sergeant-at-Arms when you fill out your registration slip and mark your slip with the first letter of the language you require to be translated. In addition, you may alert the committee when you are called to testify.
Interpreters, would you please provide those instructions now? Thank you.
Thank you. 咁咧，今日嘅會議咧係有以下幾個語言嘅，咁有廣東話、有國語、有西班牙文，同有福州話同埋台山話嘅。咁咧，如果你想要聽今日嘅係網上嘅會議嘅話咧，我哋都有辦法可以俾你聽到。咁咧喺做證方面咧，如果你需要做證嘅話咧，你需要去到我哋呢度有一個係沙展嘅台嗰度咧，你要填翻個表。我相信咧你嘅代表人咧都幫你填咗嗰個表格㗎啦。咁咧今日嘅全部嘅做證嘅語言咧都係有以下幾種翻譯嘅，係有廣東話、國語、西班牙文同埋福州話同埋台山話嘅。咁你喺俾嗰張做證嘅條嗰陣時咧，你記住寫埋你需要嘅語言啦。不好意思打擾一下，今天的話呢是有以下幾種翻譯的，我們的所有的會議呢，以下的進程呢都會有國語、廣東話，還有西班牙文，還有福州話，還有台山話的翻譯。那如果您需要聽的話呢，我們現在線上也是可以看到這次的會議的。但是呢，在我們線上，如果你要在線上作證的話呢，我們 Zoom 上面是沒有翻譯的。那今天如果你想要出庭作證的話呢，我們都可以在這邊的Sergeant 的桌子上面，你可以拿到一張填寫的表格，在填寫的表格上面呢，你也可以寫出您今天需要翻譯的語言，不管是國語、廣東話、福州話，還是台山話，還有西班牙文都可以。今日如果你需要翻譯，農家這邊都可以念到翻譯，農家間門口這邊有翻譯的機器可以念。然後咧就講今日如果你想就講話，這邊咧有水帶嘅咧你可以去倒水表格等啊，嘅咧寫你需要的語言，不管是國語也好、廣東話也好、福州話也好，不管是台山話也好，都好哈。
Por favor, tenga presente que la traducción en tiempo real de la audiencia de hoy está disponible en los siguientes idiomas: cantonés, mandarín y español. Si usted desea oír la traducción de la audiencia de hoy en tiempo real y usted está aquí en persona, por favor proceda a la mesa que se encuentra enfrente para solicitar uno de los dispositivos de traducción. Si usted está atendiendo de manera virtual, por favor seleccione el idioma de su preferencia en la página web del Consejo. Por favor, tenga presente que la interpretación en tiempo real de los procedimientos el día de hoy no serán proveídos vía Zoom. Si usted está testificando en persona o de manera virtual en la audiencia del día de hoy, la traducción para su testimonio está disponible en los siguientes lenguajes: cantonés, mandarín, español, fuyonís o taocianís. Si usted requiere traducción para su testimonio, por favor notifique a los sargentos en armas cuando usted llene su hoja de registro y marque su hoja de registro con la primera letra del idioma que usted requiere le sea traducido. Adicionalmente, usted puede alertar al comité cuando usted sea llamado a testificar.
Today, the committee will consider intro number 175 of 2022, sponsored by Councilmember Marte, which would impose limits on the length and frequency of shifts and the number of hours that employers could assign to home care aides. This legislation is intended to improve the welfare of home care aides whose work is difficult and whose compensation under state regulations and the administration of Medicaid does not come close to reflecting the crucial role they play in our society. Earlier this year, the Civil Service and Labor Committee held a hearing on the topic of home care aides. At the hearing, we considered Resolution 24 of 2022, which the Council swiftly adopted, to call upon the state government to enact the Fair Pay for Home Care Act. If enacted, that important legislation would do much to address the systematic problems we heard about in March and the specific concerns of home care aides and the patients who depend on them. It would increase minimum wages for home care aides by 150% of their current levels and require a corresponding increase in Medicaid reimbursement rates for their services. Meaningfully increasing the pay of home care work could dramatically shift the shrinking number of home care aides. Unfortunately, many are leaving home care due to low pay and the high costs for their own welfare from working long, exhausting hours without quality of sleep or downtime. Sustained loss of home care aides has created a crisis, particularly as demand for home care continues to grow. According to a 2021 CUNY School of Labor report, over the 10-year period from 2018 to 2028, the home care aide workforce must grow by 1 million home care aides in order to meet the demand in New York State. If the current trends hold, most of this projected demand will happen in New York City. Without serious investment in this crucial workforce, the growing number of people who need their services will face impossible choices about where to live and how to afford it. And we will collectively face a problem of filling the gap in our healthcare system that a dearth of home care aides creates. Although the state took steps to increase pay for home care aides when it adopted its annual budget, it has not implemented the Fair Pay for Home Care Act. Wage increases of $2 an hour beginning in October of this year, to be followed by another $1 increase next year, are better than nothing. But without corresponding increases in Medicaid funding, the employers of home care aides could struggle to cover even those minor increases required under state law. As home to the largest population of home care aides and their patients in the state, New York City must continue to advocate for meaningful change at the state level. It's likely there isn't a single person whose life will not at some point be touched by home care aides. This issue is deeply personal for me because my mother was a home care aide for many years. So I have witnessed the dedication they show their patients and the sacrifices they make in their own lives to carry out their important work. The ongoing conversation we continue today about their welfare remains a universally relevant one, as promoting their well-being reaps a rippling effect of reward for their families, their patients, and the broader healthcare system, and a greater community that depends on the role of home care aides play to provide essential care for our loved ones. The committee looks forward to hearing from the administration and the public on the ways that Intro 175 could affect the groups of people who may be impacted under the shifts and hour limitations. The committee is also interested, as it was in March, to continue to learn how the City Council can work with city and state partners to better support home care workers and to grow its vital workforce. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our committee staff for all of their hard work in putting today's hearing together. Committee Counsel Nick Connell and Policy Analyst Elizabeth Arts. I would also like to thank my own staff, Chief of Staff James Burke, and Legislative Director Kiana Diaz, as well as Comms Director Frey Familia. I will now turn it over to Councilmember Marte for his opening remarks to be followed by the public advocate. But before we turn to testimony, please be aware of the following administrative matters. Okay, let's hold off on those instructions. Let's hear from Councilmember Marte.
Good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank Chair De La Rosa for holding this hearing today, my fellow colleagues for attending, and to the workers and patients who are here today to stand up for basic labor standards. Intro 175 is our city's legally sound tool to end the 24-hour workday for home attendants and improve 24-hour care for patients. 24-hour shifts are nothing short of violent. There are people in this room who will tell you that they are necessary. 24-hour care is necessary. 24-hour workday are not. The justification to keep immigrant women of color working around the clock that you are here today are economic. Home care agencies will claim that if they had to pay every worker for every hour that they work, which that's what Intro 175 would accomplish, they would go bankrupt. In what other industry would we allow the talking points of a boss to defeat the rights of workers? These agencies will now mention how, despite litigation, they have refused to open up their books and show how much money is going to the salaries of their directors or in-house lobbyists instead of their workers. They won't mention the ever-expanding real estate footprint, their expansion into other social sectors, when they can't even treat their existing employees correctly. They won't tell you how their staff will threaten home attendants and coerce them into 24-hour shifts. But the workers today will tell you this. Other opponents will say that this requires a massive restructuring of Medicaid, while ignoring that 24-hour shifts only represent 8% of the home care clients in New York City, and that no other city in New York, despite all having Medicaid patients, have these shifts. They will now point out that this means seniors in other parts of the states are getting more funding than our seniors in New York City. Home care agencies, insurance companies, Medicaid dollars, these funding streams are not obstacles to meet fundamental rights of workers. The economic oppression to ending the 24-hour shift is a barbaric and shallow argument. This bill will mandate equality at a state level while staying within the confines of the city's ability to regulate working conditions. We have colleagues who represent our communities in Albany here today who will testify to the urgency of passing this bill in the city so that they can continue their work in the state. I beg my colleagues here to stay for the duration of this hearing and look into the faces of these home attendants. Listen to their voices as they testify today. Women whose fingers are forever crooked from turning over their patients so that they don't get bed sores. Women whose back are forever stooped from bending down hour after hour, day after day, helping these patients sit, stand, use the bathroom, and bathe. Women whose minds are forever at work, who suffer from insomnia, always hearing their patients' voices crying for them, whether they're at work or home. Women whose children, like I was, waiting for their mother to come home, wondering why, when they finally do, they're always too tired to do anything else. Our other interests in this room will tell you that this issue is nuanced, but the freedom of 24-hour workday is one that's been enjoyed by almost every other worker since the ending of slavery. They'll draw figures and charts in circles around these shifts without ever connecting the dots, a straight line from who allows these shifts to continue to how they will end them. We are not here to dilute blame. We are here to assign it. We are not here to be another notch in a long timeline of this struggle, but to be the end point. Workers and patients should be united in ending the 24-hour shift. The love and care that these home attendants feel towards their patient should not be exploited to excuse working conditions that exist in almost no other industry. Instead, groups that profit off these shifts will use misleading and flat-out inaccurate information to scare patients into thinking that they have to choose between their own health and the health of their home attendant. This is a disgusting tactic and a false choice. Patients who need 24-hour care deserve to have home attendants that are alert and attentive to their physical and emotional needs, not women who are injuring themselves because they're so exhausted. Patients who tell you that their home attendant love working 24-hour shifts need to recognize that despite their disabilities, they are still a consumer and the home attendant is still their worker. We wouldn't ask a Chipotle customer to dictate the working conditions of a Chipotle worker. You wouldn't even ask a patient in a hospital how long a nurse's shift should be. Workers' voice matters. Whether you're guided by reason or by compassion, I think the hearing today will prove that 24-hour workday is a violent, racist practice that women of color have been forced to bear the brunt of. Members of this committee, we cannot look at these broken bodies and minds and turn the other way. We cannot look at these wounded women who are still the fiercest organizers behind this bill and tell them to wait a day longer for justice. We must pass this law. We must enforce this law. And New York City must end the 24-hour workday forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Marte. Public Advocate Williams.
Thank you so much. As mentioned, my name is Jemani Williams, Public Advocate of the City of New York. I want to thank Chair De La Rosa and the members of the Committee on Civil Service and Labor for the opportunity to share my statement. And thanks to Councilmember Marte for putting forth this legislation for this important conversation and his passion around it. First and foremost, in discussing the issues at hand today, we must ensure we center the voices and needs of home care workers, many of whom are immigrants and women of more color, like my friends and family from the island of Grenada. They have the distinct lived-in experiences that we are discussing, and it is my hope that this hearing will provide them with a platform and an opportunity to speak and share. Home care workers have long been ignored, disregarded, and deeply undercompensated despite their essential work, especially throughout this ongoing pandemic, and we must make space for them today and always moving forward. Home care workers have spoken of their extremely long hours, including multiple 24-hour shifts. A large portion of those hours are uncompensated due to state regulations around live-in shifts, but also possibly wage theft, as a number of home care workers have claimed. The reality of these 24-hour shifts is that the home care worker does not get an 8 hours of uninterrupted rest as is expected. If their patient needs round-the-clock care, that need for care does not simply vanish. So home care workers continue working and tending to their patients despite not being compensated for this additional work. As a result of long work hours, completing physical tasks, and getting little to no rest, home care workers themselves have developed chronic conditions that endanger themselves and the quality of care they can provide to their patients. As we know, the home care industry is facing a shortage in home care workers. These long work weeks are a part of what is driving home care workers out of the industry. It is not sustainable and perpetuates a cycle where more and more workers will quit unless work conditions and realistic salary requirements change. The splitting of shifts and capping of work hours as outlined in Intro 0175 are intended with the goal of having home care workers who are not overworked and who are able to maintain proper care for some of the most vulnerable people who need their services. With this requirement, we must work with the state and home care agencies operating in New York City to ensure patients who require around-the-clock care are provided with split-shift home care aides and not left alone. We must also keep the state accountable in making sure patients are not forced into long-term care facilities without their consent. Furthermore, we cannot allow home care workers to choose between working unconscionable hours just to make a living versus preserving their health and safety but risk losing income. We cannot get to a place where we are normalizing a person working upwards of 90 hours just to make ends meet, especially knowing that a portion of those hours worked will not be compensated. With today's hearing, we are sending a message that overworking people is unacceptable, especially in an industry that employs mostly immigrants and women of more color, who already bear witness to unequal pay and treatment in the workplace across a wide range of industries. Lastly, the onus of this problem lies in the system, including the pay structure for home care workers. I acknowledge there are components to this conversation that need to involve the state. On the city level, I believe we can still initiate change. I am also cognizant of the complexities of this issue and the groups Intro 0175 has the potential to impact. And I welcome ongoing conversations to best serve all those involved, especially home care workers who are at the heart of this issue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Public Advocate Williams. I also want to acknowledge our colleagues who are here with us and have been from the beginning of this hearing, Councilmember Moya, obviously Councilmember Marte, Councilmember Nurse, Councilmember Joseph, Councilmember Botcher, Councilmember Gutierrez, and Councilmember Feliz. So before we turn to testimony, please be aware of the following administrative matters. As a reminder, real-time translation of today's hearing is available in person and on the council's website in the following languages: Cantonese, Mandarin, and Spanish. If you would like to hear real-time translation of today's hearing and you are attending in person, again, please proceed to the Sergeant-at-Arms table located in the chambers to get a headset. If you wish to testify at today's hearing, translation for your testimony is available in the following languages: Cantonese, Mandarin, Spanish, Fujianese, and Tausanese. If you require translation for your testimony, please notify the Sergeant-at-Arms when filling out your registration slip and mark the slip with the first letter of the language you require to be translated. In addition, you may alert the committee when you are called to testify. If you are registered to testify, please listen for your name to be called. Witnesses' names will be called in groups to facilitate council member questioning. Additionally, if you are testifying via Zoom, council staff will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. Please be patient if you are not immediately unmuted. In order to accommodate the large number of witnesses registered for today's hearing, each witness will be limited to 2 minutes. If you require a translator, you will be limited to 4 minutes to be shared between you and your translator. Please stop your testimony when the Sergeant-at-Arms calls time. Your understanding of these procedures is appreciated as we ensure everyone has the opportunity to be heard today. And as a reminder, everyone can submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov up to 72 hours after the conclusion of today's hearing. Now we will hear from our first witness, Carlos Ortiz, Senior Advisor with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection, who will testify on behalf of the administration. In addition, Elizabeth Wagner, Acting Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Labor and Policy Standards, John Rojas, Human Resources Administration, and Rhonda Henry Jenkins, DC, for Home Care Services will be available for council member questions. Sorry if I butchered any of your names. Committee counsel will now administer the oath.
Will each of you please raise your right hands? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this committee today, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Carlos Ortiz.
I do.
Elizabeth Wagner.
I do.
John Rojas.
I do.
Rhonda Henry Jenkins.
I do.
Thank you. You may begin your testimony.
Quiet down, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair De La Rosa, members of the committee, Councilmember Marte, and Public Advocate Williams. My name is Carlos Ortiz, and I'm a Senior Advisor with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection. Today, I am joined by DCWP's Acting Deputy Commissioner for the Office of Labor Policy and Standards, Elizabeth Wagner, and our colleagues from the Human Resources Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on Introduction 175, relating to maximum working hours for home care aides. Home care aides are some of our most essential workers, dedicating their lives to taking care of our loved ones. Approximately 325,000 home care workers in New York City provide vital assistance, comfort, and dignity to people in their care, while working long hours and performing emotionally and physically difficult labor out of the public view. Since 2017, DCWP has been the home of the city's Paid Care Division, a first-in-the-nation initiative to focus on the needs of low-wage paid care workers. Since then, DCWP has combined outreach, advocacy, and enforcement to uphold and expand the rights of paid care workers in New York City.
Quiet down, please.
Through the Paid Care Division, DCWP has built relationships with paid care advocates and paid care providers to help connect with workers and educate them about their rights. In 2018, this informed our reports, making paid care work visible and lifting up paid care work that shed light on the experiences of paid care workers in New York City and better standards for their working conditions. DCWP has been at the forefront of advocating for enhanced protections for paid care workers. In 2018, in response to a proposed rule, we submitted comments to the New York State Department of Labor, advocating for safeguards against wage theft for paid care workers scheduled to work 24-hour shifts. In 2019, we testified before the Council, alongside our sister agency, the City Commission on Human Rights, in favor of expanding the city's human rights law to cover domestic workers. And during the early months of the pandemic, we worked to update the city's paid safe and sick leave law to allow domestic workers to accrue and use their safe and sick time at the same rate as other workers in New York City. DCWP has also proactively used its enforcement authority to go after unlawful workplace activity in the paid care industry. In 2017, our team investigated 42 healthcare agencies across the city who collectively employed more than 50,000 workers for violations of the city's paid safe and sick leave law. DCWP uncovered evidence of widespread labor violations by paid care employers, and a follow-up joint investigation with the New York State Attorney General's office resulted in settlements that secured over $18 million in restitution, as well as mandates to improve compliance with the law. DCWP frequently partners with state and federal authorities to identify and investigate complaints relating to labor protections outside of our jurisdiction. Today's legislation focuses on how certain home care workers are scheduled for their shifts when providing care as home care aides. Currently, the New York State Department of Labor allows for home care aides to be scheduled for 24-hour shifts. For each 24-hour shift, an employer is required to pay the workers for at least 13 hours, if the worker is allowed 3 hours for meal breaks and an 8-hour sleep break, 5 of which must be uninterrupted sleep. If the worker does not receive these sleep and meal breaks, the worker must be compensated for the entirety of the 24-hour shift. Regardless, the industry is structured around the expectation that a worker generally will receive only 13 hours of pay for each 24-hour sleep-in shift. Our understanding is that many home care patients pay for their care through Medicaid reimbursements. That Medicaid funding is directed to health insurance providers or local municipal agencies. These entities contract with local home care providers to employ the home care workers for the patient. And depending on the needs of the patient, a home care aide could be scheduled for a 24-hour live-in shift, for which the aide will typically only be paid for 13 hours of work. Introduction 175 would eliminate the practice of scheduling home care aides for 24-hour shifts by prohibiting shifts longer than 12 hours, consecutive 12-hour shifts, or shifts totaling more than 12 hours in a 24-hour period. It would also cap a worker's scheduled hours at 50 hours per week, although an employer could assign 2 additional hours per day, up to 10 hours per week due to unforeseen circumstances. The legislation would be enforced by DCWP and by a private right of action. DCWP believes that workers should be paid for all the hours they work. As we discussed in our 2018 comments to the Department of Labor, the practical realities of paid care make it common for home care workers' sleep and meal periods to be interrupted. And certain workers have described that even when they report sleep and meal interruptions, they are routinely not compensated for the full 24 hours because their employers focus on keeping costs down. Many of the workers in this industry also identify as women of color and are immigrants who have expressed fears of retaliation or have in fact experienced retaliation when they report that their rest periods have been interrupted or that they have not been fairly compensated. Working with the state to prohibit 24-hour shifts would help to address these fundamental concerns workers are raising around lack of rest and wage theft, as well as improve care conditions for New Yorkers. However, prohibiting 24-hour shifts through this legislation could have unintended consequences on patients and workers. As I mentioned earlier, the New York State Department of Labor allows one worker to be paid for at least 13 hours for a 24-hour live-in shift. In prohibiting 24-hour shifts, this legislation would effectively require home care providers to pay at least 2 workers to cover an entire day for a home care patient. Unless there's additional funding, this would create added financial liability for home care providers that could result in reduced shifts for workers and reduced care for patients, including continuity of care, outcomes that would make both workers and patients worse off. I would like to thank the Council for today's hearing and its commitment to addressing workplace issues that impact New York City's home care workers. As I mentioned at the beginning of my testimony, paid care workers are some of the most essential workers in our lives. DCWP and the administration are committed to continued collaboration with workers, advocates, and policymakers to improve working and care conditions for all New Yorkers. I look forward to our discussion and any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I also want to make sure my colleagues know you have 5 minutes to ask questions. If you'd like to get on that list now, please let Nick know and we'll put you on the list. I do have some questions to begin with. First, I want to ask about You spoke a little bit about it in your testimony, but as you know, home care aides play a crucial role in supporting the aging population and people with disabilities in our city's healthcare system. They significantly reduce the need for alternative supported living arrangements and make feasible the preference of most people to stay in their homes. What policy or services has the administration implemented to address working conditions and the welfare of home care aides?
Thank you, Chair. As I mentioned, one of the fundamental divisions that we have at the agency is the paid care division, which is a first in its nation initiative that has, over the course of the years, really focused on education, advocacy, delving into the issues that impact workers in this industry to better understand how policymakers across the city and state could help address and improve their working conditions. The agency over the years has also advocated for legislation to improve the rights of paid care workers. This includes legislation relating to the human rights law or to the paid safe and sick leave law. And we, on the enforcement side, have also used our authority within our jurisdiction to investigate healthcare agencies that might be in violation of certain laws like the paid safe and sick leave law. And let me pass it over to my colleague, Elizabeth Wagner, who can describe more about what those investigations look like.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember. So my colleague described our 2017 initiative into the home health care industry. And as part of that initiative, our sort of primary purpose there was to enforce the paid safe and sick time law, which is a law under our jurisdiction. But obviously, as we all know, there are violations beyond that outside of our jurisdiction that workers are also experiencing in this industry. So we developed partnerships with both the State Department of Labor and with the New York State Attorney General's office to ensure that there was a pathway to enforce these other wage and hour laws for workers affected by them. And so one of our largest enforcement actions there was a joint investigation with the State Attorney General's office, which resulted in a settlement of over $18 million, which covered not only the sick time violations, but also the wage and hour violations. And a big piece of that was the 24-hour shift issue. And it is critical to us to ensure that, where there are laws that are outside of our jurisdiction, workers are still able to vindicate their rights with other agencies who are our partners.
Great. 2017 was ways ago. Since then, we've been hit, obviously, by a brutal pandemic that I think has increased the need for some home care services across our state. Are there any forthcoming plans from the administration on, ensuring the workers are protected and, have the benefits that they need?
Thank you, Chair. Let me say we certainly, in our enforcement posture, we focus on complaints we're receiving and, as I mentioned, also affirmative litigation. And we are developing as well new initiatives that can serve paid care workers in New York City. Particularly under the leadership of Mayor Adams, we've been able to secure additional resources to more fully flesh out our paid care division to strengthen its work in advocacy, but also in a new initiative based on mediation, which let me pass it over to Liz, who can also describe further what that mediation is going to look like and how it can help workers in this space.
Before talking about that, I do want to clarify that although that proactive initiative was in 2017, the work continued and continues through the present to investigate these cases and not only look at the sick time issues, but other violations that workers are experiencing. And that continues to this day. That is part of the Blueprint initiative for which we've received additional funding from the administration to focus specifically on paid care workers and to do workplace-wide enforcement when we find workplace-wide violations in the industry. An additional piece of that initiative is a mediation program that would actually enable us to take wage and hour violations in addition to sick time violations to mediation at oath so that we're able to achieve resolutions for domestic workers through a voluntary, non-confrontational process. And where that is, mediation is not successful, we would then follow the path that we've traditionally followed to get workers to an agency or private counsel who can assist them with those violations.
Thank you. So going back to the 2021 CUNY report for the CUNY School of Labor, over the next 10-year period from 2018 to 2028, the state workforce must grow by 1 million home care aides in order to meet the demand if the current trends hold. Does the administration currently have a forecast of demand for home care aides in New York City?
Thank you, Chair. DCWP itself does not currently have a forecast with for the home care aid demand in the state. That said, my understanding is the Department of Labor does provide regular statistics on this matter, and we're happy to work with your team to pull that data, especially if it should help further the conversation around this legislation.
Are you aware of what factors have led to the home care shortage?
I believe in the report you mentioned, upon our review, we saw that a lot of it was around wage and benefit concerns. I think as we look further into this matter, we would like to dive into it more and to understand the extent and the magnitude and what the primary drivers are of that shortage too.
Great. HRA plays a role in administering Medicaid by approving 24-hour shifts and 12-hour split shifts for patients of home care aides. How does HRA make these determinations, and what other roles does the administration play in administering home care plans for patients?
Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. So HRA's role is very specific in that we're tasked with, for the population that comes through HRA, completing a clinical assessment to determine what that person's needs are in terms of personal care. We have nurses, registered nurses, as well as case management staff who are tasked with viewing the consumer, looking at their medical condition, and comparing their medical conditions to the New York State Department of Health regulations, and finding where that individual's needs are and determining how much time is required to complete those needs. So HRA basically is tasked with completing a plan of care that is then transmitted to our contracted home care agencies, who are responsible for sending out their registered nurses with our plan of care, meeting with the family, going over the plan of care, and ensuring that the plan of care as assessed and determined by HRA is actually implemented.
So does HRA administer Medicaid provider agreements?
I'm sorry,
Medicaid provider agreements. Does HRA administer the agreements with Medicaid?
We don't administer the agreements with Medicaid. What HRA does is we contract with State Department of Health licensed providers so that when we do the completed assessments, we have a direct line to give that to the home care agencies who then provide the service to the patients.
So if HRA were to determine that a patient needs 24-hour care,
yes.
If this law were to be enacted and passed, how would HRA contend with that change in law when administering the appropriate care?
So because HRA is strictly responsible for creating a plan of care, not for the actual implementation of the plan of care, we would continue to utilize the State Department of Health regulations, which dictate to us how we're supposed to assess someone and how we're supposed to determine their needs. And we would then transmit that again to the providers who would be tasked with implementing it.
Do you know what percentage of home care aides are regularly assigned 24-hour care? I know we heard from Councilman Martin about 8%, but does HRA have those numbers, or the administration?
Sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for that question. To provide some context, currently there are about 235,000 home care cases, personal care cases in New York City. Of those 235,000, approximately 6,600 are administered by HRA. As you can see, the vast majority, about 228,000, are not administered by HRA. They're administered by managed care healthcare plans, which are not within the purview of HRA and are directly with the New York State Department of Health. Of those 6,600 cases that are in HRA auspices, about 964 are 24-hour cases. And of those 964, 454 are live-in and 510 are split shift.
510?
Correct.
Bishop.
So the live-in cases, the 24-hour cases, shall I say, represent less than 1% of the total 235,000 cases, personal care cases, home care cases in New York City.
Okay, so just to clarify, is HRA required to approve 24-hour shifts by the federal and state governments? Are you all required by state law or federal law to approve the 24-hour shifts if that need is determined?
If the need is determined, yes, we are required to provide the individual with the plan of care that meets their clinical needs.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to ask about, around DCWP. Has the agency consulted or collaborated with other city agencies who serve, needy populations that may be affected by this legislation, such as, obviously HRA is here, but DFTA, MOPD? Any of those agencies were consulted?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It certainly has been a hallmark of this administration to ensure that there is close communication between city agencies. And with respect to this hearing, we have worked closely with, obviously, HRA, but our partners at MOPD and DFTA to better understand the nuances of this issue, particularly the vulnerabilities that workers face, but also that patients might be facing. Likewise, we, in preparation for this hearing, met closely with advocates in the industry as well to better understand their concerns with the legislation, and that we could surface with you all today. And I am certainly encouraged by the room today as well, and to hear from workers themselves, to hear from patients themselves about how they feel the legislation could impact them and what questions and answers they may have for the council that could better help the legislative process moving forward.
Thank you so much. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues for questions, but before I do, I want to recognize Councilmember Dinowitz has joined us, as well as Majority Leader Powers. Councilmember Marte for questions.
No questions at this moment.
No question at this time. Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. For the moment, I just had a couple of questions for DCWP. You testified that you all found widespread evidence of labor violations by paid care employers. And I was just wondering if you could elaborate on that in terms of how many workers experienced wage theft. You gave the settlement amount, but not the number of cases. And then how many violations are being investigated annually on average, specifically related to 24-hour shifts and wage theft or other violations, just to get a scale of what we're talking about?
So I can speak to that particular case. This was a case that we settled in April of this year, jointly with the New York State Attorney General's office. I can't speak to the number of workers who experienced the 24-hour shift violation exactly. It was a significant portion of that case, and we can get the assurance of discontinuance that the State Attorney General entered into to give you those exact numbers and exactly those terms. On the paid sick time side, I believe it was 6,000 workers who were receiving compensation for paid sick time. We'll have to check on that number to get you the exact number of workers who are getting restitution, and many more, about 10,000 who were receiving compensation for wage and hour violations. And so there were sort of different pieces of restitution for the different pieces of the case. It was a little bit complicated. But many, many workers who were affected by that case. And the employers there were Amazing Home Care and Energen Healthcare Services.
So can you just, the last piece was about how many cases come before you all annually on average? I mean, you could talk about pre-pandemic, because I know the pandemic might be a particular set of time, but if you could give a sense just on average, specifically related to the 24-hour shift.
Well, I don't have data on the 24-hour shift and how many complaints we receive there, but with respect to home care aides, and paid safe and sick leave complaints. We receive on average about, I'd say, anywhere between 300 and 250 annually complaints that we look into. For example, but let me say this, is that when we investigate a workplace, we're not investigating a singular complaint. When we go into investigate a workplace, it's a workplace-wide investigation typically, because we understand that if one worker's rights are being violated, that it's possible that many of the workers' rights are being violated. So that's kind of the posture that we utilize when we are conducting an investigation.
Okay, so just for the follow-up, can we request that data be provided?
Sorry, could you say that again, Councilmember?
So for the follow-up, can we just request that a little more, the numbers be provided?
Yes,
If
of course,
that's okay.
Councilmember.
Thank
We're
you.
happy to get that data for you.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse. Councilmember Marte?
Yeah, thank you both, Councilmember De La Rosa and Nurse, for your questions. Based off Councilmember Nurse's questions, how many actions have you enforced? I know you said you're still figuring out how many numbers of complaints you got, but how many enforcement have you done for violation of the 13-hour rule?
Let me clarify, Councilmember, is that we do not enforce the 13-hour rule or violation of the 13-hour rule in New York City. Our primary jurisdiction, our primary law that we enforce in New York City is the paid safe and sick leave law. So I think I do want to clarify between those two different laws. With respect to a wage and hour law, what we do is we partner closely with it could be the New York State Attorney General's office to ensure that those state laws are enforced when we encounter them in the course of our investigations. You know, oftentimes, for example, if a worker is not getting their paid safe and sick leave, they're probably not getting their minimum wage, and that's something that we commonly encounter. So I don't necessarily have specific data on violation of the 13-hour rule. I will say it is a priority for us, for the agency, that workers should be paid for all the hours that they work. And so when we encounter those, we make sure that they have a referral to work to get to the appropriate source that they need to. And just to clarify, a number I provided earlier to Councilmember Nurse, we have about 250 on average complaints overall for paid safe and sick leave. And then for home care workers, it's about 200 over the past few years that we receive specifically for that industry. But I can definitely provide you a yearly breakdown of that data following the hearing as well. Apologies for that.
How does the administration address fear tactic used by home care agencies to force home attendants to accept 24-hour shifts, if any?
So I can say that again, typically we do not have enforcement authority over the 24-hour shifts and the 13-hour rule. That said, during the course of our investigations, we do encounter workers who have described to us a fear of retaliation or who have described actual retaliation against them. For us, I think it's important that those workers are directed to the appropriate source for their claims to be addressed, because we recognize that retaliation could have an extreme chilling effect on the workers' rights, a worker's ability to exercise their rights. Notwithstanding that, workers who are in these 24-hour shifts, they're facing incredibly difficult situations that have emotional and physical tolls on their lives, and there's frequent claims of wage theft, and it's important that for us that those workers have an ability to have those claims addressed.
Thank you. Does the administration believe that it's our city's job to strengthen workers' protection when the state-level regulations aren't working?
I think historically what we have done is work closely with our partners in this industry, both the providers but also the workers, to ensure where our advocacy could best be placed as a city. In the past, in our reports and in our public comments, we have described the injustice that exists in a, for example, 24-hour shift where a worker is not getting fully compensated for the hours they work. Particularly in a moment where, I think it's well understood that sleep interruptions can commonly occur, and that workers, that is emotionally trying for a worker to be working not only almost 24 hours, but then to have a person that they're caring for in a moment of difficulty. And I think we're incredibly sensitive to that, and we would always stand ready to work with our partners to make sure that advocacy is happening at the state to get improved working conditions and improved wage conditions for workers.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to recognize we've been joined by Council Members Brewer and Caban. And I want to pass it over to Councilmember Bottcher for questions.
Good afternoon. I'm seeking some clarity on your testimony. So you're testifying against this bill, but also saying that you believe that the current system is not just and needs to change. Is that accurate?
Yes, council member. I think what our testimony reflected is that we have often had the position that workers should be paid for all the hours that they work, and that these 24-hour shifts can pose a serious problem to their health and to what we would describe as a fair workplace setting. However, because of the legal and the funding implications that really occur at the state level, we do have concerns that the bill as is could have these unintended consequences, namely that providers will not offer shifts to workers because they're not able to cover the cost, or because there will be some added impact on the care for patients, and namely the continuity of care. So those are concerns that we wanted to surface with the council to ensure that we are all operating, I think we are, to ensure that the legislation doesn't have unintended consequences that would harm workers and patients.
The administration doesn't believe that the current system is just, but what are you doing as an administration to change it then? If it's not this bill, in your testimony you say that working with the state to prohibit 24-hour shifts is the way to go. How is the administration working with the state to prohibit 24-hour shifts?
Thank you, council member. I think for us, it's long been we've long advocated for an end to these 24-hour shifts. I think the council members referenced earlier that there has been legislation in the past in the state legislature to address the 24-hour shift issue. I think as we enter a new legislative session at the state and an upcoming budget, it's something that we're always happy to partner with our stakeholders in this industry to ensure that we are fighting for fair working conditions.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nurse.
Oh, I realized I had a question that I didn't ask. So can you, I don't know if this is something you can answer, but can you describe a little bit more how a home aid worker tracks when there's an interruption during their sleep or mealtime break? So is it an app? Is it based on what the employer's system is? In general, what are the mechanisms, the logistical mechanisms? I'm supposed to be asleep, now something's happening, I need to get up. How do I track that? Either in real time, just in general, elaborate a little bit more about that process.
Yeah, I think my understanding is that it is very disparate across the different employers of how they would have a worker report those interruptions. And in fact, I think when we have commented in the past, we have noted that the onus and the burden should not be upon the worker for that type of reporting. And for that reason as well, I think that's why we have so strongly said that when a worker is not able to get that compensation after the interruption, that we would work closely with them. We're happy to work closely with them to make sure that they're connected with somebody who can advance that claim. But going back to your original question, I think it really is disparate, which the kind of a lack of consistency, which I think it also an issue that workers have surfaced to us.
Thank you. Have you all put forth any recommendations for making a consistency or some kind of quote unquote universal standard across the industry to prevent the discrepancies or the different ways, the various ways in which people have to report?
So I think I referenced the report that we had done a while back, which really created model standards for the workplace conditions of these workers. We did that in close coordination with worker advocacy organizations as well as employer organizations. I'm happy to share that report with council as well. It has a number of standards in there, such as rights to a safe workplace, rights to collective action, which I think are fundamental to any worker situation, but in this particular industry have been hard to come by. I think workers in this space have a particular difficulty. Number one, that they operate out of the public view, as well as folks that are often immigrants and have fear of retaliation I think these are all issues that are particularly more salient for this industry, and that is what the model standards attempts to address.
And this is it, but just to clarify, so in those model standards, this specifically addresses reporting interruptions in sleep and sleep and meal times.
I'm not sure if it says the reporting mechanisms, but I do know it says that we should have fair wages for workers, and that they should be compensated for all hours.
Well, piggybacking on that question then, if there is retaliation, what is the recourse for the worker right now? If there's a retaliation by an agency or an employer, what is the recourse right now with the city? Is there any?
So in this case, if there's, let me take a step back. If there's retaliation with respect to a paid, safe, and sick leave violation, which we enforce, then we can get in there and we can help that worker possibly get their job back, or definitely work with them in terms of restitution. If there's a violation with respect to 24-hour shifts and the 13-hour rule, or a lack of wage and hour compensation, I think that would have to be directed to the state, as they are the regulatory authority for those type of violations.
Got it. Thank you. I want to call on Councilmember Feliz for questions.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Councilmember Oswald Feliz. I want to thank Chair Carmen de la Rosa for this hearing. Thank you, Councilmember Christopher Marte, for your tireless work on this bill. And I also want to thank all of you for joining us today to testify. I have a few brief questions. One of them is, what is the largest amount of hours that you've heard a home attendant has worked in a week? Even if it's an isolated incident, what's the largest amount of hours that you've heard about a home attendant working in a week?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. That is not information that we would record, just because, our focus would be on finding out about the issue, finding out some information about the scope of the problem, whether other workers are affected, and then trying to get that person referred to the right place. So it's not really something that we would sort of record and to come up with sort of a back pay number for that person. We just want to sort of get the scope of the issue.
Even if that's not information that you record, would you be able to say the largest amount of hours that you've heard about a home attendant working in a week?
I unfortunately couldn't.
All right, second question. We've heard a lot about a shortage in the home health aid industry. Is there any evidence that you've heard that would lead us to believe that there's a shortage due to the working conditions in the industry?
Well, I do think in the report that Chair De La Rosa mentioned, they do highlight wage and benefits as being a cause of a shortage there. I think, generally there could be workers' working conditions definitely impacts whether or not they want to be in that particular setting. I think for us at the agency, we still have to dive more into this and to better understand the magnitude of any shortage and what the drivers are for that.
Okay. No more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Chris Marte, for this. My question is, earlier you spoke about wage theft, and I'm also looking at that in your wage theft prevention. How many were you able to recoup any of the theft wages for the home care workers? What does that process look like? Can you explain that for us?
Thank you, council members. So in terms of wage and hour, that is something that is enforced by the state. I think what we identified is that during the course of our investigations, that when we were looking at paid safe and sick leave violations, we noted a number of wage theft occurrences that were happening as well, along with wage parity issues too. And so for that reason, we embarked on a joint partnership with the state and the Attorney General's office to make sure that we were attacking these issues hand in hand and serving the workers in that respect. I think my colleague referenced earlier that we can get the council some further information on what the state was able to pull out of that. With respect to our paid safe and sick leave violations, my understanding is our joint investigation with the Attorney General's office secured $18 million in restitution for workers.
Thank you. I'll come around the second time. Thank you.
If there are no further questions from our colleagues, We can conclude testimony from the administration. Thank you so much for being here, and to be continued.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember, we're going to have staff stay behind and listen as well. We do want to hear the testimony from all the advocates that have come here today, but thank you all again.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Certainly important. So up next, we will have an in-person panel. Senator Gustavo Rivera is here, and Assemblymember Richard Gottfried is here. They will have 5 minutes each to testify. Should note that they are the chairs of the Health Committee, both in the Senate and Assembly. Great. Welcome, colleagues. It's good to see you all again. I'm going to call on Assemblymember Gottfried first, and then Senator Rivera. If that's okay, you may begin.
Well, thank you. I'm Assemblymember Richard Gottfried. I chair the Assembly Health Committee. I largely agree with the intent of Intro 175. However, it runs afoul of controlling state regulations of home health agencies and fiscal intermediaries. And so I urge that Intro 175 be set aside and that you work with state legislators and advocates on policies that will achieve these aims. New York State laws and regulations require that Medicaid managed care plans and local social services districts, including New York City HRA, requires them to provide 24-hour services when necessary in either split shifts of 12 or 8 hours each, or a 24-hour shift, depending on the needs of the patient. In some cases, a 24-hour shift is in the best interests of the patient for continuity of care and other reasons. Were this bill to become law, home care agencies that receive these authorizations for 24-hour coverage would be forced to either violate state rules or face fines from New York City. In 2019, the State Court of Appeals interpreted state law to say that home care workers may be paid for only 13 hours of work, even if their shift goes well beyond 13 hours, even up to 24 hours, as long as 5 hours of sleep time or 3 hours of mealtime is uninterrupted. I wholeheartedly disagree with this ruling. I believe that if a worker is required to be present at the work site and be prepared to perform duties at a moment's notice, then that worker is entitled to be paid for that time. Even if a home health aide is allowed to spend certain hours eating or sleeping, they are on duty during those hours. I do not agree with the section of Intro 175 that would limit home care workers' work week to 50 hours. Medicare financing covers little more than minimum wage for home care workers. While wages should improve somewhat under the recently enacted state budget, many workers need overtime income to support their families. Payment and working conditions for home care workers must improve. I sponsor in Albany the Fair Pay for Home Care bill, Assembly Bill A6329A, which would increase wages to 150% of minimum wage. I also support Assembly Bill A3145A, Epstein, which is similar to Intro 175 in many ways. The main difference is that the Epstein bill would change prevailing state wage rules, which is the appropriate regulation to amend, and which Intro 175 cannot. Local government action inconsistent with state law would cause significant harm to home care agencies and, in turn, harm to home care workers and to the disabled and older New Yorkers who rely on their services. Please reconsider this bill and work with state legislators and advocates for home care workers and their patients to enact meaningful change at the state level. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I would be happy to take questions. By the way, later you will be hearing testimony from Brian O'Malley relating to the Consumer Directed Program. He may not have time to present his whole testimony, but I urge you to read it. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Gottfried. And I'd be remiss if I didn't congratulate you for all your years of service to our state. We are a better state because of your work.
Well, thank you.
Senator Rivera, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to be here today. Thank you, council members, for this discussion, which is an incredibly important one. My full testimony will be available to you folks via email and what have you, so you'll be able to see the whole thing. Ditto to every single thing that the Assembly member said. At the core of this conversation is an issue that is obviously very legitimate. There are legitimate concerns here that we must deal with as it relates to workers, and workers in a particular field in which they are not treated well, as has been already said by the Assembly member and as we have already discussed. And there are many things that need to be done to address the concerns of these workers. So although this is a well-intentioned bill, the core of it is that it tries to solve a problem that it cannot solve because it has to be solved at the state level. Almost 100% of the folks who are patients are Medicaid patients. This relates then to the rates that are set at the state level, the payments that are set at the state level, and the rules that are set at the state level. Now, I can tell you that I certainly have not been fighting for as long as my colleague Dick Gottfried, because I don't think anybody has. But certainly for my entire tenure of almost 12 years, this has been a consistent issue, and there have been bills that we have tried to pass at the state level. But the reality is that the Medicaid system, before our current governor, for a period of at least 10 years, if not 11, was led with it was all about austerity. And that struck the entire system that is struck by Medicaid. And I'm very thankful to Governor Hochul for starting to turn the ship around, and we started to do that this last year. But the reality is that we have still a long way to go. And part of that is addressing the concern here as far as it relates to the 13-hour rule. As the Assembly member said, I also disagree with the ultimate decision that was made by the courts, and believe that every single person needs to be paid for every single hour that they work. But whether we're talking about when we talk about the providers and the fact that the assessments that are made for patients are made not by the providers, they have to abide by these assessments, and trying to do something different than what the assessment says might put them at risk of Medicaid fraud. At the core of this is that it needs to be done at the state level. It is, and what I'm thankful for, certainly, and certainly all the folks in this room are a testament to this, as well as all the other folks that couldn't get in who are outside, is that this is something that we care about deeply in this city. The City Council cares about this, and I certainly thank you for really talking about this. I would encourage for all of us to use this energy to make sure that starting in the next legislative cycle at the state level, that this is finally addressed. So I will just reiterate that although this particular, that this is a bill that tries to solve a problem that needs to be solved, it unfortunately cannot be solved at the state. It has to be solved at the state level, cannot be solved at the city level, and it would be encouraged, and I would encourage you, just like my colleague in the Assembly did, that this bill not be approved, but that you take all of this energy and that we take it to the state to make sure that we can pass something up there. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, for your leadership as well. If you could indulge us, we have a few questions from our colleagues. First of all, I want to say that I am proud to be part of a council that one of the first resolutions we passed back in March was in favor of the Fair Pay for Home Care Act. And that is a crucial piece of legislation that seeks to deal with the wage question. But we did hear repeatedly today from the previous panel that there are recourses on the state level if there is a presumption of wage theft or retaliation. Can you walk us through what those recourses are as you understand them?
Only very generally, because I think that's largely a question of labor law enforcement, which is not my specialty. But I would assume that complaints about inadequate compensation for overtime, improper calculating of overtime, wage theft, et cetera, I would imagine that those complaints would be directed to the State Labor Department.
Okay, and also you all cited that we could be doing a lot here from the city council level to help push the bill on the state level. What are some of those immediate actions that our colleagues and constituents can take to help move the conversation in Albany?
I mean, I would argue that certainly this is part of it, and making sure that the focus, as everybody that pays attention to the state budget can tell you, even though it is presented all the way in January, it is prepared long before that. So starting to have these conversations now and increasing the public pressure now means that in preparation for the budget for next year, since we have to wait for the governor to present it, that having these conversations both publicly and privately with the administration, with the Hochul administration, who I believe will remain the Hochul administration. Obviously, it's an election year, et cetera, but that process is ongoing of preparing the budget. So I figured that having that conversation now, since this is something that would very likely require budgetary actions, since it's obviously has a fiscal impact, so it would require budgetary actions, it would need to be done during the budget. And that's the way that it's usually been done, right? And so I would gather that these types of conversations leading up to the presentation of the budget in January would be exactly what needs to happen.
Great, thank you. I want to pass it over, well, first I want to recognize that Councilmember Ressler has joined us, and I want to pass it over to our Majority Leader, Keith Powers.
Thank you, and thank you to both the Assemblymember and Senator for being here today and testifying and adding your expertise as chairs. First of all, before I say anything, I do want to also acknowledge my colleague and friend, Assemblymember Dick Gottfried, who has so much wisdom that we all get to tap into on these types of issues, and has been a great partner both locally and of course in Albany as well for so many of us. So I just want to share in my congrats to him on exiting, and of course thanking him for giving this state but also our community so much of his time and so much of his expertise. And also want to recognize Senator Rivera, who I think was a day before his election called me on something in his district totally unrelated, so I know how much he's working. I guess, the chair touched upon it, but I think Councilman Marte is raising an issue that everybody seems to agree with. It's sort of where this should take place and what are the sort of mechanisms to get there, but everybody I think identifies as a significant issue. So I guess in addition to the question I was going to ask, which the chair asked, which is where is the council's role in the conversation in Albany, which you've answered and we can figure out. I guess my concern is that we get another budget next year, and we do have a new governor, and I hope that adds new energy to it, but then we get a few years down the road, and I think we continue to see the issue pretty present in front of us, but we don't get to a place in Albany to come to an agreement on that. So maybe adding some context to us about where the legislation lies in Albany, where perhaps the governor, I mean, I'm not going to ask you to be a spokesperson for the governor, but sort of where those conversations lie in Albany, because I think there is a real concern here that we could continue to have this issue be passed along and not actually get to a place of resolving it?
Well, the bill, both bills, both the Fair Pay for Home Care bill and Assemblymember Epstein's home care bill, will be back, I assume, in January. Somebody other than me will be the lead sponsor of the Fair Pay bill, of course. What both of those bills bump up against, like so many other issues, is cost. And, on the other hand, this is an extraordinarily wealthy state with a lot of New Yorkers who can readily afford to pay significantly higher taxes to the state than they do. I don't think anybody in this room comes under that category, but a lot of my constituents do in Manhattan. I think the council, both as individual council members and collectively through hearings like this and working with advocacy groups, I think council members and the council can help to focus attention on these pieces of the budget. Old rule, the squeaky wheel gets the grease. There will be a lot of people fighting in Albany for money for billions of dollars for any number of things. What needs to happen is that more of that squeaking wheel needs to be on behalf of home care, both for raising the wages of home care workers and for dealing with making sure that that when home care workers are willing to do a 24-hour shift, and when that's what the patient needs, that there is money there to pay them.
No, I would say as an addition to it that I do think that we have turned a page with the statewide administration. I remember having a conversation at the beginning during this budget battle, right? There's always a budget battle, but this year was different. And I remember Assemblymember Gottfried saying both publicly and privately, this is the best health budget that I've ever seen in my entire legislative career. That's obviously a big statement. I do think that there is a page that has been turned and that this administration is at least open to these conversations. So it doesn't mean that it will absolutely get done, but we can increase the pressure. And I believe that these conversations, that like having conversations like this, hearings like this, talking about bills like this, increases that level of pressure, and that we should continue to increase it between now and the beginning of the year.
Thanks. I have one last question, and then I'll hand it back. There was a Assembly member, you had mentioned the sort of not agreeing with the 50-hour cap due to the sort of willingness perhaps of individuals to want to accept overtime, which I understand. And is there a reasonable limit on hours? It does feel like there perhaps should be a cap on how many hours somebody's required to work to keep their job. Is there a cap that you see as a reasonable number?
I suppose there must be a reasonable limit. Off the top of my head, I don't know where I would want to draw a line, if a line should be drawn in statute or regulation. I would also want to draw that line, if a line is to be drawn, in consultation with all the various parties that need to be at the table, especially the labor organizations representing home care workers who have an enormous amount at stake here. There are any number of lines of work in America where we set a limit on how many hours we allow someone to work in a week, in part because of safety reasons. You're not allowed to pilot a commercial plane more than a certain number of hours in a week, or to drive a long-haul truck more than a certain number of hours in a week. It may well be that there is that there are limits that, for safety reasons, need to be placed in home care, and whether it makes sense to do that as the number of hours in a given shift, and there require a certain number of hours of being off the job before you're expected back, or whether it should be calculated as a total for a week. I don't know, but it's an issue certainly worth looking at, as I said, in close consultation with the parties that have a lot at stake, the workers and people representing their patients.
And very quickly, nobody works 50-plus hours because they want to. It's because they need to. We need to pay them better. If we pay them better, they'll be able to work less.
Yeah, agreed. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Thank you, thanks both of you.
Thank you, Majority Leader, Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I was going to ask about the political reality and political will of Albany to actually address this, especially since you specifically had mentioned you'd been fighting it for 12 years and maybe even longer. So I do want to underscore the concern that yet another cycle will go and the issue will remain. There have been some amendments opposed to this bill that have been proposed by labor groups, and I'm just curious. The amendments would extend the implementation timeline of this bill to the state legislative and budget processes. And I'm curious your assessment that if the council were to pass Intro 175 with those adjusted timeline amendments, would that put increased pressure on the state to finally address this issue?
I don't know what what effect that would have. State legislators and the governor, like almost anybody else, probably would not respond positively to what was meant to be pressure, and might instead feel the need to pass explicit legislation overruling any such local law. Or people who, it might well be that that undoing of the city legislation could be done through litigation. So I certainly would not suggest passing the legislation with a lit fuse, with the notion that would somehow pressure the legislature into acting. It could have unpredictable and unwelcome effects.
I would agree, particularly since there's, as I said, I've made it very clear, this is a different administration than the last one, and certainly Governor Hochul has shown an openness to move in a different direction in so many different ways than the last governor did, and that's a positive thing, but I do not know what her legislative priorities will be, and we don't know what both houses will look like after January, after November. I'm pretty certain that we will keep the majority in the Senate, but I'm not sure by how many folks. And there will be some changes in the Assembly as well, of personnel, if nothing else. So all of these things, there's just too many unknowns at this point to be able to tell you whether it would be one thing or another.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
One thing I would say about the coming session of the legislature is that in the Assembly, obviously, we will have a new Health Committee chair, and I would urge interested members of the council, interested people in advocacy roles, that new chair is going to have a lot to learn very quickly. And, there's no school that person gets to go to. The learning comes from interested parties, meeting with them and talking to them. And I can assure you that there will be a lot of people doing that, and people who are friends of home care and friends of home care workers need to make sure that they are among the people helping to educate the new Assembly Health Chair, whoever that may be.
Thank you so much. We have Councilmember Marte.
This question is for Gustavo, State Senator Gustavo.
Gustavo's fine, dude. No worries.
Okay. You say there's the state issues, but are you aware that these shifts only happen in New York City. Don't happen in Syracuse, don't happen in Buffalo, don't happen in Westchester, but happen in the Bronx, happen in Lower Manhattan. And so these are the same Medicaid patients, right? So you're allowing to keep the current formula in place for someone, a senior in Buffalo, to have better Medicaid coverage than someone here who lives in the Bronx.
I don't think that what I said discounts any of that. All that I said was that it needs to be done at the state level because it is operated at the state level. So to change the law to impact the entire state, it's a state program. Medicaid is a state and federally run program, well, federally and state funded, but run by the state. So that is the only point that I was making.
Okay. And this question is for Assemblymember Dick Gottfried. How long do you think home attendants should wait to have the same working condition as everyone else? How many more home attendants should die from work-related health complications before these shifts have to end?
Well, first of all, from your question to Senator Rivera, I don't know that 24-hour shifts only exist in the 5 boroughs. It may be, but I've never heard anyone say that. It's not a question of whether people in other parts of the state are entitled to better or not better Medicaid coverage. It's a question of whether, in some cases, a 24-hour shift is better for the patient. And if it is a better arrangement for the patient, then I don't believe it should be illegal. As to your question about when should conditions be improved for home care workers, the answer is a long time ago. No one's suggesting that conditions for home care workers not be improved, whether it's in terms of their compensation or making sure that whatever number of hours they work is truly voluntary and healthy for them and for the people they serve.
Thank you. Councilmember Bottcher.
Thank you. I want to add my voice of appreciation and admiration and all the good stuff for Assemblymember Dick Gottfried, as I have like 1,000 times since December. We overlap districts, which is a great honor for me. A question for the two of you. More clarity on your position about the 24-hour shifts, because we're hearing advocates say and some workers say that 24 hours, paid or unpaid, is too long. Are you in favor of keeping a 24-hour as long as people are compensated, or do you believe that 24 hours is too long for someone to work?
At least I'll tell you, my focus is that the structure of it, as was said by the Assemblymember, and I agree, that it needs to be what's best, obviously, for the worker and the patient, et cetera. What I would say is that if a patient requires care for 24 hours, that whomever provides that care should be paid accordingly. If we're talking about more than one person, then certainly that's what we have to change the law for, right? But it's about the care that's provided to the patient and the worker being paid for whatever it is that they ultimately do. So at least that's how I approach it.
Yeah. I would say that certainly if there are going to be 24-hour shifts in cases where it's in the interests of the patient, I'd want a couple of things. I'd want legislative safeguards, as in the Epstein bill, to make sure that it is voluntary on the part of the worker, that no worker is pressured or forced into working a 24-hour shift, number one. And number two, you've got to make sure that during those 24 hours, the worker is entitled to meal breaks and to sleep. Their compensation, I believe, must take into account that even when they are allowed to eat and sleep, they are on the job, and at any given moment could be called upon to jump up and provide care to their patient. So those are, for me, the parameters of a 24-hour shift.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Brewer.
Thank you both very much. Two quick questions. One is, and I should know the answer. I do agree with you. State is the purveyor and should be in charge. So if that's the case, does the enforcement also come from the state, or is that the city? Is that, I should know the answer to that, but how does that work? And then the second issue is, has the Epstein bill or other similar bills, have they already been evaluated in terms of the cost? Those are my two questions.
In terms of the labor law enforcement sort of question,
Yes.
As far as I know, historically, whether you're, whatever line of work you're talking about, that enforcement has been done by the State Department of Labor.
Okay.
I don't know whether exactly what the structure of the state labor law is as to whether a city could do enforcement. I gather the city's department, which used to be called Consumer Affairs, which is now called Consumer and Worker Protection, that there are city labor laws that the city enforces. But I would assume that unless there is, that those city laws would have to be either consistent with state law or be operating in an area where state law has essentially given the city permission to enact law.
Okay, thank you. I think that still needs to be worked out. And then the cost, has that been done by the state or not yet?
I don't know whether anybody has put a price tag to the Epstein bill. In part, the bill is drafted as an amendment to the labor law and therefore has always gone to our Labor Committee, not to the Health Committee. I know in general, when in earlier discussions of the 13-hour rule, people have talked in terms of the price tag of paying for those 13 hours when workers aren't required to be paid. People have talked about a price tag, in the billions of dollars, which would not surprise me. But, things need to be confronted. If somebody were to say, what would it cost to require people to go to public school from age 12 to 16, the number is undoubtedly in the billions. But I haven't heard anyone suggest we should eliminate the requirement that kids go to school through age 16. Some things we just have to bite the bullet and confront.
Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, if there are no more questions, we're going to thank our colleagues from the state legislature for being here and for their service, and call the next panel, which is...
And by the way, I just want to thank you for holding this hearing. I think the attention, a greater attention really needs to be paid to all of the issues around home care and home care workers and the people they care for.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. So the next panel, we're going to have some in-person and virtual. So we're going to have Assemblymember Ron Kim, who's here in person. We're going to have Assemblymember Deborah Glick, who is virtual. Victoria Furiello, who is a Democratic District Leader, who is also virtual, I believe. Oh, she's in person. We're going to have Assemblymember Epstein, who is virtual. We're going to have Lai Yi Chan in person, Xiao Wen Zhen in person, Nu Jun Zhu in person.
And if we can have the Cantonese interpreter available to provide services, they'll be needed for this.
Okay. We'll need the Cantonese interpreter as well to provide services for this panel. And there will be 5 minutes each for this panel as well. Thank you. Oh, I have this one. I have this one. I have it. Thank you. Okay. All right. We'll start with Assemblymember Ron Kim when you're ready.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you, council members. It's good to see everyone back in the chambers. I too thank the chair and the council for holding this very important hearing on Intro 175, which I wholeheartedly support. To have a productive meeting on Medicaid-based home care workers, we must be honest about what the state law says and how we got here. Pursuant to the Department of Labor minimum wage order law and the Andreeva decision by the New York State Court of Appeals in 2019, when home care providers take on 24-hour work contracts, Medicaid will cover up to 13 hours of the shift. If the worker misses even a second of sleep and eating time, the employer, the provider, must cover the remainder of the 24 hours. After serving countless good operators who understood and complied with this law, I learned that many chose to take on only 12-hour contracts or raise money to compensate for overtime with anyone working 24-hour shifts. The bad operators, like the home attendant program of the Chinese American Planning Council, abused their workers. They threatened them with Medicaid fraud for reporting accurate hours. Instead of rejecting bad contracts from MLTCs, they even promoted 24-hour work shifts at the galas to recruit workers. Despite years of workers crying foul and filing lawsuits, groups like CPC acted with impunity, knowing that they could hide behind forced arbitration, that they could cut a sweetheart deal with one of this nation's most powerful healthcare labor unions, 1199 SEIU. And that is exactly what happened. After 42 agencies were found to owe billions in back wages, 1199 lawyers cut an agreement on the workers' behalf for pennies on the dollar. Now they're telling workers, my constituents, to take those pennies and waive their right to recourse as workers. What kind of a labor movement is this? Meanwhile, nothing is being done at the state level to enforce abuse of workers or basic wage laws. This is a case of total abdication of government duty and an example of what happens when we outsource and privatize public work, which is what care work is, a public service. Because there's no accountability, women of color, as workers and recipients of care suffer. And I find it odd that after the state completely outsourced care work to local nonprofits and contractors, severely impacting immigrant and minority communities, we now see some state lawmakers pounding their chest about local government stepping in to protect the workers, claiming it's the state's jurisdiction. In the case of CPC, the state outsources $200 million a year of public money. For certain immigrant clients, it has created a shadow home care bureaucracy. The state doesn't enforce our wage laws on them, and we turn a blind eye to the worker abuse. It's only fitting that the local government, in this case, the City of New York, steps in to regulate and protect the workers contracted by a local nonprofit. Now, to those fighting to keep the 24-hour work contracts, are you also fighting for every dollar owed to my constituents? Are Asian immigrants and women workers less human to you? Do they deserve fewer rights than other racial groups? The progressive establishment and certain leftist groups, including DSA members, no offense, Tiffany, who pride themselves on workers' rights should be ashamed that they've empowered and validated nonprofits to enforce racial and gender hierarchy in our city. When we outsource public responsibility, we dodge accountability and are no longer pressured to fix anything. Instead of measuring how many Asian immigrant workers lost their health and livelihoods under this privatized public system, we can just focus on positive metrics. How many older adults did CPC serve? How many hours were spent on care, et cetera. But we can't accept any outcomes underwritten by abusive workers. That's not public service. It's not public value. It's just exploitation and perpetual racist violence. And it's not sustainable. So we can put an end to this by first ending 24-hour work home care in New York City. Then we must muster up the courage to build care work as part of our public institutions and end the outsourcing and privatization of public work. I implore this body to pass this legislation, seize the moment for municipal activism, build public value, and ask the mayor to sign it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Quiet down, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I need everybody to quiet down right now, please.
Thank you, Assemblymember Kim. Up next is Assemblymember Deborah Glick.
Thank you very much. I believe I've been unmuted.
Yes, you have. We can hear you.
Great. Wonderful to see you, Carmen. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today in support of Intro 175, a local law to address the working conditions of home care aides. I commend the bill's sponsor, Councilmember Chris Marte, for his deep commitment to the issue of home care workers being forced to work a 24-hour shift, a practice that is inhumane and does not lead to high-quality care for the client. I understand that home care agencies are restricted by both federal rules and the state's adherence to them and our own antiquated system. However, that is why I have joined in co-sponsoring Assemblymember Epstein's legislation A3145A, which would protect home health aides by limiting the duration of work shifts so that employers can no longer require aides to work a 24-hour shift. I'm also a co-sponsor of the Fair Pay for Home Care Bill, A6329A, which would establish a higher minimum base wage. Now, I understand that the number of individuals currently receiving 24-hour care under the existing structure is limited in each agency's client base. But with an aging population, especially the growing number of individuals facing cognitive issues, it is safe to assume that the numbers of people needing home care will increase. Home care work is especially challenging, and now is the time to take steps to address this issue. Now, I know that there are concerns about restricting home care aides' ability to work overtime, but that is decidedly different from working a 24-hour shift where a worker is not compensated for many of those hours. Both the federal and state reimbursements need to be changed, and we need to grow the pool of home care workers that is equally critical. Now, home care workers provide crucial care to our community's most vulnerable members. And it is essential that they are compensated fairly, ensured a safe work environment, free from exploitation and unethical practices. We must all work together to develop career paths that provide greater compensation and protections for home care workers, and that will increase the number of care workers in New York State. Now, let me just say in closing that all of this begs the crucial question. and that is, where is the state's priority in our society for home care? There is no doubt that taking care of people in their home is less expensive than in institutional care. And for most individuals, it is also more helpful to be able to stay at home and that your outcomes, your health outcomes, are better. So what can we do? And that is pass both of those laws that I mentioned on the state level, but I don't think there's any reason why we should not proceed at a city level. I'm hard-pressed to understand why a 24-hour shift is in the interest of any client. For those of us in the legislature who have on occasion, rare occasion, worked 24 hours in a session, we know that in those last 8 hours, we're really not at our peak. And I can't imagine the difficulty of working with somebody on a 24-hour basis when you have to physically assist them out of their bed or into the bathroom. This seems to me like an issue that must be addressed, and whether it is more appropriate for us to do that at the state level, I leave that to other people to opine on. I will say that I support this measure and support both the 24-hour restriction that is included in this legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Assemblymember Glick. Up next, we have Assemblymember Harvey Epstein, who will join us virtually.
Hi, and thank you for letting me testify today, and I really appreciate everyone taking this time to do this hearing. And I just want to say that we steal $1 billion every year from the pockets of low-wage workers who are working in the home healthcare industry. $1 billion a year is coming out of their pockets of their money because we're not paying people for every hour that they work. We have lots of industries where we have people working long shifts, you know, firefighters, nurses, doctors, but we pay each and every industry for the hours that they work, and we don't do this here. An industry that's almost exclusively, the workers are immigrant women of color. So two things we need to do. You know, my bill 3145, you know, and with Senator Prasad, we need to move forward and pass those bills expeditiously. And the way to do it is not because we have a moral crisis and we have a human crisis and we have a financial responsibility. In a budget that's $220 billion, between the state share, which is half of it, and the federal share, which we'll get, we can come up with the dollars necessary to ensure people get paid for every hour that they work. The second point is a critical point, is just ending 24-hour shifts, period. Our bill ends 24-hour shifts. The reality is that we need to end those shifts. We need to stop having people work 24 hours in any possible situation. We are saying that 12-hour shifts are much more appropriate. It's better care, better support, better services. It endangers the patient to have workers work 24-hour shifts, endangers the worker. I've talked to workers who've worked 5 24-hour shifts in a row. And you can't imagine what that does to a human, their ability to be able to work, their ability to be able to take care of someone else is all out the window. Their ability to deal with their own body and their own health. So we need to move forward with the split shifts. We need to stop this wage theft. We need to do this now. And I know we've been trying the past few years to pass this legislation. We're able to pass, you know, more funding for healthcare this year. We really pushed hard with with over 30 members trying to push this bill in the budget process. Whatever the council can do to get this help over the finish line in next year, to continue to push the Assembly, the Senate, the Governor. We've had roundtables in the Senate and the Assembly with the Senator Prasad's support and our support, and clearly the leadership of Senator Rivera and Assemblymember Godfrey, who's been champions of trying to get this. We collectively need to do this to end this industry. And I look forward to working with the council and Chris Marte, whose leadership on this and the council level, to ensure that we collectively end these shifts and pay people for every hour that they work. And I hope to do that in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Assemblymember Epstein. Up next, we have Victoria Fariello.
There we go. Can you hear me? Okay, so good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the City Council and members of the public. Thank you for the opportunity to allow me to speak. I am Victoria Fariello, a Democratic District Leader here in Lower Manhattan. And I strongly urge you to support Introduction 175 and end this cruel practice of 24-hour workdays. It is fitting that we celebrated Labor Day just yesterday. And this is your opportunity to stand with workers. Respectfully, it is your opportunity to do the right thing. For years, home attendant workers have had to work 24-hour shifts while only being paid for 13 of those hours. This is not only economic abuse. The days spent away from their families, the hours of physical labor imposed on them, the toll on their physical and emotional well-being is immeasurable. No one has denied the brutal working conditions of a 24-hour workday. Yet we hear excuses as to why we must continue to allow them, why we should not pass a law to prohibit it here in the city when our state legislature has not been able to address it yet. Please let that sink in. Opponents are saying why we must continue to allow these brutal working conditions, that we must wait for justice, that these women here today must continue to accept 24-hour shifts. No one wins when our home attendant workers are overworked, exhausted, and abused. No one wins when our caretakers, mostly immigrant women of color, suffer physical, emotional, and psychological harm because our laws allow it. But you, as our representatives in the City Council, can do something about this. You can stop this injustice. We will continue to pressure our state legislature, but while we wait for them to do the right thing, you can do it today. You can stand with our home attendant workers. You can end this abusive practice. You can right this injustice. I urge you, our City Council members, to do the right thing and stand with our home attendant workers. I urge you to support Intro 175. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Lai Yi Chen in person, and we'll need the interpreter.
我叫做陳麗儀，響華策會做24小時工作日，做咗8年，一週要連續3至5日。我照顧一個80幾歲嘅中風男病人，半身不遂，唔會講話，吞熱又有問題，失禁。晚上咧每2小時幫佢翻身一次，基本上冇辦法瞓覺嘅。24小時工作日，把我搞到神經衰弱。 甚至喺屋企休息啦，都好難瞓到覺。一聽見聲音就馬上起身，以為係病人叫我。病人嘅家屬亦睇到我嘅工作辛苦，就向保險公司提出申請上訴。保險公司派咗一個人入住3晚調查，最後把我哋嘅工作轉為2班制，即使 現在改成每一天12個鐘頭，連續4天，甚至只係做2天，都係還好辛苦嘅。因為呢啲很難做嘅工，但係起碼比以前好啲。2班制之後，我嘅精神有所好轉。中風病人本來是唔會講話嘅，現在我哋多啲精力同病人交談，病人慢慢就會講話啦。 佢嘅家庭醫生都稱讚我哋護理員做得很好。實際上，2班制保護病人嘅健康，亦改善工人嘅工作環境，增加就業。雖然我已經唔做24小時工作日， 但我唔希望睇到呢啲非人道嘅工作安排再繼續下去，所以我支持175號嘅法案，廢除24小時工作日，並把每個星期工作時間上限設為50小時。我贊同。
My name is Lai Yi Chen. I have been working 24 hours for CPC for over 8 years now. I work 3 to 5 days a week. I am in care for a person, a male patient who suffers from stroke. He is more than 80 years old. He is unmovable from bottom down. He is unable to speak. He has problems swallowing. He has problems taking a bath or going to the bathroom. I have to wake up every 2 hours to help him flip over. I can barely sleep. 24-hour working hour has made me stressed out. I cannot even begin to rest at home when I'm actually on a day off. When I hear something, I have to immediately get up because I think that there was a patient that was calling for me. The patient's family also see my suffering and submitted a claim to the insurance company. And the insurance company sent out people to do the investigation. In the end, eventually turned our shift into a 2 separate shifts of 12 hours a day. Even now, we have to work 12-hour day shift for 4 consecutive days, or even 2. It's still very difficult. This is a very difficult job. Even so, it's better than before. After the change of 2 shifts, my mental state has been a little bit better, and the patient who suffered from stroke originally cannot speak. Now that we have more mental to actually speak with them, the patient actually started to speak a little bit more. And with the family doctor's comment, it says that the home care was done very well. And in fact, the 2 shifts actually helps out the patient's health, also improves the workers' working environment, and improves the work stability as well. Even though I don't do 24-hour shift anymore, I still do not wish to see this inhumane job schedule to continue. So I am in support of Intro 175, in support of getting rid of 24-hour workday and to keep a cap of 50-hour working week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask that we not clap in between each person. We have about 40 people signed up, and it stops us every single time we have to wait. So let's go through the panel so we can listen to everybody. Thank you. Up next, we have Xiao Wenzhen.
Okay. 大家好，我係殷小文，我係從2005年開始做護理，24小時護理工作我做咗14年。通常每週連續3到4日嘅24小時工作，我做過好多病人，能夠申請到24小時護理嘅病人，講明係呢個病人嘅病情係好嚴重。我曾經照顧過一個老人痴呆症嘅女人，佢晚上唔瞓覺就捉我談話，時常咧要我交房租、交床位，同埋咧3更半夜仲起床喺廚房整嚟整去，我成夜都要睇住佢冇夠瞓，因為防止病人開煤氣同埋跑到外邊去，因此我成晚都冇得瞓。長期做24小時護理，令到我冇時間照顧我個仔。我個仔出世40日已經送返中國俾我嘅媽媽幫我照顧，所以每當我諗起呢個事呢，我都好心噏，對唔住。嗰時我都好耐見唔到我個仔，同埋咧長期24小時 嘅工作令到我嘅精神唔好，成日要抱啲病人落床下床，導致我嘅腰痛、手臂同埋手腕都痛。所以今日我嚟支持市議政會嘅175法案，要求廢除24小時嘅工作，保護我哋嘅每個工人嘅身心健康，限制每星期工作50個小時。咁樣我哋哋護理才能有時間休息同埋陪伴家人，特別係哋嘅細路仔。多謝大家。
Please, everybody, please.
唔好意思啊，大家陣間咧就係講每一個之後咧冇鼓掌啊，唔好意思啊。Okay, hello everyone. My name is Xiaowen Zhang. I've been home care since 2005. I've done 24-hour home care for over 14 years now. Usually we work 3 to 4 days of 24 hours a week. I've been with many patients, and if you are actually in the 24-hour care, that means that patient has to be in a very severe condition. I've taken care of one patient who suffers from severe dementia, who would ask me to speak with them when they cannot sleep, when they're suffering from the trouble sleeping, and she would talk to me about like having me to pay the rent, and would get up in the middle of the night just to go to the kitchen, working things, and I have to wake up all night just to prevent her from opening the gas or actually leaving the house. So I barely have any sleep. Long-term, working for 24-hour care for a long period of time caused for me to not have time to take care of my child. I have my child sent back to China for my other family member, my mom, to take care of him after just 40 days into birth. Long-term 24-hour work has made me very stressed out mentally, and oftentimes I have to carry patients, causing a lot of stress and pain to my lower back, arm, and my wrists. So I'm here today in support of City Council Bill number 175 in support of getting rid of 24-hour work and capping the working hour of weekly to be 50 hours. That way, we as home care would have time to rest and to be with our family, especially the kids. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Nu Zoon Ju. Sorry if I messed up your name. Please correct it.
大家好，我叫朱女君，是物理员，从2016年至现在，每一个星期做24小时的工作日，做3天，连续工作做72个小时。我照顾的客户是老人痴呆的，是中风瘫痪、糖尿病的，生活不能自理的，是高危的人群。他的神志不清，白天上街乱赶。我们无时无刻地盯住他，保障他的人身安全。有一个晚上，他偷偷地大叫，我就坐在他的旁边陪着他到天亮，我们没得睡觉。有一个病人1个小时起床一次，我1天1夜把他从床上搬到轮椅，从轮椅搬到马桶20次，这是高度难的工作。24小时一班制，影响我们物理员的身体健康、经济收入和家庭幸福，使我少了睡觉的时间，导致视力下降、骨质疏松、手脚腕有关节炎，夫妻感情也变得冷淡。你们晚上在享受家庭幸福的时候，我们物理员正在为爷爷奶奶换尿布、 端茶水，我们付出沉重的代价，却只是拿13小时的工钱，等于白白地多做了11个小时。物力公司和保险公司模式压迫不同服饰的物力人，没日没夜地为他们赚钱。美国应该是自由、民主、正义、公平的国家，怎么能允许这种毫无人性的工作安排，既是摧残我们优势主义的妇女？所以我支持市会议175号法案，废除24小时一班制，改为24小时2班制，限制每星期上班不超过50小时，不让雇主无上限地逼迫我们长时间的工作。谢谢。
Hello, everyone. My name is Nu Junzu. Is a home care since 2016. I've worked 24 hours shift for 3 days every week. That means I work 72 hours a week. I've taken care of many clientele. If not dementia, then is stroke, paralysis, diabetes, who cannot take care of their own lives. All very endangered crowds. Some of them are not very clear-minded. They go out in the morning, wandering around. We have to take care of them 24 hours to make sure they are safety. And at nights, they will just scream. We will have to sit with them till light comes. One patient have to get up every hour. I have to for a whole day and night, I have to get her from bed to the wheelchair and from the wheelchair to the toilet 20 times a day. And that is a very highly difficult job. 24-hour shift has affected our home care bodily health, financial income, and family happiness. They cause me lack of sleep, reducing in eyesight, bone density, our hands and legs or our limbs are having joint issues. Our family life, such as my husband and wife, has gotten much worse than before. While you guys are sitting home enjoying your family life, we are changing your grandma and grandpa's diapers and giving them teas. We are paying severe prices and getting only 13 hours of wages, equal to 13 hours of wages. That means we are working 11 hours more for free. And the home care company and the insurance company are suppressing our colored home care person to work for them and make money for them day and night. America should be a free democracy and justice and fair country. How can they allow these kind of inhumane working arrangements to continue destroying our colored women? So here I am in support of City Council Bill number 175 in getting rid of 24-hour shift and changing to 24-hour 2-shift and capping the working hours to 50 hours a week and not letting the employer to unlimitedly forcing us to work long hours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I do have a question for Assemblyman Epstein, if he's still on. Assemblyman, are you on? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here, Carmen.
Hi, Harvey. How are you? Quick question. Has there been a cost estimate done on your state bill as to the cost of...
It's $1 billion. Half of it be federal dollars, half of it be state dollars.
You said 1 billion federal and half state?
1 billion in total, half of it federal dollars, so with $500 million for the feds and $500 million for state money.
Thank you. I'll pass the microphone over to Councilmember Marte, who has some questions as well.
Thank you, and I just want to first thank the home attendants for being here and speaking about your experience and really fighting for all your colleagues that are going through this trauma day in and day out while providing the care to our most vulnerable people. So thank you, Lai, thank you all. I also want to just quickly mention that the people that we have testifying in support of this bill are people who have really focused their energy and time on saying that this bill can work in the city. Assemblymember Ron Kim is the chair of the Aging Committee. And so I want to ask, do you think we can pass this bill in the city council, and would it help that effort in the state?
Yes, I wouldn't be here supporting this measure. We're here because we've had time at the state to respond to this crisis, and we failed to meet the moment. So we need, at the very local level, in this case, the City of New York, that is directly oversees the billions of contracts that we're giving to these agencies to intervene and make sure that our workers are protected, and that will also inspire the state to do the right thing moving forward.
Thank you. And one question to Assemblymember Harvey Epstein to clarify some of his colleagues' statements earlier today. All of 24-hour shifts happen in New York City. They're rarely found outside of the city jurisdiction. Is that correct?
The vast majority of 24-hour shifts are in New York City Councilman Marte, exactly what you said. There are, I've heard of shifts outside of New York City, but the vast majority are in New York City. And I also want to thank the home health care attendants who testified and for their struggle as well. They're the ones who experienced the wage theft and the abuse of the system. So really applaud their efforts to come forward today.
Yeah, thank you. That's my questions for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you, Chair. Also want to thank everybody who is here to testify today. I have two questions and then one question for some of the home aid workers. The first one is to Assemblymember Ron Kim. You testified that after 42 agencies were found to owe billions in back wages, 1199 lawyers cut an agreement on the workers' behalf for pennies on the dollar. The DCWP rep did disclose that 18 million was the settlement, but what is the true value that would have been, if you're saying pennies on the dollar, what is the true value of the labor that should have been paid back?
It's our estimate based on both the labor and the industry having validated this number, that it's roughly around $6 billion going back many, many years that these workers are owed of back wages. So when you calculate what the settlement looks like, it's woefully low based on what they're owed as individuals. The remedy, in other words, they got the verdict correct, but the remedy is woefully low.
Thank you for that. And just would love to hear your thoughts on the political will of the state to fill in the gap. So should we pass this and let's say we move to split shifts, what is the political will of the state to fill in that gap to cover the costs required to adequately staff the clients that need this service?
I join my colleagues in whatever the gap looks like. We have enough revenue streams, in my opinion, that we can collect as a state to make sure that we guarantee the wages moving forward as we split shifts. This is something that we have the political will, we just need to administer and execute moving forward. We're not, although it seems like an intimidating number when we see and hear about billions, but it's not compared to the lump sum amount of money that we get in our revenue streams as a state of New York. And the home care attendants, as well as the clients, deserve every cent of that money that we should be fighting for.
Thank you. My next question, and it'll be my last, is for the workers. So please help me out, translation. I had asked earlier DCWP about the mechanisms of reporting when your sleep or meal times are interrupted. So I'm curious, there wasn't an answer there, from them, and I'm curious to hear from the workers, when your sleep is interrupted and you're compelled to support your clients, or your meal time is interrupted, how are you reporting that? And how long between the interruption and the reporting is it generally? And then tied to that is, how often do you not report it because of whatever barriers, and what are those barriers?
咁咧就議員咧想要問你啲問題咧，就係關於係嗰啲食飯咧同埋瞓覺嗰陣時，如果你食飯時間同埋瞓覺時間咧俾人哋阻止，就係好似叫你去做嘢，係工作需要求你哋去做啲嘢嘅話咧，呢啲情況係點樣報告上去嘅？同埋咧喺報告上去嘅時間，就係好似你發生至到報告上去，又係點樣大概幾多時間之後先報告上去咧？或者咧由從開始至到有可能都唔報上去，有冇啲咁樣嘅情況？中間可唔可以解釋少少啊？
我報咗，我填咗工作表，報咗上去，立即炒魷，冇得做。
即係嗰個工作時間係咪？
係，我就係填表。
So if I submit that log, I will be immediately fired.
And so that's being submitted by paper or through some payroll system?
係嗰啲係咪係咪嗰啲表係咪俾公司？
交俾公司。
The log is to be filled and submit to the company.
Thank you so much. Thank you for testifying.
Yes, I want to thank our colleagues for testifying, as well as the workers. Thank you for coming out. It's important for you all to tell your experiences and your stories. So thank you all for being here. This concludes this panel. Thank you so much.
Ms. Sen has something in addition to add.
Go ahead.
即係你啱啱講嘅講多次，我關於你。So they used to not have those logs, and then they were at some point they started asking for these kind of logs.
I'm sorry, the workers asked for the logs? The workers asked for the logs, or the employers did?
What Ms. Zhang was saying is that the log at some point started, the company started requiring the employees to fill out those logs. 咁你講。
我公司就話個病人唔即係唔要我啦。咁原來咧我就四線通，一個個工會嘅陳生，一個我，一個華策會嗰個李護士長，一個病人四線通。嗰個護士長話：我話陳麗儀好辛苦嘅，咁啊病人就隨口講，佢話辛苦咪冇做啦，好自然嘅反應。佢特登話個病人聽，話我辛苦，病人咪隨即話咁咪冇做咯。實際上就唔係病人話叫我冇做，病人係對我好好。因為點樣好呢？我每一次都同佢翻身，同佢去廁所，同佢食。但係咧，佢就係用呢啲辦法嚟炒我魷魚，佢冇辦法嘅就用呢啲炒我魷魚。所以咧，個病人話：我會叫阿陳麗儀嚟翻嚟做。佢就話：你叫佢翻嚟做，你要整翻個屏風喎，有意為難個病人，唔想佢叫我翻去做。但係個病人話：我會整翻個屏風，叫佢嚟做。後尾過咗一陣，又話嗰個護理啦，話唔係退休啦，所以你冇得做呢份工啦，用呢啲藉口嚟整治我。後尾我話你一定要安排我做呢份工，你如果唔安排我做工呢，我一切個醫療保險由你公司負責。後尾過咗30零分鐘，跟住佢就安排咗我2班制嘅工，就係咁樣啦。就係好多護理咧就驚佢炒魷，所以咧唔敢去填工作表嘅。我就係其中之一個，我夠膽去 話公司你咁做法係唔啱嘅，我用4線通嘅辦法嚟對付佢，所以佢就炒唔到我魷魚，就用其他嚟做。男人係1199工會啊，陳生，一個就一個就係 CPC 護士長。
So at one time, I had a four-way connect through phone call with myself and the a representative from union, also CPC's nurse Lee, and also the patient that I was serving at the time. So we had this conversation about the work hours and the situation at that time. And then the patient spoke out of my benefit, saying that, you know, I don't want Miss Lei Chang, which is me, to work at that long time. So CPC's nurse Lee, who took it as in she doesn't want me to work, instead of you know, as what the patient's actual meaning being, I don't want her to work that long hour. So, and in the end, they didn't change the fact. They changed it to 12-hour shift, which is 24-hour 2-shift instead of 24 hours. And then they offer many other ways. I am the only person that raised this question, or who dared to raise this issue with the company, because other people are so afraid of the retaliation of getting fired. I was one of the only person who is there enough to actually spoke of it.
我呢度都有記錄嘅，輔導員話呢份係長工嚟㗎。
And I do have a proof here. It's a text with the patient's name, address, phone number, and the shift schedule and the detail of the shift, saying that is a long work, which is 24 hours from 8 to 8. And then it tells me when to start. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming and for telling your stories. Thank you.
咁咧就好唔該晒你哋入嚟做證啦，唔該晒你哋。
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Up next, we will have the next panel. A reminder, we're switching to 2 minutes per person for this, for the remainder of the panels. So I will call Nina Bacayanes, sorry if I mess up your name, Jose Hernandez, Jessica De La Rosa, Marcy Johnson, Marcus, sorry about that, Marcus Johnson, Jessica Tambor, TK Smalls, and Mary Lister. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome. I think you're the best. Thank you.
Okay, so the Sergeant at Arms will provide a wireless microphone to pass for all of the individuals up in front, and then Mary Lister will testify from the seat here. Mary, if you're still in the audience, please come over to the seat. Oh, she has left? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience. We know it's been a long hearing.
I'm sorry? Okay, that works, yeah. You started?
No, no.
Yeah, you can start here.
All right. I just want to remind folks that anyone can submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov up to 72 hours after the conclusion of today's hearing, and we will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairwoman. My name is T.K. Small. I'm an attorney. I work in disability rights. I've been practicing healthcare policy for probably 30 years. I'm not going to read my remarks. I just rather speak extemporaneously and have a dialogue with members of the council and try to answer your questions. I would first like to point out that there is an immediate potential consequence to this rule that puts people like me in serious harm and jeopardy of being put into a nursing home. As a kid, I spent 9.5 years in a hospital. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that I'm not going back. All right, so one way or the other, I will make things work. But if I have to die, I will die in the community on my terms. And I'm pointing out that this whole situation is probably illegal, as Assemblyman Gottfried said. There's a matter of state law that this law is in contradiction to. So, in a way, it's a bit of a waste of everyone's time and effort. I support the idea of workers being paid for 24 hours when they work, but not when it comes at the potential jeopardy of people like me and others in the disability community being forced back into institutions. I was at the Supreme Court decision arguments in the Olmstead case. I was there to hear what's the equivalent of the Brown versus Board of Education. This is a matter of civil rights for people with disabilities. That's where I started my career at the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled. And for us, this is not just some joke. Our lives are at stake. And so, you know, frankly, I find the situation a bit insulting that the disabled community hasn't been more proactively listened to and allowed to be at the table for these discussions. There's a saying in the disability rights community, nothing about us without us. But we haven't been invited to the table, and when our concerns have been brought forth to this committee and members of City Council, we've been just discounted. So I'll say that I'm only newly involved with this particular fight, but it is a fight, and we're not going away. We fought to get out of nursing homes. We will fight to stay in the community, and policies and proposals that put our lives and our freedom at jeopardy will not be tolerated. So I've had home care in the community for my entire adult life. I've worked for a fiscal intermediary as the director of policy. I was involved with the Medicaid redesign team. And I can say this proposal is not a great idea. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello and thank you. My name is Jose Hernandez, and I would like to first thank the City Council for allowing me to share my story and on why Intro 175 scares me. I experienced a spinal cord injury back in 1995 when I was just 15 years old. Initially, when I was released from the hospital, I was authorized a 2 12-hour shift. A year later, after being home, a HRA worker came into my home and gave me an ultimatum. He said, sign paperwork to convert my case to a 24-hour live-in case or go into a nursing home. As a scared teenager, I signed the forms and had a live-in case for the next 16 years. In 2008, I met one of the most impactful home care workers I have ever entered my life. When Fausto started working for me, he started as a 24-hour live-in worker. In fact, I am here right now because of the role he played in my life. You will be hard-pressed to find people more committed to the intentions of this bill than people with disabilities. We know our freedoms are tied directly to our workers, but while I and most people with disabilities believe in the intentions behind Intro 175, it returns me to the trauma caused by that HRA worker 26 years ago. People with disabilities have struggled for many years to justify their existence in society and their desire to live in the community. People with disabilities and older adults who have been authorized 24-hour live-in services are going to go without much-needed care or be placed in nursing homes because of Intro 175. The law will force the abandonment of people with disabilities and older adults who will have no choice but to be placed into institutions. Some argue that this is not the bill's intent. Intent does not determine outcome. Intro 175 will not change state Medicaid rules. People with disabilities and seniors will still be authorized 24-hour live-in services, in some cases by HRA. Intro 175 cannot make their 24-hour live-in cases split cases, and people will go without much-needed care. If we are serious about protecting home care workers, people with disabilities, and older adults, we must work together to advocate with Assemblymember Epstein and Senator Prasad to do this the right way in Albany. And part of my testimony, I'm including a legal brief from Disability Rights New York. They asked them as a client to weigh in on the legality of Intro 175, and they're not opposing or supporting it. They're just saying that it might be illegal under federal statutes of the Americans with Disabilities Act. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Jessica De La Rosa. So here we go again, right? Every few months, people with disabilities are gathered to defend our rights to live equally. Today, it's to bring attention to Intro 175. The disability community has reached out to your offices several times to try and explain why Intro 175 would force us into nursing homes and to tell you why we want to live in the community. You ever thought that no one but seniors and people with disabilities has to defend their right to live in their homes? I am a person with a physical disability, and so is my mother. I also live in a building similar to senior housing.
Hold on 1 second, I'm sorry. Can we please have quiet? Go ahead, please.
I also live in a building similar to senior housing where people with disabilities also live. My mother, my neighbors, and I rely on home care workers to live independently. I work full-time, I drive, I pay my taxes, I contribute to society just as all of you here. The only difference is my mom, my neighbors, my disabled community members, and myself rely on the arms and legs of our home care workers to be the extension of our bodies where our bodies don't work the same. Our disability care needs do not end after 12 hours, especially if we have been authorized for 24-hour live-in service. That care is still very much needed. Live-in 24-hour home care cases are still going to be authorized to many individuals with disabilities and seniors who qualify for it. Intro 175 will not convert cases to two split 12-hour cases. On the contrary, it will force the abandonment of people with disabilities and seniors who are going to have to fight how to take care of themselves or be forced into nursing homes. Many home care workers are people of color who already struggle to provide for their families because of inflation and living in New York City. As a result of the 50-hour limit to Intro 175 and the loss of overtime, these families are going to be forced to work for multiple agencies and additional hours just to maintain the same income they would if they had overtime. People with disabilities and seniors have recognized for a long time that our home care workers are essential. It is time that our government also recognize them as essential workers. However, people with disabilities and seniors should not be sacrificed while doing that. In order to recognize our home care workers and protect people with disabilities like me and the seniors who live in my building who wish to remain living in their homes, we need to accomplish this in Albany. I am a constituent of Assemblymember Epstein, who has been working on a 3145A that would protect everyone without sacrificing anyone.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nina Bakoyanis, and I'm here with Downstate New York ADAPT. While Intro 0175 is well-intentioned, it is deeply flawed. We agree that our home care workers deserve better, but this bill is not the solution. Firstly, there are many logistical issues with this bill. Medicaid is a state and federal system. Even if this bill passes, the state will continue to assign disabled people live-in care. This bill doesn't take that away from us. So agencies will either refuse to take on our cases when this passes or get fined for doing so. And we have to keep in mind that managed care organizations are incentivized to assign live-in cases instead of split 12-hour shifts because they only pay our workers for 13 hours of work for live-in care, which is absolutely disgusting. Yet this bill does nothing to address the root of this problem. It will only force disabled folks that are assigned live-in care to not receive services and be at imminent risk of getting institutionalized. Additionally, in the consumer-directed model of home care, disabled people are joint employers who hire, fire, and schedule our home care attendants. If this bill passes, is the City Council really prepared to argue that a disabled person who is already low income because we're on Medicaid should get fined along with RFI? And let me ask you this. Do you plan on fining all of your rich donors with live-in nannies, or is it just low-income disabled folks that you're ready to throw under the bus? The outpouring of support for this bill demonstrates just how little our City Council understands Medicaid policy, and that's disturbing. Secondly, the rhetoric around this bill is problematic. Discussing our most intimate care needs as inhumane sweatshop work frames us as the problem and minimizes the highly skilled workforce that is our home care attendants. Both disabled folks and our home care workers are just trying to survive. Pitting two marginalized groups against each other is never the solution. It allows the real perpetrators of harm to run scot-free while we're all sitting here in this room pointing fingers at each other. Thirdly, do not be fooled that this bill will help our home care attendants. These women are already struggling to pay the bills. Is taking away their right to choose overtime with no resolution, no wage increase, and no other opportunity really helping? Is forcing them to get an additional evening job to make up for the hours of pay y'all took away from them really helping? If this City Council really respected women and wanted to uplift them, they would be getting at the root of predatory capitalist systems that leave so many women of color low income. They would be creating more opportunities for women in order to give them real choice about when and where they want to work, so they don't feel forced to do 24-hour care if they don't want to. They would be fighting to raise wages and for people who work 24-hour shifts to get the full pay. And I'm sorry, but where were all of you when your disabled constituents were up in Albany getting arrested while protesting to raise wages for home care workers? Do not act like you're coming to our rescue now. We've been at this fight. And Councilman Marte, I know this bill comes from a very personal place. I understand that you spoke publicly about how your mother is a home care worker, and I understand that, but I want to remind everyone still supporting this bill that we need legislation not based on emotions and optics. We need it based on a clear and astute understanding of Medicaid policy that is rooted in deep respect for disabled people and our workers. This bill is a hollow attempt to appear invested in workers' rights while instead patronizing them for choose to work overtime and limiting our access to care during a national home care shortage. There are many smart ways to move forward, and this ain't it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Shh, please. And let's try to hone in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, New York City Council. My name is Marcus Johnson. I'm from Civil Leagues for Disability Rights and the Independence Care System. Thank you for this opportunity, for a chance to voice my deep concerns concerning Intro 0175-2022.
Sorry, 1 second, Marcus. Give me a second. Can we please be quiet so that we can hear Marcus? He waited patiently, please.
Maximum working hours for home care aides. I feel very strongly that this well-intentioned bill is actually one that will be a great disservice to people with disabilities and will adversely impact their health, independence, and the crucial living services they receive in their communities. I'm a member of the Civic League for Disability Rights, a group of New Yorkers with disabilities and their supporters. The League remains committed to advocating for the constitutionally guaranteed right of people with disabilities to live independently in our communities. We strive to educate our community, assist New Yorkers with disabilities in being effective advocates and amplify their voices to secure services and supports we need to live our lives. For as long as I can recall, home care has always been under attack. Year after year, people with disabilities unite to protest cuts to services and programs that ensure our health independence, which we greatly value. The bill is no exception, and I implore you to reconsider it and fine-tune this bill to make sure people with disabilities are provided the support they need to live their lives. This bill will negatively affect the disability community in many ways. This bill, as it stands, would impact roughly 100 of our members who would lose access to live in home care and ultimately have no choice but to enter nursing homes, something we greatly oppose. This is especially problematic because many of our members are adults with physical disabilities, not frail elderly individuals living at home. Many are active and young, well below the age of 65 and live independently on their own, away from their families. They need living services to continue thriving independently in their communities without having their autonomy restricted and the hours of home care aides limited. Those who require a number of home care hours from their trusted aides would see reduced support, especially with the bill's 50-hour limit. This will put aides in terrible position where they would have to work through multiple agencies to deliver the same hours of care, despite the fact that as consumers, we can only work with one agency. To cap aides' hours, penalize agencies with workers provide more than 12 hours of care daily to a population that's already marginalized, vulnerable, insulting, unfair, and unacceptable. Another issue with the bill is the proposed fines to home care agencies of $500 per day for any instance where they spend an aide to work 12 hours over 50 hours per week. This is a problem because state and local agencies using Medicaid guidelines set home care hours, not the agencies. And who is at the receiving end of this issue? I am. We are again. If agencies conclude they don't want to incur the fines or cannot afford them, people with disabilities take the hit. Much needed care will end. Some will have no choice but to enter nursing homes, placing them their independence dies, and where the way we want our health needs to be handled far too often not taken into consideration. Enough is enough. We need to do better. We need a solution that preserves quality of care for people with disabilities. We need a solution where aides receive the equitable living wages they need and deserve to support themselves and their families. This bill is not that solution. Aides providing essential services to one of the state's most vulnerable populations should not have their weekly hours capped. People with disabilities depend on their services now more than ever. I strongly encourage you to rethink this legislation and to connect with disability leaders and advocates, including leaders from Independence Care System and Consumer-Directed Personal Assistance Association of New York, to understand the perspective of people with disabilities and gain insight into the ways this bill can be reworked to support all parties. I also encourage you to connect with state legislators and work with them to making changes at the state level where the Medicaid-related issues must be resolved.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Tambor, and I have had a disability my entire life. Without home care, I would not be able to live at home because there is no way my dad would be able to care for me all day by himself. It is because of all the home care that I have had my whole life that I have been able to live with my dad at home and be a very active member of my community. If home care hours were cut, then it would be harder to find home health aides that would want to do the job because they wouldn't make enough money working so little hours. It was already very hard to find people who want to do this job. Eliminating live-in care would affect people with disabilities of all ages and senior citizens like my grandma who have live-in care. Without live-in care, they will wind up in nursing homes. If home care hours are limited, then we would need even more staff per person, and there's not that many home care workers to go around for all of us who need all those hours and all that staff to fill in the hours of the week. This is another way we'd be forced into nursing homes. We need a better solution. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We do have some questions from our colleagues here. We have a question from Councilmember Marte, followed by Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you for your testimony, and thank you for sharing your lived experience. I only have one question. Right now, as I said before, this mostly, almost entirely happens in New York City. There's other disability groups throughout the state that have 2 12-hour shifts, and they're not being forced into nursing home. Do you not believe that it is possible to have 2 12-hour shifts and live at home?
One, living cases happen throughout the state. I have a 2 12-hour split shift right now. I was able to advocate for that after the fact. But that's not changing the fact that HRA workers and city and state workers are still authorizing these cases. I'm an advocate now, and I can advocate for having the 2 split shifts. But for those who don't know or are authorized for the live-in cases, that's where the Intro 175 is flawed, because it doesn't automatically split their case. It only makes it illegal for an agency to send that person to that patient or consumer, whichever way you want to call us. But without that care, we end up in nursing homes. So if there was additional funding in Albany to split the cases, then all for it. 12 and 12 would be a lot more beneficial for everyone, for the worker, for the patient, and I'm not arguing that fact. The intentions of the bill are sound, but it can't be done on a city level. That's where we're arguing it.
Just my last question.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Assemblymember Harvey Epstein is one of the greatest disability advocates in Albany, and he supports this bill. He says this bill will actually push the state to make sure that they can pass their bill on the state law. Do you disagree with him?
I want to answer. I disagree that this bill will not force the state to do anything. The state is going to do what the state does, right? And I was in a meeting with Councilmember Ressler, right? And it was demoralizing to me because as a person with a disability who has been disabled for 27 years, right? He says kind of nonchalantly, if this bill passes, we can use it as leverage to force the state to negotiate. That leverage that he's talking about is the lives of people with disability that are going to be in jeopardy while the state and the city figure this out. And we can't do that. We don't have the luxury of time in between us. You know, we're gonna end up in an institution, and for those who end up really sick are gonna die. You know, this is not a game for the city and the state to be fighting over our lives. We shouldn't be used as ammunition or leverage, the way Councilmember Ressler put it, to force anyone to negotiate. The law should not protect one class while condemning another. And this is what 175 will do. It will condemn people with disabilities to go without care or be placed in institutions.
Yes, if I could quickly respond to Councilmember Marte. I used to have 12-hour care per day, and then my father had a stroke, and he couldn't do the nighttime work for me anymore. So I called the city social worker. I said, look, my father's in the hospital. I can't go without care for the other 12 hours. Can you authorize more care? She said, okay, hang on. She said, let me call you back. She called me back within like half an hour, and at first said, okay, we'll give you a sleep-in. Now, my care is very complicated. I'm about as disabled as anybody in this room. I need help with everything. I have a trach, I have a ventilator, I have a suction machine. You know, my care is way more complicated than a 24-hour sleep-in situation. I said, no, that's not good enough. I need split shift 24-hour care. In the panel, in the authorized it, right away, they listened to me, they said, okay, you're right, objectively, you need more care than the sleep-in situation would dictate. In the panel, immediately before this one of the home care workers said that she used to do sleep-in, and then the consumer complained and got an increase in authorizations. So, honestly, there are cases that it's completely inappropriate and wrong to do sleep-in care, but you know, the consumer has an obligation to advocate for that worker as well. If the care is too complicated, there is a process where the authorization can be changed. So, I mean, certainly, I want workers paid for the time that they're away from their families, but this idea is putting our lives in jeopardy. And as Jose just said, we don't want to be pawns in a bigger fight.
Thank you. Councilmember Nurse.
Thank you all for testifying. Really appreciate hearing your perspective. I did have one question which I think might have been answered, but I'm not fully sure. I guess I was curious from your experience, the difference in quality of care from a 24-hour shift to a split shift. If you could speak to the quality of that. I think that was just answered, but I'm not sure.
I'll attempt to answer that question. I had a living case at one time, and my home care worker of 12 years, Fausto, he started initially with me as a live-in worker and then transitioned into a split shift. You know, he used to work 5 days, 12 hours. When I had a live-in case, he used to work with me 4 days straight. As far as the quality, it varies from day to day. And yes, there were some days that were a lot more difficult because for whatever reason, I don't know, I had a bowel accident in the middle of the night and he had to, you know, assist me. So with the 2 split shift, I didn't feel as guilty, or I don't feel as guilty as calling on my person and saying, listen, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you in the middle of the night to take care of me because I have a split shift. You know, for someone that's, you know, working 24 hours, I also have to, you know, take into consideration their time and they're with me 24 hours. So it's kind of a relationship you have to play. You know, you're in there with your home care worker. You have to also care for them as they care for you. So yes, it's a give and take. So hopefully I was able to answer that question.
No, you answered that. I would just say, in general, do you feel that one or the other is better?
I just wanted to add one thing too. I mean, I think that's a complicated question to answer because disability is so variable and personalities are so variable, right? But I think something maybe I didn't center enough in my speech is that we're already in such a home care shortage. I have friends that are sleeping in their wheelchairs at night because they can't find one home care worker. If we get rid of live-in, now we're asking them to find 2 to 3 for one day. This is a conversation that is way too large for City Council to be having, and that's the truth. A lot of protections. If something like this goes into a place, so many protections need to be happened, so many discussions need to be had at the state level. We need an increase in wages. We need, to incentivize this workforce. We need so much that I'm sorry, City Council just isn't equipped or prepared to do, and that's okay because we need you guys to pass the message up to the state, right? It is a lot more complicated than this.
Thank you.
I want to add one thing that, I stated in my testimony I had a home care worker that worked with me for 12 years. More important to me than even my father is right now, and my father's alive. He died at the beginning of the pandemic to a state that doesn't consider them essential and for minimum wage. I am literally here and as successful as I am because of my home care worker. So I am sensitive to what you're trying to do, Marte. I really am. But like I stated before, you can't protect one while sacrificing the other.
Adding to what Nina was saying, it's very hard to find a lot of home care workers. Because I'm on event also, and it takes a lot of people to do it, and there's a lot of shifts that get unfilled. Yeah.
Thank you. Is that all, colleagues? All right, well, we thank you so much for taking the time to tell us about your experiences. This is informing us in our decision-making, and we appreciate your time and your patience here today. Thank you for coming. Thank you. We're going to call Mary Lester, who is testifying virtually, but I also want to inform that we will need the Fujianese interpreter for the next panel. I know they're in the committee room. If that interpreter can come making its way over, that would be helpful. And Mary, I know you're virtual. When you're ready, please start.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mary. I'm going to ask for a little bit of quiet in the chamber as we transition.
Thank you very much for allowing me to participate virtually.
Hold on one second, Mary. Hold on one second. All right, hold on one second. All right, go ahead, Mary. Sorry about that. Can you speak a little louder, as loud as you can? Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to testify virtually today. I did travel down from Buffalo to be able to be there in person, but unfortunately, due to the timing, I did have to leave to catch my plane. I have been a home care worker for nearly 10 years. I've worked with individuals with disabilities. I've worked with individuals with Alzheimer's. I've worked with all sorts of different people who need in-home care. I have never had to work a 24-hour shift. Upstate, we do have some individuals who require 24-hour care, but the 24-hour quote-unquote live-in is very, very rare, if not, completely extinct at this point upstate, because the fact of the matter is it's not the best care. And frankly, I think the panel that just spoke before me did a good job of demonstrating that the only reason someone gets approved for 24-hour care is if they may need care in the evening at some point. And so having split shifts would make that a lot more possible. I've been part of the Ain't I a Woman campaign for close to 7 years at this point, and I have personally testified to the New York State on the New York State level to the legislature. This bill is that bill, and this bill has been neglected on the state level because New York City is the only place that it's happening. I've talked with many other home care workers through the Queen City Worker Center who say that there is no way that they would work the 24-hour shifts if they were to come to Buffalo, because they do have families and they do have health needs of their own. And in fact, the Disability Education and Advocacy Network of Western New York, which is made up of people with disabilities, advocates, people who are home care workers like myself, people who work for social service agencies, the Disability Education and Advocacy Network of Western New York has actually been one of the staunchest supporters of ending the 24-hour day. Sleep deprivation can lead to a similar impairment as being drunk. We wouldn't say, as long as the client and the worker agree, the worker can come on drunk to the job. That's not safe. That's not something that would become allowed to be a standard. If you are awake for 24 hours, which will happen sometimes if you're doing a 24-hour live-in shift, it's equivalent to having a 0.1% blood alcohol content, which would mean you'd be unable to drive safely. So I want to encourage us all to think about that this is, just as important for us to make sure that the standards in New York State are safe, both for the workers and for the clients. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for testifying today, Mary. Up next, we need the Fujianese interpreter. We are gonna call Bao Jing Q, June Hoon Chen, Mary Somoza, sorry about that, Mahir Rahman, Helen Schwab, and Francisco Javier Castillo to the next panel.
Spell out the name. She probably didn't hear. She probably didn't say correctly. So I don't know.
Again or this one?
Is Mary on the panel? Mary Somoza? Oh, okay, Mary, you're here. Let's see, we have Mahir Rahman.
Yeah, here.
Here, perfect. Helen Schwab and Francisco Javier Castillo from 1199. Are you present? You're remotely? Okay. We'll begin as soon as the interpreter is ready. Just give us a few minutes.
Okay, who's the? Okay, it's not me. Okay. So not me, right? Yeah.
All right, we're gonna start with Mary since she's ready to go. Mary, are you ready?
Okay, hi. My name is Mary Somoza, and I'm the mother of twin daughters, Anastasia Somoza and Alba Somoza. Anastasia would have testified today, but she worked for the City Council and she just left in May. And she was the first disability coordinator for all the council. under Speaker Corey Johnson. The reason I'm here today, first of all, I'd like to say, I'm not going to read this because I can pretty much say it off by heart. I will submit my testimony. But basically, we're in agreement with Councilmember Marty we believe this is very well intentioned, that we trust me, we believe our workers deserve as much money as we can possibly get for them, because without the workers, my girls couldn't live the independent life that they live today. The problem here is we feel that this is all happening without council members hearing our side of the story, which is we have no control over how much money our aides are paid. We are allotted certain number of hours, and we work with a CDPAP program where we, the family, and my daughters have to recruit, we advertise, we recruit, we interview, we hire, we train our workers, and then we send them to the agency. And all the agency does is pay they do a lot of things, but they pay their wages and their health care. But we do everything else. And right now, we are struggling, and all the families that I represent, a large number of families of children, young adults, and children with disabilities across the state who use self-direction programs, who we fought for many, many years to have the ability to choose how we use our hours, what times we use our hours, and who we have in our homes working with our family members. What we see here with this bill is that we're losing control over what we have fought so many years and worked day and night to maintain, which is the independence and freedom of my adult daughters who have significant disabilities. And we have testified before Assemblymember Gottfried and Gustavo many, many times to improve health care for all New Yorkers. And what we are against here is that the caps on hours, because we desperately try to recruit workers, but sometimes we don't have enough, and so our workers work longer hours, but many of them actually request longer hours because they live in New York City, rents are expensive, life is expensive here, and they need as many hours as they can get to make their way in life. None of our workers work more than 12 hours a day. It's not possible. And what we want to encourage the council members to think about is yes, we very much care for our workers, but the population of people that home care workers serve are the most vulnerable population in the city. 95% are the elderly, people who age into disability. And that other 5% are people with significant disabilities whose very life depends on the ability to have that home care. And so this is our conundrum. Yes, we want our workers, but we haven't to get paid well, but we do not have the control over that. State has the control, HRA has control over what they earn, and now our workers will get a $3 an hour, I think, increase in October. But we wanted it to go up to $21 and $22 an hour, but the state didn't have the money for that. So we're stuck with what we've got, and we have to work with what we've got. And what we don't need is caps, which would make me have to look for more workers, which are already hard enough to find, the workers that we have. We would have to have more because their hours are capped to the people who are wanting and willing to work. And like I say, we don't overwork our workers. they work normal hours to the best of their ability, but we have to have the ability to use our hours as we can to cover the services of my daughters. So that's what I would like you to consider today, and we're all basically on the same side. It's not that we're just against the legislation as it stands because of the caps and because of the minimum hours put on our workers. And sometimes it's just not possible to do that for my girls.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Survive. So I will submit my testimony, my written testimony, and I thank you for hearing us out today. I've got to get them home now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have Mahir.
Yes.
Rahman. Yeah. If you could stay, we're going to hear the whole panel, and then we'll ask a question. Could you stay a little longer?
Pardon?
Can you stay a little bit longer? Because there's some folks that have questions. Okay. Just wait a little bit so that we can get some questions, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Mahir?
Come closer.
Yeah. So, good afternoon to members of the City Council and to the general public listening here in live. My name is Mahir Rahman. I'm a local community member from District 1, where my dear family friend, Councilman Chris Marte, as well as the Assemblyman Epstein, and other notable folks who are elected officials among us. It's because of them that we even have this hearing present here in the first place. And you know, I was born and raised between the Lower East Side and Chinatown on Allen and Grand Street, where I still reside with my family. And just to make it clear, the Anti-Women campaign, which has been doing the grassroots work and organizing since 2019 and continues to the present day, these are hundreds of home attendant workers who have spoken up, starting with Lai Yi-Chan, locally and in other boroughs, have begun to stand up for what I heard for the first time in my life, the 24-hour workday. And when I first heard of this, I couldn't believe it was even a thing in any job, the idea that someone, a mother, an aunt, a sister, or a woman I never personally knew is working without breaks 24 hours a day, days on end. And I was struck by this whole necessity of how, if this is even possible here in this local city, and as opposed to the whole New York State, where mostly they're following the state law, but here in New York City, immigrant women of color, Chinese, Latino home care workers, even Bangladeshi home attendant workers in Queens, and the cases haven't been as clear for them, but they're working the 24-hour shifts as well. It might not be as noticeable. It might be just like there are not many workers who are willing to stand up and expose the system through talking about the 24-hour shifts. And though I'm not a woman nor a home attendant, the anti-woman movement has opened my eyes to what happens in this city that never sleeps, that ultimately there's this culture of overwork spreading to every industry and workplace, and its most profound effect is on those who have little choice, home attendant workers. And if you and I don't support them, how will we sleep at night? Two opposing reasons to Intro 175 is this is a state issue. There's a shift to the state issue. Not effective enough for stopping wage theft, and that this will lead to a backlash on the conditions of home care workers. But in reality, the agencies themselves, big profitable agencies themselves, can really amend by the state level and show how this violation of state law is really profound. And the split shifts that can be as a result of this Intro 175 will actually encourage more home attendant workers to enter the workforce going to the future, where there won't be a need. They'll see that they'll have more control of time in their aspect. More control of time was better for the home attendant workers and is better for the patients. So ultimately, I urge the City Council members of this committee to resoundingly listen to the testimony, listen to the following testimonials from all the other home attendant workers. And we see the framework set up there with the state official Ron Kim and others supporting this. It is possible. Let's get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Bao Jin Q and Yu Jen Chen.
Hi. 大家朋友，大家好，我叫邱宝金，我今天特意来这里向大家表态说，要这个取消这个方案，这个24个小时不能做。如果大家再做下去，身体就垮了。
Hi everyone, friends, families. My name is Baojing Chu. I'm here today to say something. I want to say that I wanted to cancel this 24-hour shift because if we continue this way, we will crush our body. We will demise our health.
然后给大家说，我是11年第1年1月20几号开始做护理，一开始做我就做24个小时，我就知道肯定很辛苦了。然后护理公司威胁我，如果你不做，以后就没有工派你做了。
So I started in 2011, and I started as a 24-hour shift worker. And I know it's going to be difficult, but the company threatened me, saying that if I don't take this, then I won't be offered any jobs.
你知道这个老人家有多大年纪了吗？93岁了。我进去做的时候，他已经身体不好，肾坏了。每一个礼拜洗肾都洗3次肾，都是我把他轮椅抬去医院里面洗肾。
And you know how old the patient that was given to me? He was 93. He has a broken lung. He has to go through lung cleaning 3 times a week, and I'm the one who gets him there and gets him back.
一个老人家93岁了，你知道几个人做护理做吗？3个人，2个人做2天，每个人做2天，我1个人做3天。做了差不多有没有做半年，人家都不做了，7天都没人做，就我1个人做。
And at first, you know how many people it takes to take care of this elderly for a week? We had 3 workers who takes 2 days, and I personally is the 3rd one that takes 3 days. And for a couple months or a couple weeks, couple months or half year, all the other 2 left. So I am supposed to take all 7 days, 24 hours of job.
我一直给护理公司讲说，你再叫几个人来做，我没有办法做了。他说你等啊。那个老人家洗肾的时候回来，就是晚上没有小便，他一直讲小便，叫我快一点。每个晚上最少要起来5次到8次。你说要不要睡觉啊？
And I kept on requesting the company to look out for more people, and they kept on telling me to wait. And the patient has to go through lung cleaning, and then every night he will ask to go to the bathroom, even though he has nothing to pee. And I have to go through that at least 5 times, up to 8 times a night.
然后我跟他家人说我没有办法做，去换1个人。他们家人一直劝我说，除非你做，别人没有办法做。我跟他讲，钱再赚再多一点，没有身体，钱赚干什么用啊？
And I kept on telling them that I can't do it anymore. And then the family is saying that like there's no one else besides you who can do this. And I know that without my bodily health, there's nothing, no money can repay my body.
然后我一起做，奶奶一起做，要叫2个人做。我一个人做1天，1个人做2天，我1个人都是继续做4天。然后呢，他 家人说，我知道他妈妈已经不行了，神经也不正常了。然后做了1年的时候，他又去换什么继搏器。继搏器的时候呢，不能大声讲话，也不能得罪他。如果得罪他就不行了，他妈妈那个心脏一停了就完蛋了。那我怎么陪他？是不是我越做越可怕？3更半夜都在做噩梦。
And then later on, they brought another 2 people in, and one of them works 1 day, and then another person works 2 days a week, and then I take care of the rest. And later on, he or she, the patient, install some kind of pacer, and then the family tells me that you cannot speak loudly, you cannot surprise her, you cannot scare her. You know, if once her heart stops, it will not be again. So I live or I work in fear because of all these, like, I just can't do it anymore.
然后我就这样不停做，也没有一天跟他请过假。没人做的时候，我去叫朋友帮忙，说你帮他就算帮我一样。然后我一个是我们堂妹吧，我叔叔的女儿堂妹，就帮我做3天，我做4天。做了不知不觉的，跟他做了7年，仅仅的7年，做了100岁，做了100岁，99岁那一年，他儿子在那里，他妈妈打我，骂我，当面他儿子在那里打我骂我，跟他洗屁股，跟他钻尿盆，口水吐在我们身上，还骂我一大堆废话，算了。他心情不好了，也不敢讲他，不得罪他了。
And later on, those 2 left as well, and then I had to, I worked day and night without taking a day off. And then later on, I had to ask my uncle's daughter, which is my cousin, to come in and fill in 3 of those days. So she worked 3 days, and I worked 4 days. And for the longest time, we, slowly, I worked for this family for 7 years, up to until she's 100. And at this one incident that happened when the patient was, when she was 99, her son was present for this as well. That she was hitting me and saying foul words, cursing, saying that I wasn't doing a good job, and then while I was wiping her ass, changing her peeing bottles, things like that, and she spits all over me and hitting me, and then I still, because she's vulnerable, I can't say anything word back. I'm afraid that something might happen to her.
我给大家讲实话吧。本来我都不想做了，100岁他过世的时候，然后我又做2年12个小时。我本来是110磅，我做了脚痛、腰痛、椎动盘露出，然后我没有办法做了，自己都做了，身体做垮了，没办法做了，算了，我不做了。我希望今天来这里说个心里话。虽然我不做了，没办法做了，希望每个护理公司要公平、要良心做事情。工人跟你这么做这么多事情，
We have to
做那
move
么
on
多
to the next panelist.
So after she passed at 8 or 100, I thought that I was gonna stop, but I worked for another 2 years, and I finally stopped. Even though I don't work for this anymore, I still want to urge these healthcare companies to work to run the company with conscience. This is not a healthy thing. I was 110 pounds, and I'm not anymore. This is very damaging to bodily health.
Thank you.
长话短说，谢谢大家。我再告诉2句话，希望每个护理公司就每个 护理员一定24个小时要分开2班做，不然的话身体做垮了，金钱买不到身体，是不是？身体是最重要的，时间是金钱的哦。谢谢大家。
So I know I just want to cut it short. Just one last thing. I just want to urge everybody or every sisters or people that's gonna work to cut your shift into 12 hours, because you cannot buy your body with money, with any amount of money.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
谢谢大家。
Thank you. Thank you.
We have one more. Hold on. We have one more panelist. Oh. Yes. And please, let's keep it to 2 minutes because we still have a long way to go, and we want to make sure that we can hear everyone. And, you know, we only have translation services for a number of hours. So please, go ahead.
大家好，我姓陈，陈佑华。我24年开始做护理，做24小时，做2个夫妻，2个夫妻一个都是80几岁，一个90几岁。她的老公头脑有一点傻了，他呢白天做事，他白天2夫妻都在睡觉，我们睡不了觉，都在做事。他晚上不睡觉，都在开门啊、开窗户啊。他说有那个手偷进来偷东西，根本没办法睡。我做了3天，做几个月，瘦了好多。他呢，还有他不吃饭，我们护理肚子饿，他2、3点不吃中饭，我们护理不能吃，吃了他会发脾气，会打人。我忍了做几个月，我没办法，我自己做神经了，身体不好了，手痛了。
Hello everyone, my name is Yuehua Chen. I started caring since 2014 as a 24-hour shift, and during that time I served a husband and a wife who's 80 and 90s, and that time, so they are sleeping. They all usually sleep through the days, and then they will get up at night to open because the husband has, mental health issue. They will get up at night thinking that there's thieves that's coming out into the house, and so they want to check the windows, they check the light bulb, they check everything, and then also for lunches, they don't eat lunch until like 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and we cannot eat before them. They will get all angry and start hitting people. And then I worked for 3 days a week for 24 hours for a couple of weeks, and then a couple months, and I can't take it anymore, and so I stopped.
我现在呢，胃不好了，胃因为饿的。胃不好了，现在身上都毛病都来了，身上痛、麻痹、肿，都走不了路，这样坐在这里都不知道了。
So I lost a lot of weight over the period of time, and I have a lot of pain all over my body, my fingers, my palm, and as I'm sitting here, I'm not feeling a lot of my body. Numbness.
我现在做几年了，24小时的护理。我希望大家发这个心，菩提心。我们在美国是平等的，我们中国人看你们美国人很重，你们美国人看我们中国人也要看重，我们要平等，平等。交来往，是不是？希望你24小时抽掉2班做，12个小时1班，那样他回家休息也不辛苦，我们身体也不会垮。谢谢大家，希望合作。
and I want to be seen, or I want to be treated with the heart of Buddha, as we treat other people with the heart of Buddha. So we treat other people, all other Americans, fairly. So we want to be treated, we Chinese want to be treated fairly as well. We want to urge that the 24-hour shift be cut into half of a 12-hour shift instead. That is very easily harmful for our body with the long working hours. So I just want to urge today to be here to stop the 24-hour shift.
Thank you so much.
我看不懂字啊。希望你
Time has expired.
50个小時會除掉，就換成人班。
She wants to add additional the limit on the work hour per week to be 50, or up to 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you very
your
much.
story.
Thank you for the cooperation. Thank you.
So we have Helen Schwab of 1199 who's on virtually, as well as Francisco Javier Castillo. If you could wait, because we do have questions from Councilmember Marte. Helen, go ahead.
Can we chat?
Yeah. You're muted now.
Okay, I'm here under Francisco Javier. For some reason, I'm not permitted to open the video. I don't know if I can be given permission to do that, but can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, apologies. It seems to be the host has disabled the video. So I'll talk, and if you let me, we'll appear on video as well. Thank you so much for inviting us to testify today. I'm here offering testimony on behalf of 200,000 New York City members of 1199 SEIU, including 50,000 home care workers. We certainly appreciate the City Council's attention to this issue and allowing so many voices of home care workers to be heard in City Hall today. I'm going to briefly give an overview of some of the structure of the industry and also the union's position. And then we have Francisco Javier Castillo, who's an 1199 SEIU member and home care worker, who's going to speak from his experience. I don't want to repeat many of the things that other people have said regarding the structure of the industry. I will just say a couple of things. The union clearly supports the elimination of the 24-hour shift to end the exploitative practice of requiring workers to be in clients' homes without being paid for those times. The mechanism of capping the daily shift at 12 hours could accomplish this goal, but as many other people have said, including many people that we work closely with in the consumer community, it must be paid for through the state Medicaid program in order to ensure that home care consumers can stay in their homes. I do want to just go through the numbers because I think there has been some confusion about the numbers. According to the state's cost reports, the licensed agency and fiscal intermediary cost reports in 2019.
Time has expired.
There are about 17,780 home care consumers in New York City. That's about 24-hour live-in home care consumers in New York City. That's about 54% of the total. 40% of the total, 13,000 people, are in Long Island and Westchester. And New York City does have a higher proportion of the days of care. It's about 73% of the total days of care in the state, live-in days of care. We calculated the cost of paying those additional 11 hours to be $645 million for New York City alone. The $1 billion cost is to do that statewide. That's multiplying the 11 hours times the 2.1 million days of care times the cost per hour. Just to wrap up, because I know we have limited time, I wanted to focus a little bit on this question of the 50-hour cap. Home care workers fought very, very hard to be covered by the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act. I think as many people know, when that act was first passed, there were really racist exclusions of agricultural workers and domestic workers from federal labor law. It was a very long fight. Our union helped support a case that went all the way to the Supreme Court to ensure that home care workers are covered by the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act. That guarantees them time and a half overtime, which was not true before 2015. Capping the work week at 50 hours, it does not prevent anybody from working more hours because you can work at more than one agency. What it does prevent is you earning more than 10 hours a week of time and a half overtime. We think that's an error that would really hurt workers and require workers to work more hours, not less. So we would certainly ask that the 50-hour weekly cap be removed from this bill. And as there is a focus on how to ensure that the shift is eliminated, but the funding is there to provide care for consumers, I think one thing that the City Council ought to consider is how to align any effective date of legislation with the state budget and legislative cycle, since the state does control Medicaid funding. Right now, the effective date of this bill is 90 days after it's passed, which may very well be completely misaligned with the state cycle and therefore not allow for these services to be funded. Lastly, the only thing I'll say is that we were mentioned a number of times in this hearing regarding our arbitration settlement. We're happy to answer any questions regarding that. There's been some misinformation put out earlier, and happy to clear up any of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Francisco? Mr. Francisco.
Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, miembro del Concilio Municipal de la Ciudad de Nueva York. Me llamo Francisco Javier Castillo. Soy miembro de la 1199.
Un momento, Francisco, un momento.
Adrenota. Señor Francisco, disculpe, vamos entonces por partes. Voy a traducir para usted, por favor. Comience de nuevo, por favor, sí.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Miembro del Concilio de la Ciudad de Nueva York.
Members of the New York City Council.
Me llamo Francisco Javier Castillo.
My name is Francisco Javier Castillo.
Y soy miembro de la 1199.
I'm a member of 1199.
He sido empleado como trabajador de salud en el hogar desde el año 2008.
I have been employed as a home care AD since the year 2008.
Cuidando al mismo cliente que necesitaba cuidado continuo durante todos estos años.
When I was taking care of the same client that has been needing constant care for this past years.
Cuando comencé, fui asignado un turno de 24 horas.
When I started, I was assigned a 24-hour shift.
5 días semanal.
5 days
cama
a week.
adentro.
Inpatient, with the bed inside.
Durante los años iniciales, mis horas de dormir y comer eran interrumpidas frecuentemente y no eran pagados por ese tiempo.
And during this time, the sleeping and eating hours were constantly interrupted and were not paid during that time.
En el 2018, mi caso de 24 horas fue convertido a uno de turno partido en 12 horas.
In 2018, my 24-hour shift was divided in 2 12-hour shifts.
Ahora trabajo 48 horas a través de 4 días semanalmente.
Now I work 48 hours, 4 days a week.
Otro colega cuidan a mi cliente cuando yo no estoy trabajando.
And another colleague takes care of my client when I am not working.
Pero en caso de que uno se enferme o se va de vacaciones, puedo cubrir este turno.
In case one of us gets sick or is on vacation, the other person can cover the shift.
Esta propuesta significaría que ya yo no podría trabajar horas adicionales para cubrir los turnos de mis colegas.
This proposal would mean that I cannot work additional hours to cover for my partner's shift.
pero tampoco trabajaría solo 50 horas semanales.
But I would not work only 50 hours a week.
No puedo trabajar menos horas si mis horas son limitadas en las agencias donde trabajo corrientemente.
I cannot work less hours if the hours that I work are limited by the agencies where, for who I work.
Tendría que conseguir un segundo empleo con otras agencias.
I would have to get a second employment with another agency.
Donde tendría que trabajar aún más horas porque no ganaría sueldo a tiempo y medio.
Where I would have to work more hours because I would not be able to make the same rate at 1.5 times.
Es necesario hoy día porque puedo trabajar las horas adicionales con un solo cliente.
It is necessary right now, today, because I can work all the additional hours only with one client.
Sin cuidado continuo, mi cliente no podría vivir independientemente y estaría hoy día en un asilo.
Without continuous care, my client would not be able to live on his own and he would have to be sent to a daycare. Sorry,
Estoy agradecido de tener un solo
Time has
cliente
expired.
El tiempo ha expirado, pero continúe, sí.
Que conozco bien.
Me repite eso, por
I'm
favor.
grateful to work with a patient that I know for many years.
Gracias.
Muchos de mis colegas son asignados turnos de 4 horas y tienen que trabajar para agencias múltiples.
A lot of my colleagues are assigned 4-hour shifts and they have to work for multiple agencies.
Para acumular horas suficientes para un turno completo.
To be able to accumulate enough hours for an entire shift.
Tengo suerte de que nunca lo tuve que hacer. Hasta que nos paguen mejor, tendré que seguir trabajando más de 50 horas semanales.
I'm lucky that I never had to do it, but if they can't, I would have to work more than 50 hours a week.
Señor Castillo, por favor, concluya su testimonio. Please conclude your testimony.
En el 2021 fui uno de los miembros que testificó acerca de mi experiencia con turno de 24 horas.
In 2021, I testified as one of the people that had experience with a 24-hour shift.
En caso de querellas y arbitrajes sobre abuso de sueldo y horario no iniciado por la 1199, este arbitraje resultó en creación del Fondo Especial para Compensación.
Due to this arbitration, this ended in the Special Fund for Compensation.
Concediendo 40 millones para recompensa a los trabajadores de cuidado en el hogar por horas mayormente ocurriendo antes del 2015.
And this gave home care workers more than $40 million in compensation for wages lost before 2015.
Por favor, no aprueben esta ley.
Time has expired.
Please do not approve this law.
Solamente serviría para perjudicar a los trabajadores de salud en el hogar.
It would only affect home care ADs and their clients.
No beneficiaría.
It is not beneficial for us.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. So we're going to move on to questions. Por favor, I'm talking in Spanish now. Transition. My colleague Chris Marte has a question. Chris?
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank everyone for testifying. And thank you, Mary, for taking great care of the home attendant that you have assigned to your children. But as we heard in this panel, not every case is like that. You know, there's some cases that are a bit more abusive, but workers can't choose who they help and who is their client. A lot of times they're forced into this. And so one of the questions I have is, do you think that home home attendants are asking for more hours because they're not getting paid for the full 24 hours that they currently work.
No, I don't think that's the case. I think that there are many. I have identical twins, but their level of care is completely different, and their level of dependency completely different. So cases are different, but I don't think that certainly the level of pay is totally inadequate for living in New York City for what home attendants, or in our case, we call personal care assistants, is totally inadequate. But we understand as well that we don't have the total control over that. We lobby the government. We have testified more times than I would care to mention over the last 38 years since my daughters have been here. And we try to influence government to do the right thing, but it's not always successful, and there's not always the money available. So we are totally dependent on our elected officials, both citywide and statewide, to decide these things and decide where they're going to spend their money. And of course, we want our aides to get the money that they deserve, which is a living wage, particularly in New York City. You can't compare the city to everywhere in the state and everywhere in the country. New York City is a whole different animal, and it's extremely hard for our families. I'm a parent, and I represent a lot of parents across the city, all in your different districts. And our parents struggle greatly with this and worry about the future when they're not, because the aid of last resort are the parents. And a lot of our parents are aging or ill or not able to do it anymore or tired. And so we all have our concerns as well. And we have to just try to hope that our elected officials and people that we at the state and local level will come to the right conclusion and pay the workers in New York a decent living wage, which would make our life easier to recruit, to hire people, to retain the people that we recruit if they have a living wage. Then they would not need to work excessive hours to make up the money that they need to live on.
Do you think if it was split into 2 12-hour shifts that more people would become home attendants and help the shortage crisis?
Does he think that if it was split into 2 12-hour shifts, would that help the home attendant crisis?
Not necessarily, because that means 2 people doing it. A lot of times, the actual individual, and I'm not talking about my family in this case, the actual particularly the elderly, which are completely different to the younger generation who receive care. The elderly are more sedentary, they're more at home, sometimes the shifts are not as hard, but some shifts when you have a person with dementia are extremely hard for the home attendants. So if it's a split shift is what you're talking about, that's the logical thing. But that split shift, if they would allow a certain amount of the hours for the worker who can actually stay overnight and do a nighttime shift, I can't speak for everybody, but I can speak for my own case and for the families that I get input from all of the time, who are in all of your districts, by the way, and I'm sure some of you have heard from our family members. They can't be here today because they're struggling to find workers, they're the backups. When we have workers or we can't get a worker, families are the backups.
Mom, let me just clarify. Basically, the point that she's making is that if shifts into two 12-hour shifts. In some cases that might work, but as my friends who testified in the last panel alluded to, there is a national home care crisis. We can't hire people right now, so if you make a 24-hour shift illegal, then the ultimate result right now is that we will end up in nursing homes because we don't have the ability to. That would mean most of us would need several personal care assistants or home attendants to cover our needs and to keep us out of the hospital. So we agree that home care workers need to work under better conditions, but minimizing the care that we receive to do that is not the solution. As my friend Jose said before, protecting one group cannot come at the expense of another. So please take another look at this legislation and ask for the advice of the people that are being affected by it. Because with all due respect, we couldn't get a meeting with your office prior to this hearing. So we're happy to advise you, but you have to be willing to take a meeting with us, and we can have a conversation about how to solve the issue without putting people like me back into a hospital or a nursing home.
Can you state your name for the record?
Yes, I'm Anastasia Somoza. I'm Mary Somoza's daughter.
Thank you so much.
I just have two questions for the
Sure.
union rep. It's either, I guess, yeah, you can answer it. What was the protocol of 24-hour living care before former Governor Cuomo issued the 13-hour rule?
So I believe it was not the governor himself who issued, or the governor's administration who issued the 13-hour rule. It was the court who threw it back to the state, and then the state conformed the state law with the federal law. The 13-hour rule existed before that. The lawsuit that challenged it was claiming that it was that it should be illegal, and the court declined to rule it illegal, instead sent it back to the State Department of Labor. So there was no change before and after. There was hope that the court case would have changed the 13-hour rule, but that did not happen.
Okay. I don't think that's true. Okay, I'm done.
You have another question? No, you're good?
No,
Okay.
no other
I have a question for 1199, and my question is, what percentage of this workforce is currently unionized, do you know?
It is difficult to get statistics. It is more unionized in New York City, but I believe it is probably 30 to 40% union in New York City.
And in the case where there are egregious violations to working conditions, can you state what is the role that the union plays in kind of giving recourse to these workers?
Certainly. So there is a contract for union workers. There's a contract that governs working conditions, and if those conditions are violated, the worker can file a grievance, and then there's a process by which that grievance is either resolved or goes to an independent arbitrator.
And in your estimation, the crisis that has been described as a workforce shortage, we're hearing these numbers for 2028. Has the union does the union have an estimation of what that crisis would look like? Are the stats similar to what we've heard from the 2021 CUNY School of Labor report?
Yes, and I think it's important to understand there's really two aspects to the crisis. One is a growing need, right? We have an aging population, and so there are more and more people who need care at home and who certainly prefer not to go into nursing homes, particularly given the situation in nursing homes during the pandemic. But the crisis is also really one of turnover. It's very difficult to maintain the same workforce because of the working conditions. And that's certainly why there's been a struggle both on the part of consumers and on the part of workers to raise wages. And more needs to be done in order to retain the existing workforce. You have a certain number of job openings, but those grow exponentially because people leave the field because of the working conditions, particularly the wages and benefits, but also in some cases, the working conditions on the job.
And my final question, before I turn it over to Councilmember Bottcher, is has the union taken a position on the state bills at this time?
We have the same concern with the state bill that we have with the city bill, namely the inclusion of the 50-hour cap, which again, we understand to be a cap on the ability to earn time and a half overtime, and we're opposed to, but we support capping the shift, the daily shift at 12 hours and ensuring that there is money included in the state Medicaid budget to pay for the additional hours to make sure that the services are maintained for the clients.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Bottcher.
Hi, Mary and Alba and Anastasia. I really want to thank you for being here today. You talked about the program through which you hire home care workers. That's you interview them, you advertise for them, interview them, train them, and then an agency serves as the intermediary. And the biggest challenge that you identified is the lack of workers, the hard time you have identifying, finding people to work. So switching from a 24-hour workday to 2 12-hour workdays, what you've said is that would require you to hire twice as many people, but at the same time, the shortage we're seeing is partly caused by the working conditions, the fact that a lot of people have to work 12 hours. So do you think that by improving the working conditions and the pay, getting more people involved, more people interested in these jobs, we'd be able to help you have more people to hire, more people to choose from? Does that make sense?
One of the problems, Eric, is not just the split shift. I understand that issue. The problem is America is aging, and huge numbers of people across the country are coming into the field of needing care at home. Care at home has been found to be much, much, much cheaper and safer, and quality of life for people, both for the elderly and for people with disabilities. So we can find workers. Split shift is fine, but it depends. There has to be some flexibility on the number of hours, caps on hours and caps on. There has to be some flexibility, because down on the ground for people like us and families like us, we're faced with the conditions of actually getting the people and offering them a job that's attractive to them. Sometimes a worker who's doing let's say what's considered a 24-hour shift is a person who's working 12 hours, but decides, because they live on the other side of New York, decides it's easier to sleep in. It's not a hardship to sleep in, and because they don't have travel time, they don't have to go home later at night, and it's sometimes convenient. That possibility has to be allowed as well. It's what my daughter said. You guys the council needs to sit with both sides and hear both sides of the issue. But as Assembly Member Gottfried said, the legislation as it is can have unintended consequences that I know Councilmember Marty has not considered this because he's thinking of the workers. But the other side of the equation is the most vulnerable population. It is the elderly. It is the people who are 100% dependent on that home worker coming in. And the people who hire and...
Let me answer your question very specifically and directly. So you're asking, would it be easier for... What we found in the consumer-directed personal assistance program we use, let me clarify, we don't use a traditional, a lot of people here today brought up the Chinese American Planning Council. That organization runs both a traditional home health aid agency, but they also run a CDPAP program. And we've been members of the CDPAP program, which is the program that allows us to hire, to do the training, to decide who works in our homes. And in my experience, it is harder for us to hire people if we're just offering them a 4 or 5 hour shift, because it's expensive to live in New York City. It is easier for us to retain workers, at least in the consumer-directed model, if we're able to offer a slightly longer shift. So you're right in understanding that, like my mom said, the split shift is okay, but the problem with this legislation is that it makes 24 hours illegal, and there needs to be some flexibility to address the people that would end up in nursing homes and hospitals if they didn't have the 24-hour care. So I think what really needs to happen to solve that is a discussion about an increase in wages and making sure that overtime gets paid and that they have access to better benefits and quality of work environment. But we can achieve that without taking away the care that people like me and my twin sister need. And I think that has a lot more to do with wages than it does with the number of hours.
Thanks. I'll say that I think that you'll find my colleague, Councilman Marte, he is very caring for everyone involved and thoughtful, and I'm sure he'd be very happy to talk with you after the hearing. One thing I'd love to hear more about is what efforts are happening to recruit more people to the industry, in addition to ending the exploitation and the low wages, the things that are keeping people out of the industry. What affirmative efforts are happening to get more workers to enter this industry? We all agree that the status quo isn't acceptable. The question is how we get there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bottcher. I also want to say that this is the platform where we are having the conversation to listen to both sides. So not only do you have Councilmember Marte's undivided attention, he has been sitting here for hours, you have the full council's attention, and I want you to understand that we are listening, that we will continue to listen. I know that Councilmember Marte also wanted to address something that was addressed to him directly. So Councilmember Marte.
Yes, my mom is a home attendant, and yes, my mom has done 24-hour shifts. But my grandparents, especially my grandma right now, is bedridden and has a home attendant that lives with her day in and day out. And so I understand both perspectives. My office had been talking to organizations, had been talking to advocates, people who want to kill this bill, people who want to support this bill for the past few months. We're having this hearing to hear all sides. We want to have a conversation with as many people as possible, and we will continue to do so after this hearing. This is not the end date. We will continue to listen, to organize, to make sure that this bill passes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte. So with that, we're going to conclude this panel. We thank you so much for coming out and for your undivided attention and your suggestions. I am going to make an announcement for our folks who have joined us on Zoom. If you are signed into the Zoom to testify and require interpretation services, please use the raised hand function in the Zoom so that our staff can ensure that interpretation is available when we call you. So if you're on Zoom and you require interpretation services, we want to gauge how many people need interpretation services still. Please use the raise hand function so staff can track it. And with that, I'm going to call the next panel.
The interpreters will announce that now as well.
Oh, we're going to have the interpreters actually announce that in each language. Thank you.
Si usted está conectado a través de Zoom para testificar y requiere de los servicios de interpretación, por favor utilice la función de levantar la mano, raise hand, para que nuestro personal pueda asegurarse de que el servicio de interpretación esté disponible cuando lo llamemos.
如果你哋登入咗 Zoom 有需要翻譯嘅話，請按呢個舉手圖案，之後我哋個工作人員會安排給你呢個翻譯人員嘅。OK？
所以呢，就是如果你是从我们的网络平台上面 Zoom 上面需要作证的话呢，我们也是有所有的语言的翻译的话，如果你需要的话，就把你那个举手的那个在 Zoom 里面举个手，这样的话我们就可以保证说你的证词呢会被翻译，好吗？谢谢。
Thank you. So with that, we're going to call the next panel in this order. Stefan Henry, you're up first, followed by Juliet Gerson Colvin. For the interpreter, we will need the Taiwanese interpreter for Rui Ching Yu, Zhao Jiang, Ani Zhu Chen, and Hui Ling Chen. And if their interpreter wants to come and repeat these names, you can say, repeat them. Names in the microphone.
So this person is not here anymore.
Okay, not here.
It's on?
Mr. Henry, when you're ready.
All right, cool. Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Stefan Henry. I'm a person with a disability, as you can clearly see. And I'm an advocate for rights of people with disabilities in general, home care, home health, and home health care workers. I'm also a city employee, and anything that I talk about today is my own personal opinion. It doesn't represent my agency in any form. As a person who uses CDPAP, I'm aware of the multiple abuses that my current and previous home care workers have gone through. I've heard everything from abuses of their time and skill sets and physical and mental abuse. I agree that something has to be done to protect their rights legislatively, and they're some of the lowest paid workers and hardest paid workers in the workforce, hands down, no question. So with that being said, my colleagues and I are constantly fighting for better working conditions and wages for our home care workers. Over the last 2 years, we've advocated in Albany for the Fair Paid for Home Care Act. patients like myself, home care workers, home care agencies, family caregivers, unions, and even city council themselves, through the resolution, recognize the importance of fair pay for home care workers, and we were able to get better wages for them. In just 3 weeks, the wages for those workers will rise from $2 per hour, and we will fight for more next year. So this brings us to why I'm here today. In 0175, although well-intentioned to protect home care workers from the 24-hour live-in rule, will have direct consequences for people with disabilities and seniors who have been authorized 24-hour live-in services via the state's Medicaid regulations. By changing New York City's labor law to only allow home care workers to work 12-hour shifts and punishing the home care agencies providing 24-hour care that have been authorized by state and local agencies using Medicaid regulations, since the 24-hour shifts aren't instantly split into two split shifts, the council would be putting the state regulations against the city regulations and the lives of people with disabilities and seniors in jeopardy while in the process of figuring this all out. Without these services, clients could go multiple life-threatening hours without care. Anything from sores, falls, cardiac issues, respiratory issues, and many other nasty, undesirable conditions that are at best result in dramatically higher costs of healthcare and at worst in death. You're protecting one but condemning the others, and that is not how the law is supposed to work. Home care is predominantly funded by Medicaid, which is governed by the state level. In order to protect home care workers, people with disabilities, seniors, and better working conditions need to be provided for home care workers and for the clients as well. Working with legislators like Assemblymember Epstein and Albany to end the 24-hour rule, we believe is the best way to go. Finally, I wanted to address the 50-hour work week limit. Limiting home care workers to 50 hours per week will stop home care workers from supplementing their income with overtime pay. We all recognize that home care workers aren't paid enough, and imposing this 50-hour work week limit will cause home care workers to work more hours with multiple agencies to be able to maintain their income and afford living in New York City. Our government should not be able to dictate how many workers supplement their income, especially limiting the amount of overtime a worker can make. If a worker wants to work 80 hours per week, they're going to do so, whether they do it with one agency, 2, or 3. Let's see. All you're doing is complicating the lives of the workers by implementing this bill. I'm lucky that I won't be directly impacted by this bill, although I do worry about the effect that it'll have on everyone in my community who may actually result in having to lose their care and going to nursing homes because the process of figuring out what happens in between getting rid of 24-hour shifts and doing the split 12 shifts, what's going to happen to them while we're figuring out what's legal and what's not, and what's going to be fined and what's not. It's not going to be fair to everyone, and people who are already living very independent lives are going to lose a lot of their ability to see their friends and coworkers and family. This is really important to us. So we argue that you just rethink this bill, even though it's really well-intentioned, because the process and the timeline that will be between getting rid of the 24-hour status and the 12-12 shift will hurt us a lot. So we need you guys to just rethink this and just implement a better timeline for it, I'm pretty sure. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Juliet Emerson Colvin. Thank you. And we're going to be adhering to the 2-minute rule because there's about 10 more panels or so left, so please stick to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. My name is Juliet Emerson Colvin, and I'm with the A9 Women Campaign. As a fellow worker, I understand that the working conditions of immigrant women of color home care workers impact those of all workers. The normalization of long hours and the expectation that you will prioritize work over your own family, health, and well-being is prevalent, whether you work in a corporate office, the back of a restaurant, or your patient's home. For these women workers, it is more than an expectation, it's a demand that they give up their entire lives without compensation for half the time they work. I know that ending the 24-hour workday for home health care workers with Intro 175 will improve the lives of working people across the city. And I can relate to the feeling of understanding the value of your work and wanting to do a good job, but also feeling frustrated and debilitated by working conditions that don't allow you to do so. Ending the 24-hour workday gives home care workers the time to rest, recover, and spend time with their families, as well as the ability to provide the quality care that patients deserve and that society depends on. When talking to people about the fight to end the 24-hour workday, some have responded that there simply isn't enough Medicaid funding to pay for split shifts, and so splitting the shifts will result in the collapse of the industry. First of all, I don't understand why workers should have to suffer because insurance companies and legislators cannot secure funding to pay them what they are owed by law. If the industry supposedly cannot survive without safe working conditions and fair compensation, then the industry is built on the exploitation of those workers. Second of all, the funding exists to cover split shifts for every other city in the state. This tells me that scare tactics about the collapse of the industry come from a fear that the industry will be remade in a way that actually values workers' power and treats them like human beings instead of disrespecting and marginalizing them whenever they raise their voices to demand justice. It is embarrassing that the city cannot protect immigrant women of color home care workers in the way that every other city in the state and every other state in the country can. Thank you.
Thank you. Hu Ling Chen, followed by Yu Zoon Chen. Oh, hold on one second. Hold on one second. So 2 minutes and then 2 minutes for interpretation. Thank you.
我們大家咧有特別個從為讚美家屬，非除24小時嘅工作人。我叫陳慧玲，1998年9月25日開始在華測美做護理工，2005年開始咧做24小時嘅工作人，直到咧2021年嘅5月12日做咗16年。這段時間內咧，我咧無微不至咁服侍啲老人家。一晚咧，每晚最少都有3次謝，扶病人上廁所，廁所小便飲水，根本冇時間瞓覺。你哋咧冇親身嘅體會，真係好難知道我哋嘅感受，很難體會我們嘅工作咧辛苦。病人咧隨時叫咧幫下解決大小嘅問題。我哋根本咧無法入睡，即係半睡半醒，心裏咧記住嘅病人咧隨時為叫，所以長期以來咧，因為工作影響咧身體唔好，多少錢咧都還不為個身體嘅健康。這是屬於什麼嘅黑心？要維持咧24小時嘅工作人，偷走我們工作的辛苦錢，偷走我們的時間和健康。水後洲啦，當然係無良嘅老闆，係保險公司、護理公司和199工會。我們嘅護理咧一定要爭取公道。有時政府咧通過175號法案，廢除24小時工作日。多謝大家。
Hi, my name is Hui Ning Chen. I'm here to ask for. Okay, we're going to do this part first.
Okay. My name is Hui Lin Chen. We need to unite to break through barriers, to break through chains, and cancel the 24-hour working day. My name is Huilin Chen. From September 25th, 1998 until now, I was working at the Chinese Planning American Council as a home health aide. In 2025, I started working 24 hours a day up until May 12, 2021 for 16 years. During this time, I take care of the elderly from detail to everything. He calls me 3 or 4 times at night, and I have to get up and help the patient to go to the bathroom, to drink water, and there is no time to sleep. You may not have experienced this yourself. You do not understand our feelings. You do not know how difficult it is to be awake every single minute. The patient can call us, and you have to help him to resolve any little issue, whether big or small. I cannot go to sleep. And when I do doze off a little bit, I were not sleeping. My heart is still concerned about the patient, that he would be calling me any minute of the day. Over a long period of time, because of this work situation, my body has deteriorated. There is no amount of money that can gain back my health. Who is this cruel person? Who is maintaining this 24-hour workday for us? Who is stealing our money and taking away our time and health? Who is the thief? Of course, these are the cruel bosses. These are the insurance companies. These are the home health companies and the 1199 union. We need to unite. We need to have fair compensation. We are going to the city council and abolishing and advocating for the 175 law so that we can abolish this 24-hour workday.
Thank you. Time has expired. Zhao Yi Jiang.
Ai, 大家好，我係張昭華，係醫工會嘅會員。我係做護理18年啦，仲記14小時㗎，做咗6年喺華澤會度，到3年。整個都唔緊，3年嘅，到2個病人，一個病人啊係臥床㗎，冇得行啊㗎，日夜都冇休息㗎，夜晚咧暈病，分身，難得都冇話瞓㗎。洗手間啊，又有扶過去，吃飯又扶過去，到24小時好辛苦㗎，冇得瞓覺，到我有骨頭痛嚟，腳又痛嚟，小腳又麻痹嚟，24小時係唔好㗎，又冇停喎，個13個鐘嘅工作。又冇得瞓，我想表會公司都話我欺詐勒索政府嘅錢，告我去坐監，1分錢都冇補助俾我。我有支持佢。Time has expired.
Okay. 嚇？係嗰時啦。Hi, my name is Zhao Yi Jiang. I've been working as a home aide for 18 years. As a 24-hour shift, I've been doing that for 6 years. For the 24 hours, as a 24 hours home aide is very, very difficult. Usually I have to stay in the patient home consecutive for 3 to 4 days. I remember there's a patient that is bedridden, and I have to take care of him or her for going to the bathroom, changing the diapers, flipping them over, so there's not enough time to sleep. And as a 24-hour shift home aide, my mental health has been deteriorating. my back has been problem, and also as a 24 hours home aide, I only get paid 13 hours of wages, even though I don't get to sleep. And to prove that I have not been sleeping to taking care of the patient, I've been recording what I have been done to take care of the patient, and I show the proof to my company, asking them to compensate me for the work. But my company just said that I've been lying and trying to blackmail the government to pay her, and I can get sued for what I did. And they told me not to file any more report, and definitely not getting any compensation for that. Today I come here in support of Bill 175, Intro 175, to remove such inhumane 24-hour shift workdays, and also split the 24 hours workday into 2 separate shifts, limiting the weekly work to no more than 50 hours.
Time has expired.
Thank you. I think we're missing one more person on the panel that hasn't spoken yet.
Oh.
Please go ahead.
Hello, 大家好，我係叫做陳桂枝。我2006年開始到護理，人隊話測會到了6年24小時工作，夢想為照實現。上班我到我床嘅病人每天2小時，幫病人翻身換尿片，還有一個病人有同床上扶洗手間對消毒5次6次一日。我們話測會，我都24小時係政府了，可唔可以輪班工作？按話測會，護士長說，如果你不想做24小時工作呢，我就歡迎做，我就沒有工作，證明我沒有睡眠精一晚工作。我就記錄下來民間照顧病人所做一切嘅事情。我交給話測會公司會個護士長看呢，佢就話我係欺騙政府、勒索政府，告我拖監拖牢，叫我以後不要獻寫報告，因為你寫不會要停杯呢。我都24小時工作，根本沒有睡，長期24小時令我睡眠不好。我人隊也沒有到落車，身體也不好，腿癱咯，腰痛、腳痛、手痛，因為我每朝都工作90幾小時，我一個拜天很多，我到了一晚時間12小時工作。每天至朝係政府了，我就講嘅服務員向，我哋可唔可以到2天個服務員到應承？限咗了2年度啊，夠時間啦，哦 ，OK，thank you， 謝謝。
Okay. Hi, my name is Guangzhou Chen. I've been working as a home aide since 2006. I've been working for CPC for 6 years as a 24-hour shift home aide. Usually I do 4 consecutive days to work in the patient home. And I've been dealing with mostly bedridden patients. Each day, for at least 2 hours, I need to flip the patient, change the diapers, and every night I need to assist them in going to the bathroom at least 5 to 6 times. I asked CPC that 24 hours work shift is too harsh. Can I have a rotation shift to work with? But CPC told me if I don't want to work 24 hours, then they will find somebody else to do, and I will have no work to do then. To prove that I didn't sleep during work, I recall what I've been doing with the patient, and when I show the proof and ask the company for compensation, they also tell me that I'm been lying and trying to blackmail the government, and that I can go to jail for that, and told me not to file any report, and definitely not getting any compensation. 24 home aides usually don't get to sleep, and for long term, doing that in long terms, causing me to have sleeping problem. Even now, if I don't do 24-hour shift, I still having sleeping issue. My eyes become murky, and during like rainy days or unfavorable weather condition, I have back pain. I have pain in my feet, and because every week I've been working for 90 hours shift. Shall I continue?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to call up our next panel. Thank you so much for coming out and testifying. We appreciate you.
多謝你哋嚟呢度見證。
We'll need a Mandarin interpreter for this panel.
And there's 7. This one needs to go.
Okay. In this order, Brian O'Malley, please come up to the dais. Jian Xiao Li, Mandarin. Zhu Fen Yang, Mandarin. Ying Fang Wu, Mandarin. Li Qin Zheng, Mandarin. Hong Ying Chang, Mandarin. And Yang Fang Zhang, Mandarin. 7 people. Mr. O'Malley, you may begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Brian O'Malley. I'm Executive Director for the Consumer Directed Personal Assistance Association of New York State, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about why we oppose Intro 175. Facts matter, so I want to address specifically the factual errors that have been told. My written remarks give in-depth details and citations on this summary. By federal law, eligibility and assessment rules apply equally across the entire state. This is important because it's been presented as fact repeatedly that live-in only exists in New York City. The fact is one of my staff living in Nassau County gets live-in. A small FI in Nassau has 16 live-in cases, another in Rockland has 5, and an agency in the Capital Region has 8. New York City does have most, but that's because New York City has most home care and most people. And frankly, it's because many upstate counties, particularly in the North Country and out west, don't believe Medicaid should exist and do everything possible to prevent or minimize services to the harm of those who need those services. The assessment process has been spoken to in detail. The assessment results in an authorization. The fact is that this authorization has a billing code on it, T1020 for live-in and T1019 for hourly, which includes 24-hour continuous. A provider may not bill for the service using a different authorization code, or it will be denied. If live-in is authorized and not provided, it is Medicaid fraud to bill for 12 hours. This means no one will take a 12-hour live-in. People will go without services. Some have said this bill will force a change in state law, but again, the facts don't support that claim. When New York City introduced local living wage laws, legislation was introduced in Albany to add these funds to the Medicaid rates. It died 8 years in a row because officials consistently maintained the state was not responsible for local laws. There is nothing in the record to support a claim that their position would be different here. C.D. Penney's will continue to fight for broad investment in home care, honoring the Americans with Disabilities Act, the establishment of Olmstead VLC. Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much. Okay.
These are all the Chinese.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we're gonna start with Yung Feng Zhang. Are you here? One, okay. Sorry, 1 second, your microphone is off.
我从2011年6月开始做24小时护理了，一直到今天，我仍然在做24小时工作日。通常我每周连续做3天到4天，72到96小时，无法回家见不到家人。长期做24小时，令到我睡眠坏了。上班时病人有点感冒影响，只要病人手脚离开床，电铃就会响起来，我就要过去，晚上根本没得睡。现在我不上班，晚上也睡不着，或者睡眠也坏了，好像在病人家里，24小时工作对我们护理伤害很大，还要我手臂做坏了，长期抱病人，导致现在手臂时不时的就肿了，看了很多医生都觉得不好。我跟公司说，我24小时睡很辛苦。公司管理员告诉我说，如果你不做，就换别人去做。我要等很久才有工作安排我做，我怕失去工作，就不敢说继续上班。24小时不是能做的，
Time has expired.
再多工钱。
Hi everyone, my name is Yongfan Zhang. I started doing 12-hour care since 2011 in June, and up until today I'm still working as a 24-hour home care. Usually I do consecutively 3 to 4 days. That's 72 to 96 hours a week, and I can't get to go home and see my family. Long time. Working 24-hour shift for the longest time has made me lack of sleep, and I can't sleep anymore. And at work, the patient has a sensory ringer where if the patient's foot or hand leaves the bag, it will ring, and I will have to get over there and check on them. I barely have any sleep at night. Now that even when I'm not at work at night, I still can't sleep. Or when I'm sleeping, I still think that I'm at the patient's house. 24-hour shifts has tremendous damage to us as home carers. My arm is bad due to constantly carrying patients. Now that my arms from time to time is swollen, painful. I've seen a lot of doctors about it, still not getting any better. I told my company about the 24-hour. I couldn't sleep. It's very hard. It's very difficult. The managers at the company tells me, if you don't want to do it, I can arrange someone else to do it. And you will have to wait for a long time before I can give you any other job arrangements. And I'm afraid of losing jobs, so I stopped saying anything and continue working. 24-hour shifts are not meant for the human.
Time has expired.
Thank you. Okay, can you state your name for the record? Your name? Oh, turn up. Ying Fang Wu? Ying Fang Wu?
Ying Fan Wu.
Thank you.
Ying Fan Wu.
Thank you. Go ahead.
大家好，我 吴英芳，我在 ABI 做护理员，做了5年时间，通常要每周连续24小时做了3天。我照顾的90多岁婆婆是老年痴呆的，经常骂人，晚上基本上没得睡，每晚都要起来4至5次扶病人去厕所，半夜3点叫我起来做饭，长期睡眠不足，现在眼睛都坏了，看东西都看不会清楚，令到我手臂痛腰痛。我给公司打电话说我不想做24小时，做了24小时，他说你不做就没人做，我怕老人家没有人照顾，所以我继续做，我一直做到病人去世。8月17号进入医院，8月底就去世了。我做24小时的时候，我患焦虑症和焦虑症，要看精神科医生吃药。现在不做24小时，8月17号停下来了。我现在就轻松多了，没有压力的。我想快点康复，不再吃药了。所以我今天来支持去议员的1975号案发切除24小时工作制，每班不能超过24，也限制每位护理员每家公司是不能超过54小时，54小时已经很多了。我以后绝对不会再做24小时工作，不管你付我多少钱。
Time has expired.
作为护理员工人，我们一定要保持时间照顾家人和关心自己的健康和生活。谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yingfang Gu. I've been working at ABI as a caretaker for 5 years now, and usually in a week I have to consistently work 24-hour shift for 3 days. I take care of a 90-year-old lady who has dementia, who always swear, yelling at me. I barely have any sleep at night. I have to get up every night for 4 or 5 times assisting patients to the bathroom. At middle of the night at 3, would ask you to get up and cook. And long time I have lack of sleep. I can't see well anymore. My arms are hurting, my lower back's hurting. I called the company saying that I don't want to continue with 24-hour shift. And what they tell me is that if you don't do it, then nobody would. So I'm afraid that the patient has no one to take care for. So I continue working until the patient passed. In August 17th, the patient has been admitted to the hospital and passed by the end of the month in August. And while I was working a 24-hour shift, I got anxiety and I got depression. I had to see a mental doctor, eat medications. And now that I'm not working 24-hour anymore, since the August of 17th, I got much more relief and no more stress. I was hoping that I can get better and stop on medication. So I'm here today to support the City Council bill intro number 145 in removing the 24-hour shift. And for that, every shift cannot be exceeding 12 hours, and limited every home care person to not work more than 50 hours a week. And 50 hours is a lot of time already. And I will not ever work 24-hour shift anymore, no matter how much you pay me. As a health care worker, we have to always maintain time to take care of our family, our own health, and our life. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you state your name for the record? Next one.
大家好，我叫杨祖芬，曾经是 People Care 的副理，我在这家公司做了17年。
Sorry, hold on one second. What's your name?
其中是24小时。
Zufan Yang.
大家好，我叫杨祖芬，曾经是 People Care 的护理，我在这家公司做了17年，其中24小时护理工做了7、8年。晚上要帮病人换尿片，扶他大小便，病人手里有个铃，有需要就摇铃叫我，根本得不到连续睡眠，非常辛苦。我通常每周连续3至4天24小时，等于连续工作72至96小时。长期做24小时，令我失眠、肩痛。虽然我现在退休了，但是我们护理工根本就不该做24小时。所以我今天来支持市议会的175号法案，废除24小时工作日。谢谢大家。
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Zhu Fan Yang. I was once a home care at People Care. I have worked for this company for 17 years, and out of that, for 7 or 8 years, I was a 24-hour home care. At night, we have to change diapers for patients going to the bathroom, but whether it's big or small, the patient has a ringer in their hands. When they need us, they will ring us. We are hardly getting any consecutive sleep, very difficult. Usually I have to work 3 to 4 days of 24-hour shift. That means that I have to work consistently for 72 to 96 hours. A long time in 24-hour shift has caused me lack of sleep, shoulder pain, and now that I'm retired, I still don't think that as a home care worker, we shouldn't be working 24 hours. That's why I'm here today in support of Bill 175 in removing 24-hour shift. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you state the final panelist's name on this panel? The name for the next panelist?
So the next people are not on the list of the names, but they have to go. Is there any way that they can testify now instead of being called later? There's like next
Sure.
3 people.
Just announce the name, please.
Got it.
各位在座的，我叫顾志芳。首先感谢市议员马太，让我有机会在这里讲述我做24小时的经历。我从2009年开始照顾我的病人，他只有1条腿的残疾人。2014年他中风了，中风以后他的吃喝拉撒都要我们照顾，而且他的脑子变了糊涂，又有幻觉，白天黑夜不停地吵闹。我整日整夜不能睡觉，每晚只能靠在沙发上眼睛眯一下，熬过了整整1年的无眠之夜，那种痛苦的煎熬无法形容。24小时工作给我们护理带来了身体伤害，严重摧残了我们的身心健康。因为24小时的工作，使我得了严重的睡眠障碍而引起的焦虑和忧郁。我每晚要靠吃药才能睡觉。24小时工作就是在迫害我们护理，给我们护理造成了身心和精神伤害。1199工会应该站在工人的一边，而不是帮护理公司要求我们做长时间的工作。作为一名1199工会会员，我要求1199工会废除24小时工作制。我们护理都有家庭，需要和家人在一起的时光。当我们遇到困难和挫折时，我们可以有勇气去面对。所以护理也是人，需要有时间享受和家人团聚的时光。这个世界没有比家更温暖。最后，我想请问一下1199工会，你们这次为我们20小时护理的仲裁，为什么没有赔偿条款？在美国民主法治的国家，在没有任何赔偿条款的前提下，就要我们签字，这是否合法？在没有统计、没有审核的情况下，3200万赔偿款怎么算出来的？请1199工会大声地说出来，谢谢大家。
Thank you. Can you say the name?
The name is Zifang Gu, G-U, Zifang Gu. Zhifang-Gu. Last name is Gu, G-U. Got it? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I will have to thank City Councilman Mate in giving me the opportunity to speak here on the experience working as a 24-hour home care. Since 2009, I've been taking care of my patient. He is a disability person with one leg. In 2014, he had a stroke, and after he had that stroke, we have to take care of him everywhere he go, eat, drink, going to bathroom, and everything. And his brain has gone bad and starting to see things, being very active in day or night. So I couldn't sleep the whole night. Every night I would just have to sit next to the couch and nap for a little bit. And for that whole year, I experienced a sleepless night for the whole year. And that pain is indescribable. And that 24-hour shift has caused us as home care physical damage and severely demise our mental and physical health. Because of the 24-hour shift has caused me severe sleep disability and also caused me anxiety and depression. Every night I have to eat medication to go to sleep. 24 hours is harming us as home care physically and mentally. And 1199 Union should be standing next to the workers and not helping the home care companies asking us to work long hours. As a member of the 1199 Union, I'm asking the 1199 Union to in support of getting rid of 24-hour shift.
Time has expired.
Can I? Okay. And us as home care takers, we all have family, and family needs to spend time together. When we are in trouble or when we were in a down, we will have the courage to face it. We as home care, our people, we need time to spend with families. Nothing else is warmer than home. I just wanted to ask the 1199 Union, in this arbitration of 24-hour work, why is there no compensation policies? And in this, in the United States democracy, with no compensation policies, we are supposed to sign it? Is that even legal? Without any statistic for auditing, where does the $32 million compensation calculated? Where did they come from? Please, 1199 Union, can you come out and say something? Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one question for Mr. O'Malley. In your testimony, you speak about the differential between the 60 hours for 60-hour work week, which earns $1,050 a week, and that this bill would force them to work only $50 and the pay will decrease to $825. Does that mean that you'd support a 60-hour work week rather than a 50-hour work week?
That was put in as an example, just to show the additional hours that an individual would have to work and the actual physical loss of wages that they would have at the end of a week. So, as of right now, the Office of the Medicaid Inspector General does audit to make sure that an individual does not work more than 16 hours in one day, and that is billed 16 hours. We are in support. We are in support of Assemblymember Epstein's bill, Senator Persaud's bill. We do want to get rid of the overtime clause there, and we do want to define in law continuous care, because there are people who will get assessed at live-in, and if we ban live-in but don't define continuous care, then those people will suffer. But we are in support of the concept of the bill. We want these couple small changes, and we have been fighting for fair pay. We have been fighting for workers' rights. I myself got arrested in March fighting for fair pay for home care. So,
Thank you so much for answering that question. That concludes this panel. Thank you all so much for coming, and we're going to call the next, they can join the next group. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The next week, that will be using a Chinese interpreter that are here.
And plus the other two that were. So in addition to the people that are waiting for the Mandarin interpreter, we also have 3 people who need the Cantonese interpreter: Yoon Quing Chen, Mei Kum Chu, and Sang King Chung. So if they're here, you can please step forward. And if the first 3 can say their names for the records, these first 3. Yep.
各位大家好，我做过2份24小时。
Ron Chen.
What's the name again? Say it again.
Ron Chen and Hong Zhang. And Zhu Qing Chang. Zhu Quinn Chen.
Say it one more time. I think we
Ron Chen, RONGCHEN.
Okay, got it. Thank you so much. You may begin.
各位大家好，我做过2份24小时工作日的工作。第一，在华航物理公司，2010年病人得到了膀胱癌，入院后转回24小时服务。病人手术后身上挂了2个尿袋，小便流血，每晚半夜我都要多次要帮他换尿片、换衣服、换尿，给他喝水和食物。刚睡上床了，他又苦叫，又起来帮他转身，根本就没有连续睡眠5个小时，身体实在顶不顺了，手脚腰部肌肉酸痛，工作压力很大。这么辛苦的24小时工作日，只付给13个小时的薪资，坚持到2013年，他去世了。第二，在帕拉因 care。当时病人卧床不能起床，大小便都在床上，每天晚上多次要同他换尿布、喂他吃、帮助他转身。通过我们细心的照顾，他可以下床走动，但是他老人吃癌症发作，晚上不睡觉，起床要煮饭，我每天晚上都睡不着，担心他跌下来。担心他开煤气炉，担心他开门出去，根本没法连续睡眠5个小时。在2018年一天的晚上，我叫他不孕，用手摸摸他的头，冰冻的，他已经过世了。我做了2个病人24小时工作日，都是半夜看着病人死去了。给我留下了心理的阴影。做了8年的24小时工作日，对我的身体健康造成很大伤害。每晚上失眠、噩梦，令到我的脚和腰部由于过长时间工作，经常发痛。希望工会在申诉案方面给付工人的合理的赔偿的公司，支持市议会的1715的法案。去废除非人道的24小时工作日，上定为12个小时。谢谢大家。
Hi everyone, my name is Rong Chen. I've worked two different 12-hour shift jobs. One is at Multicultural Healthcare. During that time, that was 2010, the patient has bladder cancer. Then from the hospital transferred into 24-hour care. And after the surgery, he had 2 peeing bags. He is peeing blood. Every night, I have to change multiple times diapers for her, changing clothes, releasing pee, and giving her drinks and food. And when she gets on the bed, she will be crying in pain, and I have to get up and help her turn. And I have never had any consecutive sleep over 5 hours. My body can't handle it anymore. My hands, legs, lower backs has muscle spasm. The work is very stressful 24-hour shift. I was only paid 13 hours. I hold on to that till 2013 when she passed. And the second job at Partners in Care, at that time, the patient was unable to get out of bed, to go to the bathroom, eat drinks on the bed, multiple diaper changes over the night, feeding, helping her turn her body. Through our very thorough care, she was able to get out of bed, but she still has dementia, which happens overnight. She doesn't sleep. She gets up, wants to cook. Every night I have to worry about her falling off the bed, worried that she would turn on the gas, worried that she would open the door and just walk out. And I couldn't sleep, of course, over 5 hours. One night in 2018, I called her.
Time has expired.
She wouldn't answer. I put my hand over her head. Yes, she already passed. I've did 2 patients for 24 hours, and I watched both of them died in the middle of the night, which left me mental trauma. For 8 years of 24-hour shifts has caused me tremendous damage on my physical health. Every night I lose sleep. I have nightmares. I have pain all over my body, hands, legs, lower back, due to long hours of work. I hope that in part of the arbitration and to be paid to the workers the fair amount of compensation, and I am in support of the 175 bill to cancel the inhumane 24-hour shift and change it to 12 hours. Thank you.
Thank you.
大家好，我是张红。我从事护理工作已经9年了，24小时也做了7年多。在这期间，我照顾的是一个90多岁卧床的婆婆，每天除了日常的工作，还要每2个小时就要给她翻身，不然她就会长褥疮。晚上我们根本没有连续的睡眠，长期做24小时，令我睡眠不好，颈椎和腰椎都出现了问题。因此，我在这里强烈的要求，通过市议会的法案废除24小时工作制，并限制工作时间不能超过50个小时，这样才能保证我们护理工人的身心健康，才能更好地服务病人。谢谢大家。
Hong Zhang. Hello everyone, my name is Hong Zhang. I've been in healthcare for 9 years now, and out of that 9 years, for 7 years I worked 24 hours. During that time, I took care of a patient who's confined to bed for, she's 90 years old, and every day, every 2 hours, I will have to flit her, or else she would grow back sores. And I couldn't get any consecutive sleep. For the long-term working as a 24-hour has caused me trouble sleeping, neck pain, spine pain, and also lower back, all has problems. Due to that, I would strongly ask that the City Council passing the bill and cancel the 24-hour shift and limits the working hours not to exceed 50 hours. That would secure our physical and mental health as the healthcare workers. That would give better service to the patient as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello， 我Quan Chen，
Zhu Quinn Chang.
我係1199工會嘅會員。我98年喺華策會做護理，做了19年，做了4個24小時嘅病人，每個星期咧要做4天，即係96個鐘頭，好似埋山咁樣，冇辦法照顧好自己嘅家庭。第一個咧係中風嘅植物人，全天候都要服侍佢，要2個鐘頭要翻山一次，唔能夠離開佢。嗰陣時咧，我哋家庭啲細路又細個，唔想做，但係佢話你唔做咧，你就冇工做咁，所以為了生活咧冇辦法，一定要做落去。第二個咧係中風嘅，有糖尿啊、血壓啊各種不正常個病情。仲有夜晚咧，每個鐘頭咧要喺個床上搬佢落個馬桶，有個馬桶又搬翻上去個床上嗰度，成晚都冇得瞓。另外一個咧就係精神分裂嘅，經常咧又瀨屎瀨尿啦，夜晚咧好多時咧都同佢坐喺個梳化嗰度過夜，冇得瞓覺嘅。最後一個咧又係老人痴呆，有時候咧佢唔知道咩嘢，佢偷偷咁樣走咗出去，嚇到我哋真係唔知點樣，嗱聲走佢拖佢翻嚟。因為佢自己都唔知道佢自己係做緊乜嘢，所以長期做呢啲工作咧，我哋個身心咧受到好大嘅折磨，同埋飽受個辛苦。我哋啲手腳都麻痹，醫生話你唔可以再做落去啦。如果你咁樣再做落去咧，你都變咗護理啦。咁所以咧，我哋都提前咧退休。我支持175個法案。
Hi, I'm Zhu Quinn Chen. I started working at CPC as a home care since 1998. Now that I've been retired after working for 19 years, and I am also a 1199 union member. I served 4 patients who needed 24-hour care. That's 4 days of a week. That's 96 hours. It's like I was sold to the patient's house. I couldn't take care of my own family. And the first patient was a female patient who had a stroke, almost vegetated. I have to pay close attention for 24 hours every day, not allowed to leave, whether it's day or night. Every 2 hours, I'll have to flip them. I don't want to do 24 hours because at the time, the kid was still young. And the company said that if you don't want to do 24 hours, there's no other job for you. For my life, I had no choice but to keep working. The second patient was also a stroke patient who has diabetes, high blood pressure, many bodily statistical abnormality, who requires wheelchair and cane. The third patient, every night I have to. The third patient was what is that called? Schizophrenia, who shits and pees on himself, and I have to on herself. I have to clean every dirty spot out of her body, and my hand is tired from working that I didn't even have strength to squeeze out water out of a towel.
Time expired.
The last patient is, am I allowed to continue? Can I continue?
Please finish, please conclude.
Got it. I'll do it quick. The last one is a person with dementia. Several nights I cannot sleep. I can't sleep, so I don't sleep. One time the patient snuck out and scared the hell out of me, and I pulled her back because she didn't know what she was doing. This long time of doing this work has made my body and mental suffered. My hands, my lower back is pain. Doctors don't think I'm fitting to work this kind of job anymore. And finally, I applied for early retirement. I am in support of 175, canceling 24 hours, splitting into 2 shifts, and I would request all these years of 24-hour work pay to get those payments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Up next, I think we have the Cantonese interpreter, right? We have Mei Kum Chung. Please.
好，美琴，我係1990工會嘅會員。03年我開始喺華策會做護理員，一開始佢就派我做24小時工作，每一週咧我要做4天，照顧一個病人係臥床嘅個病人，係唔喐得嘅。佢係170磅。 我每2小時都要抱佢起床，行佢咧去廁所、去馬桶，抱落佢輪椅。咁樣咧導致我咧05年咧我條腰已經扭傷咗。咁我休息咗半年，冇做工，唔做得到工。咁休息咗半年，2010年咧又開始咧又做24小時工作。每一週有時做3日，有時做4日，咁樣等於我都每個星期都做72小時或者96小時，一直做到13年嘅7月嗰日，13年嘅7月14號至到20號嗰個禮拜嘅天氣最熱嘅，我就係13年嘅7月15號傷咗，咁樣咧。 嗰個天氣又熱，咁樣我做咗1日嘅工，咁樣就暈咗跌咗，咁樣整到我隻手斷咗條筋。之後我做咗手術都唔得，咁樣我而家都仲係好痛我隻手嘅，我隻手用唔到力嘅，我一直咧冇辦法恢復得到我隻手。24小時工作咧，根本係要我哋護理員嘅命。 呢個無形嘅暴力，我和好多做24小時工作護理員咧，都傷咗，都變成咗病人。我好快都需要人照顧。我希望24小時就停止。我今日出嚟要支持市議會175個法案。 廢除24小時工作，停止暴力對我哋嘅護理員。
Hi, my name is Mei Kum Chu. I've been working as a home aide since 2003 as a 24-hour shift aide. Each week for 4 days, I need to assist my 170-pound patient to get up from bed and assist them to go into the bathroom, which caused an injury to my back, and I have to stop work for half a year. And each week for 3 to 4 days, it amounts to a 72 to 96 hours work week. And I've been doing that until July 2013. During a hot summer day, I worked for a whole day, causing me to faint and those breaking my hand. And even to this day, it haven't been recovered, even though I had surgery. And the pain continue to now ever since. Working 24 hours shift is equal to taking away a life. This is a form of invisible violence. Me and many other home aides also got injured and become a patient. In the near future, I will also need a home aide assistant, and I hope he or she doesn't need to work 24-hour shift. I support Intro 175 to stop such violence against home aide. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. We have Zhang King Chung and Mei Xiang Li.
大家好，我叫鍾秀瓊，我係
1199工會嘅會員，我喺 CBC 咧做咗護理員10年，24小時護理咧就做咗3年。夜晚嗰個病人咧，佢就成日敲住個牆咧，就叫我哋起身去幫佢做嘢，令到我夜晚咧就冇辦法瞓嘅。我就向公司投訴，我好辛苦，冇得瞓。公司講你唔做24小時，你就唔好做啦。咁我為咗生活冇辦法，就繼續做落去。結果長期做24小時咧，就令到我成日失眠，腰骨又痛，腳痛。而家又有呢幾種職業病，24小時護理咧真係好辛苦㗎，應該要廢除。呢份工作唔係咁容易，最好限制啲人唔好超過50個鐘。我今日咧嚟支持市議會175法案，廢除24小時工作日，分2班制，對工人、病人個個都好，令護理員咧有精神嚟照顧病人。多謝大家 ，Thank you。
Hi, my name is Sao King Chow. I've been working as a home aide for 10 years, 24 hours home aide shift for 3 years. At night, my patient always wake me up, causing me not able to sleep. And I complained to my company for the lack of sleep. My company told me that you don't need 24-hour shift, then we are not going to arrange work for you. But to live, I have no choice but to work, to continue to work. And the result is that the 24-hour shift causing me to consistently losing sleep, having back pain and foot pain. This is all accumulative. 24 hours home aide shift is not something that humans should do for consistently, and it should be removed. For the 24-hour shift should be removed because this is a very, very hard schedule to work with. And also each week shouldn't be more than 50 hours. I come here today in support of Intro 175 to remove 24-hour shift days, and hopefully it can be divided into 2 shifts. This way will be beneficial for the workers and the patient, and to increase the mental capacity for the patient as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can the interpreters, all 3 interpreters, come to the microphone? Interpreters? I'm gonna say this message in English, and if you could interpret it for everyone who is in person or virtual. If you need interpretation services today, please raise your hand, in person or virtual. Virtually, you can use the raise hand function.
Por favor, si usted está aquí en esta audiencia de manera presencial o virtual, por favor utilice la función de levantar la mano por Zoom o hágalo ahora si se encuentra presente, si necesita los servicios de traducción. Gracias.
不好意思，先打扰一下哈。今天需要作证的人，所有需要翻译的举个手，不管是在网络平台上面也好，在现场的也好，需要翻译的举一下手好吗？今天作證的需要翻譯的舉個手可以嗎？今日咧，如果你係做證嘅，係需要翻譯嘅，咁咧係舉下手啦，俾我哋睇下你到底有幾個人舉起嚟，唔好放低，舉起嚟，好冇
？If they plan to testify, if they
如果今日有拍人作證，你就講講我嚟，你如果需要翻譯的，你手舉啦。
Maintain your hands raised. Maintain your hands raised.
保持啦，舉啊，需要翻譯的手舉啊，需要翻譯嘅你手舉起嚟啊，好冇？舉咗，我哋啊。Oh, and one thing, in record of May Kwam Chu, there was something that was missing due to translation. That she is also a member of 1199 Union. That's all. Thank you. May Kwan Chu. May Kum Chu. May Kum Chu. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. What about this one? Okay. What about May Kwan Lee? Is May Kwan Lee here to testify?
Could it be Mei Xian Li, Meixianli?
Yes, that
Got
is it.
Yeah, she's here right there.
Yes.
Do you need everyone here to be
We
present?
need that one, Mei Xian Lee. And then we'll wrap up this panel. Thank you.
Mei Xian Li. 你講。
大家好，我係叫李美嫻，我做了8年嘅14小時嘅護理，向上門就係到私人24小時嘅，有時都唔明。我照顧病人係臥床嘅，每2小時都幫佢翻身，係小病都可以重醒。我晚上冇瞌瞓，非常辛苦。我問更多可唔可以因為 M 時間更多，更多說只要係到24小時，你係唔到就冇到。我長期到24小時，令到我睡眠唔好，斷性間得有3了，照善行，我見人講會曉，我嘅身體亦都唔好了更多。我見人來之前，善意為熱鐵5號法案，非常24小時更當然，應該換成2班，並限制無照，更當然唔能夠超過50個小時。謝謝大家。
Hi everyone, my name is Mei Xian Li. I've been working 24-hour care for 8 years, usually 4 days and 4 days of consecutive 24 hours and sometimes 5 days. My patients are usually confined to bed. Every 2 hours I have to flip her over. She pees and go to bathroom on her bed. I don't have sleep at night, very difficult. When I asked my company if I could work less hours, the company would just tell me that there is only 24-hour shifts available. If you don't do it, I can't arrange any other job for you. For the longest time, I'm working for the 24 hours. Has caused me trouble sleeping. All my joints are broken to pieces. I have pain all over my body. I retired this year, but my body cannot allow me to do any more work. I'm here today in support of City Hall, City Council Intro 175 in getting rid of 24-hour shift and splitting them to 2 and limiting the weekly hour not to exceed 50 hours. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much to this panel for testifying. Thank you so much for coming. We're going to move to the next panel. And we need the Spanish interpretation for this panel. Alvaro Ramirez Guzman, Elvia Fernandez, and Dalia Perez. We're ready to begin when you are.
Ya, puedo empezar. Mi nombre es Álvaro Ramírez. He trabajado más de 20 años como cuidador en los hogares, siempre con agencia de 1199. Trabajé 15 años de turno de 24 horas, 4 y 5 días por semana sin dormir y sin comer. Fue horrible. Se enferma uno, por eso yo le dije a mi agencia que no quería trabajar más turnos de 24 horas. La agencia me dijo que renunciara, me tomó represalia y nunca recibí una llamada de 1199. Muchos más compañeros se sienten presionados de aceptar 24 horas para asegurar el seguro de la unión. Encima que es durísimo trabajar 24 horas, ellos no nos pagan nada más que 13. De estas horas yo organicé con mis compañeros de First Chinese Presbyterian para reclamar nuestro año de pago robado. Me junté con otros trabajadores hoy para decir no más 24 horas. Ok, gracias.
Gracias.
My name is Alvaro Ramirez. I have worked for more than 20 years as a home care worker, always with agencies of $11.99. For 15 years, I worked 24-hour shift, 4 or 5 days a week without sleeping, without eating. It was horrible. One gets sick. For this reason, I told my agency that I didn't want to work more 24-hour shifts. The agency told me to quit. They took reprisals against me. I never got a call from $11.99. A lot of my colleagues, they feel pressured to accept 24-hour shifts to keep their medical insurance from the union. Besides all that, it is very hard to work 24 hours. They do not pay us more than 13 of those hours. I organized myself with some other colleagues of the First Chinese Presbyterian to claim for the wages of all these years that they have stolen from us. I'm here together with other workers to say no more 24 hours. Thank you.
Gracias. Elvia.
Mi nombre es Elvia Fernández. Yo trabajé algunos años 24 horas. Soy miembro de la 1199. Todos mis casos eran con pacientes de cama. Esos son casos muy fuertes, ya que requieren más cuidado intenso. Tengo desgarramiento en los dos hombros, en las rodillas y en el brazo izquierdo, problemas de espalda, problemas en la cadera, problemas en la pierna izquierda, de tanta fuerza que yo hacía todo el día. También he tenido que cuidar a mis pacientes las 24 horas y no podía dormir. La coordinadora de First Chinese me decía que dejara al paciente solo y lo ignorara para descansar. Yo soy humana y pensaba en mi madre y como yo quisiera que alguien la cuidara. Yo no podía ignorar a mi paciente cuando me llamaba en las noches. No podía ni pensar que a mi madre le pasara algo, eso. Cuando las con atendes duermen, muchas cosas pueden suceder. Tengo una colega que compartía una paciente conmigo. Hubo una noche cuando ella se quedó dormida y desafortunadamente la paciente se cayó. A ella la terminaron botando. Es triste porque ella tenía mucho tiempo trabajando 24 horas y ella estaba muy cansada. Si los turnos de 24 horas los dividen, le darían la oportunidad a que las home-attenders vayan a descansar y tengan más energía para sus pacientes. Creo que si los turnos de 24 horas los dividen, sería mucho más mejor para los pacientes. Home attenders, muchas de las home attenders ahora necesitan home attenders. Es horrible. Mi familia también sufrió mucho. Mi hija terminó embarazada muy temprana edad y no iba a la escuela, ya que no estaba cerca para poder cuidarlas. Nosotros no somos esclavos para trabajar 24 horas sin paga.
Gracias.
Espero que los turnos de 24 horas los eliminen. Gracias.
Gracias.
Gracias a usted. My name is Elvia Fernandez. I worked some years 24-hour shifts. I'm a member of 1199. All my cases are with bedridden patients. These are very strong cases because they require intense care. I tore both my shoulders, my knees, and my left arm. I have back problems. I have hip problems, problems with my left leg. I had to do a lot of strength all day. Also, I have to take care of my patients for 24 hours and I couldn't sleep. The coordinator from First Chinese told me to not to ignore my patient and leave the patient alone so I could rest. I am a human being, and I thought about my mother and how I wish that somebody would take care of her. I could not ignore my patient when my patient called me in the nights. I could not stop thinking about my mother if something happened to her. When home attendants sleep, a lot of things could happen. I have a colleague that used to share a patient with me. One night, when she fell asleep, unfortunately, the patient fell and my colleague was fired. It is sad because she was working 24-hour shifts for a long time and she was very tired. If 24-hour shifts are divided, it would give the opportunity to home attendants to rest and to have more energy for their patients. I think that if 24-hour shifts are divided, it would be better for the patient and for home attendants. A lot of home attendants right now need another home attendant. It is horrible. My family also suffered greatly. My daughter got pregnant very early and she could not go to school because I was not close to her to take care of her.
Time has expired.
I'm about to finish. We are not slaves to work 24-hour shifts without pay. I hope that 24-hour shifts are eliminated. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Thank you. Dalia Pérez.
¿Me permite? Déjeme acá. Bien, puede. Ya.
Buenas noches. Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Dalia Pérez. Dalia Pérez, cuidadora de HA. Vengo a apoyar Intro 175. Trabajo en una agencia sin unión desde el año 2016. Trabajo 24/7. Por veces me dan 4 días, pero todos mis turnos han sido por años completos de 24 horas, 24/7. Porque hay pacientes que no quieren otra home attendant. Mis pacientes han sido de cama y son pacientes que uno siempre tiene que estar pendiente toda la noche a ellos. Descuidé a mi hija y mi esposo, que murieron el año pasado, al no poder estar con ellos, cuidándolos por estar haciendo turnos de 24/7, durmiendo en muebles. Las consecuencias, dolor de espalda, al no dormir, mi azúcar muy alta. 24 horas me han afectado la salud. Necesitamos que dividan los turnos. Al no aceptar un turno 1 de 24 horas, nos dejan sin trabajo de 1 a 3 meses. Buenas noches.
Good evening. Usted me dice, su esposo y su hija murieron.
Murieron el año pasado.
Okay, solo just to confirm, needed some clarification. My name is Dalia Perez. I am a healthcare home attendant. I work for HHA. I come to support Intro 175. I work at an agency that doesn't have a union since 2016. I work 24/7, and they give me 4 days, but all my shifts for years have been 24-hour shifts. Because there are some patients that do not want another home attender. My patients are bedridden, and they are patients that you really have to take care of them all night. Because of this, I did not take care of my daughter and my husband. They both died last year, and I couldn't be close to them to take care of them. Just for me being, for working 24-hour shifts, I had to sleep even in the furniture, and the consequences of these is back pain. And because I couldn't get enough sleep, my blood sugar is very high. Working 24 hours has affected my health. We need to divide 24-hour shifts and to not accept 24-hour shifts. Otherwise, they would leave us without work for 1 or 3 months. Good evening.
Thank you so much for coming. Gracias por venir y explicar. Gracias. Thank you. I'm going to ask the interpreters for the Cantonese and Mandarin to come up to read a few names. We want to make sure the folks are here. Okay. Announce them, please.
Ying Na Ron, Yu Fan Ling, Hong Wu Chen. Anna Zhang, Meng Xiao Ning, Rong Shi Zhang, and oh, this is the one. Yeah, I think that's related. That's it.
Can you, when they start, can you say the name so we can check them off, please? Thank you.
Hong Wu Cheng.
我的名字叫陈红武，是优先公司的护理员。我说一下我亲身经历的24小时工作。我做24小时护理3年多了，今年身体垮了，已经做不了24小时护理了。我的病人是卧床100多岁的全身瘫痪、疼痛，晚上要帮病人上厕所5、6次，要涂药膏，这里痛那里痛，又涂了2、3次。这个过程要把他抱起来，身体又不穿尿裤，他一直不穿尿裤的，长期睡眠不足。我晚上提心吊胆，又怕病人跌倒，压力大，导致我神经衰弱。经常抱病人，搞得我腰椎间盘突出，脚又痛。去年又查出来了帕金森。我做24小时的亲身经历，对身体危害非常大。最后一段时间我承受不了了，我给公司打电话，我不想继续做24小时了。派空对我说：“现在找不到人，你要坚持住。”你不做也没公派给你做。讲完电话后，我心很痛苦。为了生活，我无奈之下只能继续做下去。结果我一直做到病人走了为止。所以那一段时间，我每天都在煎熬中度过。现在还有很多护理员还正在做24小时工作。我希望以后护理员不像跟我一样搞垮了身体不值，有钱难买好身体。我今天来支持废掉24小时法案。
谢谢大家。
Thank you. My name is Honggu Chen. I work for Company Priority as a home care. I wanted to talk about my personal experience working as a 24-hour worker. Working for 24 hours for more than 3 years, my body has broke down. I can no longer do 24 hours. My patient was a patient who was confined to bed. He is over 100-year-old with pain all over his body. I have to help the patient to the bathroom 5 or 6 times a night. During that process, I have to carry her, and for the longest time, I couldn't sleep. And she refuses to wear adult diaper. And with that, I am fear for her. And due to constantly carrying patient, I suffered injury to my lower back, to my leg, and many others. And for working with 24 hours experience, my conclusion is that it is very harmful for your physical health. And in the last period of time, I couldn't hold on anymore. I made a call to the company saying that I couldn't go on with it anymore. And then the company said that, oh, I can't find anyone else. You have to hold on. If you don't do it, I don't have any other job for you. And after finishing talking on the phone, my heart hurts. To survive, I have no choice but to continue. And I worked till the patient has passed away. During that time, I was suffering. And now that a lot of other people are still suffering from the working as 24-hour shift, I hope that
Time
the
has
medical
expired.
to the home health aid would not be the same as me crushing their body. It's not worth it. No money can buy good health. I'm here today in supporting of getting rid of 24 hours. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
我是林玉芳，我做护理做了2年多了，从那个2019年做起，做到今年4月份，我太辛苦了，那个晚上根本都没有睡。那这个老人啊，就是95岁。
My name is Yu Fang Lin. I've been a home care since 2009 and up until this year in April. 说到刚刚公告，今年嘛是我以后呢，你
我说今年做到4月份没做了，我家里人不让我做，太辛苦了。那是老人病人啊，是95岁，他是忧郁症，他是还有糖尿病，他以前又跌倒了几次，他家里人就去买了那个想的东西，他这个老人一个，我的一个，他起来晚上起来，我们也起来。
So my patient is a patient with diabetes and
糖尿病忧郁症
and depression, and the family has got her a ringer, one for me and one for her.
他买一个那个想的东西，他病人一个，我一个，他起来，我们也起来。
If they get up, I will have to get up too.
然后呢，就是白天在睡，晚上一个晚上都没有睡。他白天在睡。
They don't sleep in the morning. They sleep in the morning. They don't sleep at night.
我白天根本没有睡，晚上也没有睡，白天呢去做事情，帮他那个洗脚，那个做饭，搞卫生，根本没有时间睡。
And in the morning, I have to work. I have to prepare meals. I have to clean. I have to help her shower and everything. I don't have time to sleep in the morning.
然后呢，我做到今年我家里人啊，没有白卡了。他没有白卡，因为美国没有白卡，根本看病有钱了，他都没有去看病，我也没去看病，所以说现在我家里人啊病得很严重，现在呢，所以说不让我做。
And then because of this, I have a lot of medical conditions, and I don't have a benefit card, and I can't afford to go to the doctor and check them out. And now that my family member are not allowing me to work anymore.
所以说呢，我今年没做了，我就胖了10磅。
And I stopped working this year since April, and now that I gained 10 pounds.
所以说我希望那个1199那个讨出一公道，真的好辛苦。
So I want the 1199 union to get justice.
我们大家真的，我为了生活啊，我家里人没有做工嘛，我就靠我自己做工，为了生活真的好辛苦，好辛苦。
And I had to survive, so I had to work. But now that my family does not allow me anymore, it's very difficult.
大家，我就这样嘛。
Time has expired.
That's it. Thank you.
谢谢大家。
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. One thing. For Hongwoo Chen, I think I forfeited something in the interpretation that she suffers from Parkinson's. Was diagnosed last year. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Okay. Thank you for sharing. Thank you.
This is Wang Ying Nan. And she's going to speak now. Are we ready?
Can you spell the name?
Yuan Ying Na.
RENY, I think Ying.
Wrong. Ying Na Wrong. YINGNARUANG.
OK。大家好，我叫阮英娜，我做咗護理12年，24小時嘅做咗6年，我照顧重症嘅病人，晚上最少要起床6次，根本冇得瞓。佢啲家人仲喺你12點鐘瞌一陣嗰陣時，都打電話嚟騷擾我哋。我做嘅係臥床病人，每2小時都要幫病人瞓身，非常辛苦。我今日嚟支持175法案，廢除24小時嘅工作日。護理唔能夠超過1週，唔能超過50個小時。我哋啲護理都需要時間休息，同埋陪伴家人。多謝大家。
Hi, my name is Wang Ying Nan. I've been working as a home aide for 12 years, and as a 24-hour shift home aide, I've been doing it for 6 to 7 years. I take care of heavily ill patient. Each night I have to wake up around 6 times, so I cannot really sleep. And also every 2 hours I need to help them flip over, and sometimes their family will call me in the middle of the night to wake me up, so further reducing my sleep. I come here today in support of Inch 175 to remove the 24-hour shift workdays and also limit the weekly hours into 50 weeks. 50 hours, I'm sorry. We home aide also needed rest and spend time with family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming and testifying today.
Do you ask the interpreter to have to make sure they...
Yes. Can I have the Mandarin interpreter come up and read these names, make sure we didn't miss anyone? Thank you.
李建晓，还有李清正，还有李清，还在这里吗？Yeah, maybe probably. 李清正跟李清还有没有这个还在吗 ？Okay, I don't think so. Thank you.
Our next panel of 6 witnesses will consist of all virtual witnesses. The following 6 people will be called: Margaret Glover, Elizabeth Deliareficio, Soji Adu, Ravi Reddy, Leah Fialmata, Kathy Fabrayo. I'll remind all the witnesses you have 2 minutes to testify. Please stop testifying when the Sergeant at Arms calls time. Margaret Glover, you may begin.
Time. Starting time.
Margaret Glover, you're unmuted. It seems we're having some technical difficulties. We will move on to Elizabeth. Oh, Margaret, you are unmuted.
Yeah.
Please begin your testimony.
Is the mic open? Is the mic open?
Yes, please begin your testimony.
Okay. My name is Beverly Hanson, local 389, and I'm gonna read Margaret's testimony because she won't be able to make it because she's at work.
Okay. Margaret Glover, are you unmuted on Zoom?
I'm muted. It's unmuted.
Okay.
Hello?
Whoever's testifying, could you please state your name for the record?
I'm Beverly Hanson.
Please begin your testimony. Thank you.
Okay.
Time has started.
Good afternoon. Okay. Ms. De La Rosa and members of the Civil Council, I thank you for this opportunity to represent Margaret Glover, who is the president at Local 389, representing over 6,000 workers in the New York area. While the intention of this bill is to improve the working conditions of our members as home care workers, for the past 42 years, I oppose to this bill in its current state. Okay, and once again, I am arguing that the council take this concern of DC 37 Local 389 members into consideration with this bill. We applaud your advocacy for us, and we are ready to partner and in tackling this issue as we face at our jobs. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We're actually going to interrupt the list of panelists that I originally announced to call a registered witness who will need interpretation services, Vincent Chow.
Yeah.
My mistake. Vincent Chow, you can begin your testimony.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Vincent Chow. I'm a staff organizer from Chinese Staff Workers Association. In past few months, hundreds of home care workers came to us, talk about how they work 24-hour workday, no time to sleep, mostly continue work 3 to 4 days per week in patient's home, taking care of the patient. The patient who able to get the 24-hour service, that means the patient's health condition is really serious. For the background worker, home care worker had to every 2 hours help the patient to turn the body, changing diaper. Otherwise, the patient will get bad sores. If you don't change the diaper, you have to spend more time to clean up. For those workers who were 12-hour shift, the condition means or even worse. Home care worker, every hour, every time had to watching the patient. Because for those very serious Alzheimer patients, they will go to the kitchen, turn on the gas. It causes a danger. Or they run out to the apartment. They don't know how to get home. For a long time, the worker who, home care worker, most have the similar health condition. For insomnia, lower back pain, shoulder pain, finger pain, and also they cause a lot of family issue. Because they work too many 24-hour workday. The kids don't go to school, they don't know. The husband not coming home, gambling all night, she don't know. So that lot of home care workers talk about that cause a lot of family issue. They need the time to taking care of the family, to spend time with the families. So I'm here today also, I want to condemn those people, those organizations, 1199, to force worker continue work 24 hours. They cannot ask the worker to work more than 50 hours. They either don't understand home care worker work or they are racist against women who's a cutter.
Expired.
So I'm here today to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now return to the virtual panel. The next witness is Elizabeth Delia Raficio.
Time has started.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the panel today, and it's wonderful to hear everyone care so much about people's working conditions and hopefully also caring about disabled people. I'm here as both a home care worker and also as a mother of a severely disabled young adult who people are describing what they have to do, and it's really hard work. And I understand that because that's my life 24/7, and it has been the lives of parents of severely disabled individuals. And by and large, we parents do not support this bill. I think it's terrible that people are forced to work 24 hours when they don't want to, but this bill limits overtime to 50 hours a week. If you have a case with split shifts, so you get 2 12-hour shifts a day and you work, people want to work, for instance, 5 hours a week, that's 60 hours, that's not 50. Limiting the overtime to 50 hours a week will have a very bad effect on disabled people, especially people who are very disabled. And I can say that from experience. I would also like to say that I've heard other speakers mention that people aren't going to work less, they're just going to work more for less money because they won't be making overtime. So I don't understand this bill because you guys don't limit firefighters, you don't try to limit police workers. Why are you limiting people who, need you the most, who are the most vulnerable? And so it's like two groups are being punished here, those who are disabled and home care workers who want the option to work overtime. So with all respect and understanding that
Time has expired.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Soji Adu.
Time has started.
Hi, can I have a few more seconds? It wasn't allowing me to unmute. First of all, shout out to all the New York City Council member staff. A small delegation met with many of the council members' staff, even though a handful of council members kind of shut the door and pushed us off to the hearing. I want to give a shout out to all the staff. They may be our unsung heroes today. Point number 2, no doubt the exploitation, the low wages, and the hours all need to be addressed. That gentleman mentioned shame on all the other organizations, but I beg to differ. We're against 175 because we live in an era where it's even hard to get people to work in Walmart. And as Council Member Boucher eloquently inferred through the Socratic method, this needs to be dealt with. Also, third point, we live in an aging population where it's hard to find home care workers, as I just mentioned. And then after hearing from all the injured people today and all of the people that have been debilitated, the need for home care is arising more than the references to manure. So let me just read my testimony real quick. I'm probably at a minute. Highly esteemed council members, Bronx Independent Living Services shares the same concerns that many individuals and organizations have already expressed. Although Intro 105 has good intentions, it is nonetheless severely flawed and will cause irreparable harm to persons with disabilities and the elderly, up to and including forced institutions. Okay. Moreover, the passage of Intro 0175 will spawn financial harm to a fleet of healthcare workers that stand to lose pay and to be severely inconvenienced by potentially having to piece hours together with different clients. They're going to still get their money. That wasn't in the testimony. Okay, so, and this is not to mention that many other negative
Time has expired.
The tension between state and city funding or lack
Your
of city funding.
time has expired.
Exacerbates the potential damage.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you so much. I just went a little over because I lost about 20 seconds in the beginning. Thank you.
Our next witness is Simone Mayhew.
Time has begun.
Can you unmute me? Hi, good evening. Thank you, Chair De La Rosa and members of the Civil Service and Labor Committee for the opportunity to present testimony about the Introduction 175 of 2022. My name is Simone Mayhew and I'm the Director of Elder Care at St. Nick's Alliance Home Care Agency here in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. We've been providing home care services for over 40 years. As a nonprofit home care provider, St. Nick's Alliance Home Care cares deeply about the rights of and fair pay for our workers. We are outraged by the unjust state regulation that only pays workers for 13 hours in a 24-hour shift. This policy creates a structure that relies on exploiting the workforce. St. Nick's, with fellow providers from the community-based home care work group, has successfully lobbied and supported worker wage increase. Due to the growing needs of people with disabilities and in the increasingly aging population, the home care sector remains the largest employer in the nation. Yet it continues to face shortages. New York State has over 330,000 home health care workers, with 187,000 of those workers here servicing New York City alone. With growing demand, New York is the epicenter of a national home care worker shortage. This bill will exacerbate that shortage. This bill also exacerbates the fiscal impact that we're suffering as not-for-profit home care providers. Urgent action is needed to stabilize the home care sector and fairly compensate its workforce. We regret that Intro 175 is not the way to do this. Rather than pursue this bill, we urge the New York City Council to address the problem by supporting the Epstein and the Prasad bill. As a community-based provider, we provide services that are often personalized to the communities.
Time has expired.
Let me just finish one thing. We believe that home care workers are best able to deliver quality of care when the value of their work is fully acknowledged, and through fair compensation, we support Epstein and Prasad bill. I will forward you my testimony. We stand in solidarity with the workers. We do not support the 175, and we encourage fair compensation for these workers. We heard their arguments today. It's heartbreaking, and we stand with them in solidarity. But 175 is not the way to go.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Our next witness is Leah Fiol-Mata.
Time has begun.
Good evening. My name is Leah Fiol-Mata, and I am a senior counsel at Latino Justice, a national civil rights organization with headquarters in New York City. We are deeply concerned with the dignity and well-being of home health aides who have been subjected to 24-hour shifts and urge all members of the City Council to support this bill. 24-hour shifts cause harm to workers, mostly immigrant women of color. Long workdays keep workers away from their families as they are often working back-to-back shifts, sometimes amounting to 72 consecutive hours. Employers too often fail to compensate workers for all of the hours worked. 24-hour shifts strain workers' health as home care is a high-stress job that interrupts sleep. These shifts often cause high blood pressure, prediabetes, and frequent illnesses because home attendants are unable to rest. Night work has also been classified as a possible cause of cancer. Currently, employers are required to pay home health care aides for only 13 hours of labor. Employers must track these hours and pay workers for 24 hours if they do not get sufficient rest. Workers report that employers too often violate these rules, and the law has not made a difference in their work conditions. In New York City, there are more than 240,000 home attendants, about 5 to 7% of whom work 24-hour shifts. Opponents of this act argue, among other things, that the cost of fairly compensating these workers is too high. Failure to support this legislation because of its price tag, however, is a denial of basic human rights for some of the city's most marginalized people. The No More 24 Act would ensure that home health care workers could rest and spend time with their families and be paid for every hour of their labor. We urge the City Council to please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Kathy Fabrio.
Time has begun.
Thank you. I'm Kathy Fabrio, President of the New York State Association of Healthcare Providers, representing the spectrum of home care agencies across New York State. HCP recognizes that our home care workforce is essential. The people home care serves are also essential. Intro 175, as written, does not provide a solution to the 24-hour workday. We strongly encourage the Council to work closely with state legislators to address the systemic challenges of 24-hour care in New York. HCP does not support coercing aides to work hours they do not want in order to keep their jobs, but limiting voluntary overtime does not work either. Workers should have the freedom to work hours if they wish. If my members could pay workers for 24 hours, they would. But state laws, regulations, and Medicaid funding and reimbursement policies make this impossible. 175 forces live-in cases to, at a minimum, be converted into 2 12-hour split shifts, which would require at least 2 aides every day instead of 1. Agencies cannot shoulder this added cost without commensurate reimbursement. So the state's budget allocation for home care must be dramatically increased to cover the cost of additional workers. This can't be done at the City Council level. In light of the crippling workforce shortage, the worst in the nation, there aren't enough aides to meet the increased need this bill would trigger. Many New Yorkers will go without care. The proposed legislation creates a burden on consumers and society. The unintended yet likely consequences of this legislation are increased emergency department visits, social admissions to hospitals, and institutionalization. All are an inefficient use of resources leading to rapidly escalating medical costs and counter to what every one of us wants.
Time has expired.
Remain at home. The solution is not limiting the hours, but to work with the state to provide a systemic solution, and we are here to work with you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. This concludes this panel of witnesses. Our next panel of witnesses will be entirely virtual. The 6 individuals we'll be calling in the following order are Gina Barbara, Alfredo Cardillo, Catherine Freed, Caillou Lee, Janine Keeley, Richard Corman. Gina Barbara, you may begin when the sergeant starts the clock.
Time has begun.
Good evening. My name is Gina Barbara, and I'm here as one of the many advocates representing Downstate New York ADAPT. We are a grassroots, non-hierarchical community of individuals with various disabilities. We represent 5 counties in New York City, 2 counties on Long Island, as well as Westchester, Dutchess, Orange, Rockland, Putnam, Ulster, and Sullivan counties. I come to discuss my strong opposition of the proposed bill Intro 175-22. First, there is already a shortage of home care attendants due to the poor wages received, which is less than the salary made in the fast food industry. The proposal would further restrict our workers by placing limitations by only allowing for a worker to work 12 hours in a 24-hour period and a combined total of 50 hours weekly, thus leaving allotment for extension of these guidelines in an emergency situation. I was hoping for clarification as to what was an emergency. This proposal, while good intentioned, poses an immediate danger in the lack of understanding of the needs of both disabled as well as elderly constituency. It also subjects individuals to be placed in a hospital or institutionalized setting, thus placing them in higher health risks and stripped of their rights and freedoms. Another key issue is the violation of State Department of Health regulations, violations of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and a violation of the Olmstead decision. In closing, I ask this committee to oppose this bill due to its dangerous and immoral nature. And I also caution the immediate emergency that will take place should this bill become law, as 24-hour care occurs statewide and not
Time
just
has expired.
in New York City. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I have also submitted a more elaborate written testimony for review. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Alfredo Cardillo.
Time has begun.
Unmute or let's see, there we go. Thank you very much. I'm Al Cardillo. I'm the president of the Home Care Association of New York State. I want to commend the council for conducting this hearing today and the attention that you're bringing to the needs of recipients and personnel and organizations who provide this exceptional care. The testimony today has been really exceptional on the goals of the bill and the approaches to advance these goals. The intent and support of the workers and the quality of patient care is very powerful. But for many reasons, including those that were passionately cited by the consumer panel and the consumers throughout the day, as well as Assembly Chair, Health Chair Gottfried and Rivera, the design and jurisdiction within the bill are not the answers and need to be redirected to the state level with due flexibility. Many of the issues that are being wrangled with in the hearing are things like the 13-hour rule, which is a payment rule that I don't think one person today had anything good to say about, and that includes us. That rule creates dilemmas for workers, agencies, plans, and ultimately the patients. What compounds the shortage is also the overall shortage of personnel and the increasing demand for care, which is inherent in state policies that have been going for 40 years. If we had time, I would love to delve into those with you. Beyond what's been said about home care and those who provide the service, is that it's not just part of the delivery system. Home care service providers are among the most critical in the entire system. The home care venue is the most challenging and dynamic across the entire system. And we've heard time again today about the vulnerability and needs of the patients throughout the system. To focus really specifically on 175, again, we would eager to work with you, to work with the state.
Time has expired.
On solutions that really address these problems. And again, we believe that if we could instead advance solutions directed at the state and federal level, we can much better get to the goal. I thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Catherine Freed.
Time has begun.
Catherine, you're on mute.
Yeah.
We can hear you now.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thanks.
Hi, my name is Catherine Freed. I'm a former city council member, actually from the 1st District, and a retired New York Supreme Court Justice. And I appreciate the opportunity to address the Civil Service and Labor Committee. I support Intro 175. I've listened to the entire day of testimony, but all I can say is that two wrongs still don't make a right. And allowing the industry to continue to abuse and exploit the home care attendants isn't going to solve the problem. There is clearly a problem. There's a problem with the necessity to pay additional monies to acknowledge the value of the services that are being provided. And at the same time, there's clearly a timing problem because the bills in Albany have got to move ahead. But I agree with, I think it was Harvey Epstein who said that, and Deborah Glick who said that this bill, Intro 175, will be a good way to push the state legislature ahead on this issue. I understand that some of the consumers are concerned about the fact that there may be a lag that would cause a problem for them, but I think that's a problem that can be addressed. And additionally, the entire industry is going to have to change. As I said, they have to value the work that's being provided a lot more than they do right now. It's just too easy to exploit not only women, mostly women, but also people of color, largely amounts of immigrants. They're a very easy population to abuse. And clearly a lot of this industry has counted on
Time has expired.
Wages. So again, I support passing Intro 175, but obviously a lot of work has to be done and the entire industry has to be reimagined so that it works to provide the services for the people who need them, but also acknowledge and provide services and a decent wage to the service providers. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Caillou Lee.
Time
Good
has
evening,
begun.
everyone. My name is Caillou Lee. I'm a PhD candidate in political science at University of Illinois, Chicago, working on my dissertation comparing Chinatown in Chicago, San Francisco, and New York City. I'm testifying today in support of the bill Intro 175 from my perspective as a researcher. I spent the last 2 summers doing field work in New York City's Chinatown. When I was joining the picket line in front of the Museum of Chinese America on Wednesdays and Sundays, I had conversations with several female Chinese home care attendants who shared with me their experience of working 24-hour shifts and told me that they themselves became patients. I remember one home care attendant, when talking to an organizer of the Chinese Staff and Workers Association, said, quote, "Street violence is visible, but no one can see the damage to our body caused by the 24-hour working shift, physically and mentally," quote. While those Asian American elected officials were voicing their anger and claiming to fight back against anti-Asian hate crime, they are ignoring the exploitation of Asian American working class families by the few Asian American elites. By contrast, in 2021, New York State Assembly member Ron Kim's office published a report titled "The Nonprofit War on Workers: Weapons of Labor Violence." The report found that the Chinese American Planning Council has stolen its workers' wages and subjugated them to the grueling 24-hour shift. The report also documented the CPC's stunning contempt for their own workers' rights and the sheer dehumanization of immigrants and women of color laborers in our economic society. In other cities within New York State, such as Buffalo, 24-hour care requires 2 caregivers that alternate every 12 hours. New York City should have played a leading role in stopping the 24-hour working shift and capping each shift at 12 hours. But it is not too late, especially for those elected officials who refuse to support this bill because of fear of losing campaign donations and employment opportunities provided by the home care agencies such as CPC. One thing we can learn from all the past legal efforts, protests, and rallies is that collectively we can say no to social injustice. I also want to briefly respond to the state senator and assembly member and other public participants.
Time has expired.
I believe cities can play a leading important role in dealing with issues of home care agencies and other issues like immigration, climate change. The argument that this problem should be resolved at state level doesn't mean cities can do nothing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Janine Kiley.
Time has begun.
Good evening, Chair De La Rosa and Councilmember Marte. Thank you for still being here. I am Janine Kiley, a Democratic District Leader downtown, and I support the No More 24 Act. Both my parents were career public school teachers and proud union members, and still they both relied on home care workers in their final years. They too were vulnerable and needy, and their home attendants were paid for every hour worked. My mother died of breast cancer at 38. Home care workers cared for her daily, changing her bandages because her wounds never healed and were consistently infected. As a young child, I watched these wonderful caretakers, but I would have been too young to do it myself. She was blessed to get this care. My father suffered Parkinson's disease for more than 20 years and needed 24/7 care his last 5 years. His home attendants changed his diapers, bathed him, managed his complex medicines, drove him to doctor's appointments, calmed him after a frequent Parkinson's-related nightmare, cooked his meals, helped him in and out of bed and in and out of a wheelchair, tidied his space, and most importantly, remained on call for whenever he needed help. There was rarely a 5-hour period where my dad did not need help. I've heard a lot of suggested improvements today, but what I don't like hearing is we have a long way to go or lobby the new healthcare chair. It wasn't quite said that way, but that was how I heard it. If you're a patient in a New York City hospital, an $11.99 SEIU union worker cares for you, and that person is paid for every hour worked. In New York City, the NYPD are paid for every hour worked, including overtime. Same with the Department of Sanitation and many other city agencies. In parts of upstate New York, we heard today, home attendants are paid for every hour worked. Why not New York City? In honor of hardworking home care workers that we may all likely need one day, and in memory of our parents, I urge you to pass the No More 24 Act to ensure that our loved ones are cared for by home attendants who are fairly paid. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is Richard Corman.
Time has begun.
Richard, I think you're on mute. We can hear you now.
Okay, let me start again. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Richard Corman, President of Downtown Independent Democrats. Thank you for this very powerful and moving hearing. I'm speaking today in favor of this bill to end the 24-hour workday for home care workers. Early this year, our club passed a resolution calling for an end to this practice and justice for home care workers. This is as much a moral issue, an issue of humanity, as anything. Debate the practicalities. In my mind, there is no debate about working people for 24 hours and paying them for half. This has long conflicted not only with our principles, but our laws, yet it persists. And it seems mostly here in New York City, the very last place we would imagine this happening. Some have said this bill is not the solution, but scathing reports have been written, investigations done, laws passed, yet it persists. Some have said the solution lies not with this, but with the state increasing the funding. Well, the state increases to funding have been far from sufficient and does nothing to end the 24-hour shift. It persists. Some say there could be unintended consequences of this bill, yet the very real consequences of the 24-hour workday persist. Some say we can't stop this practice until we fix some root cause. Yet even the administration admits, here we still are. It persists. And all the while, it's on the backs of these mostly immigrant women of color. They bear this, and so do their patients. If there is a root cause, who's fixing that? If there is a root cause, something needs to force that to be fixed because nothing has done that so far. It's just so much easier to let these workers, these women, suffer. Just don't call it exploitation. Call it compassion for their patients. But this is exploitation and not compassion, and it has gone on for way too long.
Time has expired.
And with history behind us, without this bill, it will just persist. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes this panel. The next panel is of folks who are here in person. Heidi Siegfried, Esquire, Bernadette Bird, Elizabeth Valdez, Diane Barrett, Michael Ring, and Marie Hinchy. Thank you for your patience.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Siegfried, and I'm the Health Policy Director at Center for Independence of the Disabled, New York. Our mission is to help people with disabilities access the care and services they need to live as independently and fully as people without disabilities in the community. This mission is supported for over 30 years now by the Americans with Disabilities Act, our civil rights statute that gives people with disabilities the right to participate in and benefit from all aspects of society to the same extent as their non-disabled peers, including access to long-term care, and by the Olmstead decision authored by Ruth Bader Ginsburg, which gives people with disabilities the right to that care in the community and not in institutions like nursing facilities. Intro 175 is legislation that would introduce new chaos into the home care system and would jeopardize Sydney's mission to ensure that people with disabilities receive services and support to live independently in the community. We have spent our summers trying to secure meetings with co-sponsors of the legislation to explain why this legislation is not the solution. As has been mentioned, the Medicaid program is what funds home care, and that's where it needs to be addressed. Sydney specifically has an Open Doors program, which specifically works to transition people out of nursing facilities to the community. While our Open Doors specialists report that they secure split shift care for people who need 24-hour continuous care, we are aware that there are over 17,000 New Yorkers who have a Medicaid authorization for live-in care. We have no idea what would happen to these people. Would they have to get this care outside of New York City in some other county where they could get it? Or, and they would have to not just, get care there for a day like most post-Dobbs decision, but they would have to be abandoning their families and social networks that they built up over their lives. So we urge the city council members to vote against this legislation, go back to the drawing board, identify another avenue to solve this very real problem.
Thank you.
Hi, I almost said good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. My name is Diane Barrett. I'm the Vice President of Government Relations and Public Affairs at ArchCare. ArchCare is the healthcare ministry of the Archdiocese of New York. We are one of the nation's largest and most dynamic not-for-profit healthcare systems. ArchCare appreciates the New York City's Council's hard work and steadfast dedication to protecting New York's home health aides. Although we agree with the spirit and intent of Intro 175, we have concerns about the proposed legislation. The bill, as proposed, will open an array of unintended consequences and jeopardize the health of thousands of New Yorkers that rely on in-home services. Specifically, I am here to discuss the staff shortage and patient care. First, in a poll conducted by Morning Consult in August 2021, they reported over 9 in 10 Medicare beneficiaries say they would prefer to receive post-hospital short-term health care at home. Health care services gives the patients the health care choice they desire. Although New Yorkers rely heavily on home health services, the number of people who can receive services is diminishing, and the shortage is expected to worsen. According to Mercer, in its August 2021 report, demand for healthcare workers will outpace supply by 2025. Home health will have the most significant deficit of workers over the next few years. By 2025, the United States will need over 446,000 healthcare workers to meet our patient demand. And I do want to point out here, I know that it's been said today that a lot of this has to do with conditions and wages, and it does. But it's also important to note that healthcare workers have retreated from all healthcare services. A lot of it is just pandemic related. I realize that my time is almost up, so I do want to just thank you all for your interest and support today.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bernadette.
Your microphone is off. Press the button, please. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bernadette Bird. I am personal assistant for over 10 years. Working for a consumer affiliated with concepts of independence. I oppose the passing of this bill Firstly, it's very important for consumers, especially with severe disabilities, to have at least 1 or 2 workers who have full attention over the consumer needs and equipment. They require stability and a certain level of trust and comfort for their personal assistant who assists them in many ways. This cannot be achieved with a parade of workers coming through solely because the main PA's hours are limited. Also, in order to make ends meet, I will be forced to work with multiple consumers. This automatically jeopardizes the health and well-being of consumers. Need I remind you of the COVID-19 pandemic, especially in its earlier stages? I stayed COVID-19 free, thus preventing my one and only consumer who has respiratory issues from contracting the potentially deadly virus. The bill also diminishes my ability to take care of my family and my own well-being. I am a single mother, mother of a child with learning disability. I won't be able to manage my basic bills and mortgage if I'm forced to cut back my work to 50 hours a week. In effect, it takes away my ability to work when overtime is available. Most likely, I will be facing foreclosure and I will have to go back to the welfare system and depend on government programs. Please do not pass this bill. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this panel of witnesses. We will call 7 registered witnesses who registered to testify virtually next, in the following order: Karat Fanit Fatjamarn, Henry Lynn, Victoria Hillstom, Mariama James, Taylor Banning, Miriam Bensman, Caputo Attendee. Karat, you can begin when you're ready.
Time has begun.
Yes. Hi, good evening. Yes, I work for Concept of Independence, and I begin there. I work there since 2016. And first, I like to say that it's very emotional that they like to cut the hour down to 50 hours, because as you know, everything is in place. The food went up, the bill, the rent, we have to pay a high rent bill. And for them to want to cut the 50 hours, it's not fair for us. We can barely make it as this. I have a sick father who in Thailand. I have to send the money. And I mean, I have a sick patient. She have a stroke. She on dialysis. 3 times a week that she needs somebody to attend dialysis. And it's very hard for people to work for her because she also bipolar. And if she would like to testimony. I mean, we try, a lot of people try to work for her and it's just not working out. They punch her, they abuse her. So these are CDPAP program, and it's only 2 people that work on this case, and so far it's working well. But if you're gonna plan to cut down the hour, how are we CDPAP worker gonna survive? It's not that we ask for the raise or anything, but let's take it to consideration that if you keep in mind, you cut the hour, mark my words for this one, there will be more crime, there will be more robbery, because why people cannot survive with little 50 hours? By the time you get your money already out the door. How can you survive? How can you feed your kids? You have 2 children. You at least need $1,200 a month. Just
Time
to feed
has
your children, to
expired.
buy them clothes.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
Our next witness is Henry Lynn.
Time has begun.
Give me 2 minutes. Unbelievable.
Okay, I think I was muted
for about 20 seconds. Do you think I could get those back?
Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Henry. I'm a student and researcher in the University of Chicago on the topic of gentrification and critical urban theory. I'm here to speak in support to Intro 175. Home attendants are the subject of my field studies. I have talked to them. They have shared story with me. I'm deeply sympathized with them. They are not working in a acceptable condition right now. We cannot allow home attendants to be forced to work 24-hour shifts. These issues are disproportionately affecting low-income female minorities in New York City. I want to ask everybody sitting there, in kindergarten, when your teacher hand out a piece of paper and write down who you want to be when you grow up, how many of those slips have home attendants written on it? This has been a historically low-paid occupation with strenuous working conditions that lacks legal protections. This is an institutional issue, and I want to say to both the home attendants and the disabled, the entity culpable of this situation are the corrupt union, home care agencies, and government's inactions. And they are the one who pit one vulnerable group against another. And this bill is trying to fix that, trying to step out, take one step at a time, not wait for another bill in the future, not 10 years from now, not 5 months, now. And at the end, I want to read you some law. I want to read you a law. Chapter 4, working hours, rests, and leaves. Article 36, the state shall practice a working hour system wherein laborer shall work for no more than 8 hours a day and no more than 44 hours a week on the average.
Time has expired.
That's not state law in the United States. That's not from Europe or from Australia. That's the labor law of People's Republic of China. New York City, you can do better. New York State, you can do better.
Please, please, order, please.
And I yield my time.
Thank you
so
for
much
your
the
testimony.
Our next witness is Victoria Hillstum.
Time has begun.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go
Hello,
ahead.
thank you very much, Chairman, and of course, City Council. I apologize, my voice is a bit weak today. I am here to testify in favor of Intro 175. We have heard heart-wrenching testimony, more than the home health care workers, the disabled people, and the people that require full-time care being threatened and in fear that they would not receive the care that they provide. Much of it based in fear. In reality, it would not matter whether 2 shifts covered 24-hour care or 1. The real question here is, how have we allowed this absolutely abhorrent behavior toward our friends in Chinatown and across the city, women of color, women that are supporting their families, that deserve pay, good pay, a fair wage, and decent hours. This is not who we are. I have spent a great deal of time working in Albany to strengthen the laws, that impact New Yorkers most. In this circumstance, our state assembly and senators failed to address this matter for years, while our friends are being forced to work these unthinkable hours without pay, wage theft, and Lord only knows what they have suffered, many of whom do not speak English.
Time has expired.
There has been a lot of talk about unintended consequences. I would just like to say these are intended consequences. And Governor Hochul needs to take that $80 billion away from Veronado, and we need to take care of our disabled, our elderly, and our home health care workers.
Thank you. Thank
We
you for your
invented this
testimony today.
problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next witness is Mariama James.
Time has begun.
Hi, my name is Mariama James. I'm a 9/11 survivor and an advocate for 9/11 survivors, many of which live in Chinatown, and some of which that don't, like my own mother, who was a then Harlem resident, but worked at Deutsche Bank by the World Trade Center and developed stage 4 colon cancer as a result. 2018, they told us there was nothing else they could do for her, and that her tumor was inoperable. But we prayed on it, and they found a way to take it out. In 2019, as a result, she needed care, and she had a home health aide that was coming in, and we were concerned, in part, that this home health aide seemed to need help herself. She was overworked, she was a senior, she was always in a lot of pain, and that was not the only factor, but it was a contributing factor to why we ended up putting my mother in a home for temporary long-term care, an assisted living facility / nursing home in the Bronx, because she wasn't able to get the care that we felt she needed, being a stage 4 cancer survivor and always in a lot of pain, and also having like a stage 1 dementia. So I'm here to speak in support of the bill. I find it really, really concerning that people are afraid to go to homes, like they're going to die if they go to homes. I think that's another thing that we should be addressing. If there's a problem with the homes, that needs to be worked out, not that we just avoid going to them. And I'm all for the state working on Medicaid. And I don't know if it's possible, but I would wonder if the Zadroga bill that covers 9/11 survivors could possibly help to present another funding stream. People who are suffering with 9/11.
Time has expired.
For which they're certified, maybe their care could be covered through Zadroga.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony today.
Our next witness is Taylor Banning.
Time has begun.
Hi, my name is Taylor, and I grew up living with my grandparents who lived with me and my family in NYC. My grandparents were always there when I got home from school to listen to me practice my flute terribly, but they never complained. Their wish was to age at home with their family. After my granddad passed and my grandma was less mobile, we worried about her falling in the night alone. So when I came home from college, I tried taking the night shift. During the day, I had my first job, and at night, I slept on her living room floor. Some nights, she didn't want to go to bed, which meant I didn't go to bed. Some nights, she got up multiple times, so I got up multiple times. Some nights, she cried out in her sleep, so I got up to soothe her. And over the months, I got less and less sleep, and she needed more and more help. Working all day and working all night was not working for me or for her. And honestly, it started to negatively impact my health. And I remember one time I didn't get up with her because I was too tired, and I just hoped that wouldn't be the time that she fell. And at the time, I had minimal needs and responsibilities in my life. Yet many home care workers are also parents and have their own health issues and have their own parents aging at home. If that routine didn't work for me, her granddaughter, for a few months, how could it work for a home attendant working consecutive 24-hour shifts for years? And I slept on an air mattress. Last time I checked, not many homes in NYC have extra bed or bedroom. So where are people supposed to sleep? And what about the care patients need while attendants get their rest, if they get it? People like my grandma actually needed all 24 hours of that care. And if 24-hour shifts have been illegal in other industries to protect workers and patients, why have we let this go on for so long in NYC, in an industry supporting the most vulnerable people, and it's women of color and immigrants being unpaid? Who does that benefit? Not the patient, not the worker. So I'm joining the home attendants and calling for the end of the 24-hour workday.
Time has
and I'm
expired.
asking the council to please pass No More 24-Hour Act to ensure quality care and respect for people like my grandma and home care workers. And in some cases, Some might just want to go home to listen to their granddaughter practice her flute much better than I did, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Our next witness is Miriam Binsman.
Time has begun.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes?
you. Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Miriam, and I just lost my text. Just a second. Can you let the next person go, and I'll come back to you?
Sure.
We will now call a Caputo attendee, and we'll return to Miriam Binsman. Caputo, you can begin when the sergeants start the clock.
Time has begun.
My name is Anthony Caputo. I'm the CEO of Concepts of Independence, which pioneered the first consumer-directed program here in the city back in 1980. You could read my full testimony, so what I'd like to do is tell you a true story of one of our consumers, an 80-year-old polio survivor, spending the last 73 years as a quadriplegic. During the pandemic, she lost an aide and found it impossible to hire a replacement, though recruiting 43 candidates. Therefore, the reality that this bill would create open positions that will be filled is an unreasonable belief. Here are some facts. Last year, Concept spent over $5 million in overtime, with one aide earning $96,000. If hours were capped at 50 per week, the aide would have earned only $46,000. The 50-hour weekly limit would have reduced paychecks for over 1,100 of our aides. This bill's 12-hour daily limit would have affected 1,600 aides, covering all city council districts by reducing over 51,000 weekly paychecks. That's a lot of rent, it's a lot of food. Also, New York State social service law prohibits consumer-directed agencies like Concepts from scheduling the consumer's aides. Therefore, any fines would most likely have to be assessed against the Medicaid recipient consumer who assigns the hours. In summary, this bill will result in an unconscionable, unintended consequence to CDPAS consumers and a dramatic cut in wages to CDPAP aides. Here's some positive facts, though. 10 years ago, an aide was making only $10 an hour and not paid extra for overtime. Now aides earn overtime, and in 3 weeks in New York City could earn overtime pay at $31.64 per hour this year and $33.14 per hour next year. Therefore, capping hours will drastically cut home care income in future years. We all agree with the intention of this bill, everyone that testified today. So if the city council can get the state to eliminate 24-hour shifts on their own without disrupting consumers, then we applaud you. But if you think it would be better
Time
to get
has
the support
expired.
of every home care worker, get every support of every home care worker, and if you think it would be better to add the disabled community to and all the advocates and the unions, then please drop the bill and follow what was said by Senator Rivera and Assemblyman Dodd and establish a coalition where all of us work together at the state level with Assemblyman Epstein to obtain the necessary funding for living aids.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
We'll now return to Miriam Binsman.
Time has begun.
Hi, my name is Miriam Bensman. I live and make good trouble in Central Queens with several groups. Today I'm speaking for myself on a topic that's very personal to me. My mom died 7 years ago after her long and active retirement ended with 2 years of severe physical and mental impairment as a result of a stroke. My mom was lucky though. She was able to continue living at home after her stroke thanks to wonderful home care. Joan and Veronica took turns feeding, medicating, dressing, and bathing her. They helped her with physical and language recovery exercises, cooked for her, and cleaned her apartment. They did all the things that we, her family, couldn't do enough of because we had jobs and lived little ways. I will forever be grateful to them for the loving care they provided. We made sure they got breaks, though not enough. I'm ashamed of that. So, I understand the need for 24-hour care, and I honor the skill and the patience needed to provide it. But I see no need for 24-hour shifts. No one should be required to work 24-hour shifts, even if they're paid for all 24 hours. Why are 24-hour shifts even a thing? No other state allows 24-hour home care shifts. And even in New York State, it's mostly a city thing. I do not believe that 24-hour shifts are needed for continuity of care. They're not used in hospitals and nursing homes, except for interns and residents, and it's being phased out for them because it's abusive and
Time
exhausted
has
residents
expired.
end up making mistakes.
Thank you for your testimony today. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, bye.
Thank you. That concludes our virtual panel. We will turn to an in-person panel. When I call your name, please come up to the dais. Margaret Lee, Lily Randall, Jasenia Torres, Luz Marcano, Daisy Castillo, Chris Vo, and David Eisenbach.
Is this on?
Say your name so that I can identify you here.
Margaret Lee.
Thank you. You can begin when you're comfortable.
Okay. This testimony is on behalf of my mother, a retired 1199 SEIU registered nurse. She began her career in the healthcare industry as a home care worker. In the 1990s, when she began working as a caregiver, she was assigned 12-hour night shifts. Working 24-hour shifts was unheard of at that time. The work was difficult and the hours were difficult, but she had no other options as this was the only job available to her given her limited skills and limited English. And our family desperately needed the money. I told my mother that immigrant women like herself were now being forced to work 24-hour shifts. This made her very angry and sad. It brought up memories of the difficult work. She kept saying, "But how could anyone rest working a 24-hour shift in a stranger's home?" She said that there would have been no way for her to work 24-hour shifts and attend community college to continue her studies so that she could eventually become a registered nurse. She knows too well how lucky she is to have found a path towards financial security for our family through hard work. But she said hard work can only get you so far when you are up against inhumane conditions. The 24-hour workday would have stolen her time and health in ways that would have made it impossible for her to work towards her goal of becoming a registered nurse. My family was saved by the opportunity healthcare work provided, and therefore cannot sit by and watch that opportunity be stolen from others, and worse, to see this job steal the health and lives of these essential workers. This is why we are in support of the No More 24 Act.
Thank you so much. Next panelist, please identify yourself.
Lily Randall. My name is Lily Randall, and I'm a resident of Council District 1. I'm testifying in support of Intro 175, as I believe that the right to safe working conditions, a humane work week, and fair compensation should be afforded to all working people. Hearing today's testimonies puts into focus the impending need for my father, who is a veteran and suffers from physical and psychological disabilities, to rely on the labor and generosity of home attendants in the near future. He's recently begun to receive in-home healthcare assistance, and while he does not yet receive around-the-clock care, he already needs help with mobility, grooming, and hygiene, tasks that require strength, stamina, alertness, and patience on the part of his caregivers. Once his health needs increase, the toll on the workers who care for him will increase as well. If I'm to expect my father's health to be well looked after by his caregivers, how could I not also demand that those who provide care for him be treated with the same dignity and respect? I strongly support the proposed 50-hour workweek cap because I believe workers deserve fair working hours. The argument that putting a cap on the number of hours a worker can log would limit their overtime earning potential is incredibly misleading. The greatest obstacle to these workers' earning potential is, in fact, not paying them their earned wages. Home attendants would be earning exponentially more if their agencies paid them for all the care they provide to their clients outside of the 13 out of 24 hours they are compensated for. If there are workers currently asking to be assigned in excess of the proposed 50 hours, it should be noted that as things stand now, in order to receive 50 hours pay, workers would actually need to work close to 90 hours a week to make up for those 11 unpaid hours for each 24-hour shift. The World Health Organization concluded last year that working 55+ hours a week puts people at increased risk of death due to stroke and heart disease. How can we advocate for this? Under Intro 175, not only will workers be granted access to a better work-life balance, they will earn more per week without having to watch half of the hours of attentive service go completely uncompensated. Who would
Time
choose
has
to
expired.
work 24-hour shifts for 13 hours pay if given the option for 12-hour split shifts? No one. This option is not offered. The option for 12-hour shifts is not offered by agencies because they know if given the option, workers would not choose to work 24 hours.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today.
I urge you to pass 175 into law and set a precedent that shows working people in this city that not only are the labor and care they provide valuable, but so is the quality of life they experience when they get home at night.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Up next, we have David Eisenbach and Chris Bau.
My name is David Eisenbach. I support this bill. I'm a historian and I teach history at Columbia, and I'd like to provide a little historical context for this fight. Someday, we're going to look back and at this inhumanity that we've heard about today, and we will ask ourselves, how did this happen? How did we allow this to continue? In the same way that we look back at the early 20th century and child labor in America, when 20% of American children worked in factories, textile mills, and coal mines. In 30 years, from 1890 to 1920, 30,000 boys died in coal mines in America. Now we look back and we say to ourselves, how is that possible? Well, we kind of heard a little bit about that today. The arguments against getting rid of child labor in America, unintended consequences. If we fire the kids, we're going to have to replace them with adults. It's going to cost a lot more. It's going to bankrupt the coal mines.
We need quiet, please, so that he can finish his testimony and we can hear everybody else. I apologize, Mr. Eisenbach. Go ahead.
That's okay. They also said, well, we can't do it on the city level, we have to do it on the state level. And then on the state level, we have to do it on the federal level. On the federal level, well, we have to do it, leave it to the states. And so it bounced around for decades and nothing got done. And then once they passed it, the sky didn't fall. We still had coal. We still had the textile mills running. And life went on. And we looked back and we said, oh, of course. The same thing is going to happen after we pass this bill. So please, from what you heard today, end this injustice. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Chris?
Hello,
Chris Bau?
Hello, my name is Gary. I'm providing testimony on behalf of Chris Foe, who could not make it because he's working a long shift at a hospital tonight. My name is Christopher Vo, and I'm an infectious diseases physician and former labor organizer for SEIU-CIR. I'm writing this on behalf of my peers and colleagues, and I'm asking for the strong support of all council members for the No More 24 Act, Intro 175, sponsored by Councilmember Marte in District 1. We have collectively worked throughout the COVID-19 pandemic as physicians, and throughout our training and work have become no stranger to long and intensive work weeks, often totaling over 80 hours a week. And we have all become familiar with working within a fragmented, unforgiving, and exploitative system, but we were still shocked to learn that our home healthcare attendants are being forced to work excessive 24-hour shifts, sometimes working back-to-back consecutive shifts. As fellow healthcare workers, we were appalled to learn that this matter has been called to attention and brought forth to the City Council for years, yet no action has been taken to protect our most essential workers, many of whom are Black, Asian, and Latino women. Currently, it appears that this situation is exclusive to New York City. In other parts of the state, home healthcare attendants are only required to work 8 12-hour shifts. Additionally, our home healthcare workers are only paid for 13 of the 24 hours that they work and live with their patients. They're expected to have 8 hours of sleep, take 3 one-hour meal breaks, and thus are not paid for this time. However, this cannot be farther away from the truth, as these sick patients often need help during these unpaid 11 hours, as they usually require around-the-clock maximum assistance given their age and underlying medical comorbidities. Working over 24 hours is unsustainable and undoubtedly impacts the quality of care given to our most vulnerable patients. It is tragic that our healthcare workers should have to endure such circumstances. Unacceptable that our elected leadership continue to overlook such regressive and inhumane working conditions.
Time has expired.
Now is the time to stand together, advocate on behalf of workers, and correct this injustice through passing and supporting the No More 24 Act, Intro 175.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments today. I just want to verify Yesenia Torres, Luz Marcano, or Daisy Castillo. None of y'all are present. Then this concludes this panel. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Up next, we have James C., James C., Kevin C., Yolanda Zhang, Karen Lowe, Vicky Nu. James Z, Kevin C. Ah? Oh, C. She? Okay. Yolanda Zhang, Karen Lowe, Vicky Nu. Thank you.
Okay.
You may begin when you're ready.
This is Yolanda Zhang. Hi all, my name is Yolanda. I spoke to close to 100 Chinese-speaking home health aides who reside in NYC, who've been driven by anger to speak up against 24-hour workdays. Many of them work 24-hour shifts for days on end, in which case they had to get up 8 to 5 times a night on average to assist their patients. For those who work or have worked multiple 10-hour or 12-hour shifts accruing to more than 50 hours per week, workers' physical and mental health is equally threatened and destroyed. This is because home care workers are especially dedicated to providing their patients with the most comprehensive, meticulous care, and thus the duty of home care often involves heavy lifting, with patients weighing more than 170 pounds, and frequent handling of diapers, undergarment, and cleaning of the patient's excrement and secretions. Multiple times per single shift, they have to use their bare fingers, this is a content warning, it's a little graphic, to help push out the patient's stools, okay? This is heavy, disgusting, dirty, work. The nature of home care work is very different from those of other industries too. And they have to do it for over 50 hours a week. That would bring a lot of tremendous mental and physical fatigue, trauma, and indignation. To this, many workers have expressed that not even money could ever buy back their health and dignity. The fact that workers are currently assigned to working 24-hour workdays and working over 50 hours per week fully shows the discriminatory nature of the NYC home health industry, as the majority of home care workers, as many of us said today, consist of immigrant women of color. As a daughter of an immigrant woman of color myself, who didn't make any memories with my mom because she always had to toil long hours,
has expired.
I call on the City Council to end this racist and sexist practice today and pass Intro 175. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please go ahead, James. You can borrow the microphone next to you. Thank you.
Okay. Identify yourself for the record, please. Hi, my name is James Shi. I'm a resident of New York City. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chris Mate, Councilman De La Rosa, for having this hearing. In many ways, this hearing really is very long overdue. When you think of how long many workers in this room have been fighting the absolute inhumanity of the 24-hour workday. One of the previous speakers made a mention how back in the past, child labor was seen as acceptable, and that if we were to change things, that would really be that you were to change things, it would really make things unpredictable. Things could not function. But then we realized how insane that is. What is more insane about the fact that people are having to work 24 hours a day and being paid for only 13 hours of them is the fact that people are willing to defend that. That is insanity, because how can you seriously say for anyone, and you have heard testimony from many people today, that home health aid, when people who require round-the-clock care can actually get 8 hours of sleep, 5 hours uninterrupted sleep, 3 one-hour meals a day, and not somehow have that affect their health and the patient care. The 24-hour workday is an absolute disgrace and inhumanity, and this bill, Intro 175, is a means to end that. For people who say that is not possible, that is not the role of the City Council, which I'm sad to say, but I'm sure the workers will not be surprised, which includes LM 99. They say, oh, that should be the state, or it should be Medicaid, it should be the federal. I should remind people that LM 99 like to call themselves Dr. King's favorite union. However, Dr. King has some words I think that they should keep in mind. Wait has almost always meant never. Justice delayed is justice denied. Do not delay justice any longer. Pass Intro 175 now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kevin?
Okay. My name is Kevin Shi. I'm here, a resident of New York City, and I'm here to support Intro 175, Councilmember Christopher Mate's bill to end the unjust and unjustifiable practice of 24-hour workdays for home health aides in New York City. It is very clear that there is both a legalized system of exploitation and a widespread system of wage theft that has existed for a long time in the home healthcare industry that must be addressed now for the sake of workers and patients everywhere. Allowing such exploitation of mostly immigrant women of color to continue as business as usual while hoping for the New York State government to someday do the right thing should not be acceptable to anyone who cares about the health and safety of both the home health aides and their patients. Listening to the testimony of some of the opponents of Intro 175 today, including some who are actual state legislators, I was struck by their apparent cynicism over our government and this city council in particular ability to do anything meaningful to end this long-standing practice of exploitation occurring across the New York State home health care system. In a time of widespread cynicism towards the ability of government to do anything to improve people's lives and the anti-democratic forces that have been growing as a result of it, it is incumbent upon this current City Council to prove the naysayers wrong. The City Council can best do this now by passing Intro 175. The City Council has in its power to help end this long-standing system of exploitation now by supporting and passing Intro 175. If it cannot do so, then why are we all here today, regardless of where we stand on Councilmember Mate's bill? Intro 175 is about accountability, it is about justice, it's about sending a message to people everywhere, especially immigrant women of color, that all of us, no matter what kind of work we do, can ensure that control over our time and our lives. No more 24. Pass Intro 175 now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Vicky, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Vicky New. I am a resident of City Council District 3, and I'm here to testify in support of Intro 175. As we've all heard today at length, the 24-hour workday is rampant here in New York City, but it is not elsewhere in New York State. Why do home attendants in this city work for often days at a time without sleep and without half their old wages when home attendants elsewhere in New York with the same Medicaid regulations work 8 or 12-hour split shifts? The difference is that our home care workforce in this city is largely immigrants, unlike the mostly white, mostly citizen home care workers outside of New York City. Most of the home attendants providing care in this city are immigrants like my parents, mostly immigrant women of color. And not only that, but so-called community organizations in our neighborhoods like the Chinese American Planning Council actually run job placement programs to place recent immigrants into home care jobs. Governor Hochul's office has even stated that this immigrant worker home care pipeline is a way to kill two birds with one stone, both providing employment for new immigrants and addressing the growing need for care. I hope that we can all agree in this room that the 24-hour workday is inhumane, that it is abusive, that it is violent to go without sleep. So if we are growing our need for care and if we still have the 24-hour workday, all we are doing is growing a pipeline that is forcing immigrants into work that will destroy their lives, destroy their body, rob them of wages. When we talk about systematic violence, this is systemic violence. When we talk about institutional racism, this is institutional racism, overseen by the state, carried out by nonprofits, and signed off by unions like 1199. So I implore the City Council today to not act with cowardice, but to actually stand and stop the turning wheels of this racist violence, to end the 24-hour workday and pass Intro 175. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your testimony tonight. That concludes this panel. Thank you for your patience and for testifying. Up next, we have Sonia Osorio, Joseph Jung, Ann Kochman, Simon Castellanets, I think it says, Phoebe Lopez, and Audrey Twill. Okay, just say it on the record because I can't read the handwriting. It looks like Hill over here. Thank you. And identify your name as you speak. Thank you so much. You may begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Ann Kochman. I've been a registered nurse in New York for over 35 years, and I'm a member of the National Mobilization Against Sweatshops. I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of this bill, to pass Intro 175, and to prohibit 24-hour shifts, and to cap weekly hours at 50 in home care. For decades now, nurses in New York State and throughout the U.S. have organized and struggled to protect nurses from mandatory overtime to protect our health and the health of our patients. We know from our personal experiences on the job, and our unions know, the unions that represent nurses know, that health workers cannot work hours and days on end in a safe manner. In June of this year, June of 2022, unions, including 1199 SEIU, the New York State Nurses Association, the New York State AFL-CIO, and several others released a statement applauding the New York State Legislature for passing bills to protect nurses from unfair mandatory overtime. And I quote Mario Cilento, president of the New York State AFL-CIO, "We cannot continue to schedule our nurses for double or triple shifts with minimal breaks and expect quality care and safe working conditions. Our home attendant colleagues deserve the same rights. They are often the sole support for their patients who need the care and attention of well-rested and healthy home attendants. You've heard already from so many home attendants now who speak to the need to be available to their patients at every moment of their shift. They are frequently the only support for those patients. I just want to add, and in the home attendants are isolated. They're isolated. In the hospital setting, you have other people you can call upon, but in the home, oftentimes, they're the only ones there. They are by themselves. Why are we treating home attendants who do this critical work
Time has expired.
from the nurses who work in the hospital? Pass Intro 175.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Hi, I'm Phoebe Lopez, supporter of No More 24, Intro 175. I'm a New York resident, and I just want to say, I think I have like 3 points to make. I'm gonna try to keep it brief. As a young person living in New York, it's kind of very disappointing to see a union as prolific as 1199 kind of put forth all the values and behaviors that they want to express and use here, and pat themselves on the back for the values that they put on their website and things that they say, and then kind of directly contradict those values with the decisions that they make, with the funding that they funnel into stuff that they say that they do and they don't. Like the settlement that was made, that was mentioned before, a very meek, very weak 18 million. Also, the sit-ins that had happened this past week, calling the NYPD on their own members. That's really crazy. And I get that unions, how can you get mad at someone that says that they're with you, that they want to help you and want to fund you, and then just go behind your back and, yes. One of the other things that I wanted to say was that looking at the past few years, it's very clear that the majority of the government and local government prefers to, with respect to Chinatown especially, prefers to fund projects that oust the community rather than support it, fund it, support businesses there. Yeah, and I guess one of the main hangups that I've been hearing today is about funding, and I know that everything's about funding. It's local government.
Time has expired.
The hangups about what will happen in the gray period with care, and if this bill is passed, whatever. I feel like that could very well be funded. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
My name is Simon Castellanets, and I'm here to testify in support of Intro 175. I have many family members who are in the field of healthcare, and I've seen the toll that 24-hour shifts has had on them. They don't sleep, and this nearly cost them their lives. Due to having to drive after sleepless nights, my own mother, an immigrant woman and healthcare worker, has gotten into car accidents during which the vehicle she has been driving gotten totaled, and she's lucky to be alive today. I had a longer testimony, but I'm going to supplement that with the testimony of Luz Estrella, who was not able to be here today because she had to leave. So, my name is Luz Estrella. I worked for 11 years, 24-hour shifts, 4 days a week. I'm a member of 1199. I want the City Council to pass this bill to end 24-hour shifts. I couldn't sleep when I worked 24 hours, maybe only 2 hours because I had to give them medicine or cook at midnight for the patient, or because I had to watch my patient all night. 24 hours affects my health. I have an abdominal hernia due to the effort of moving my patient, and I was operated on 2 times. But when my son's wife died, I couldn't go to the funeral because there was no replacement. When my son had surgery, I couldn't go to be with him. When my other son vomited blood, I had to wait 3 days for a replacement to go to him. When my daughter had 2 C-sections, I couldn't be with her. They never sent someone to replace me. I would like them to divide the 24-hour shifts so that those who work now 24 hours don't suffer what I suffered. Also, it is important that they do not work more than 50 hours per week for their health. It must be 12 hours for 4 days, no more. If they divide the 24 hours, the patients are going to have better care because the caregivers could sleep. How many women have died without justice? I could be one. I could imagine that I will die working. So please pass this law and end the 24-hour workday. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
Hello. Sure. Good evening. My name is Joseph Jung, and I am here to testify in support of Intro 175. Over the past 2 years, I've met dozens, if not hundreds, of immigrant home care workers, many who have shared with me their experience of working 24-hour shifts. These shifts have inflicted irreversible tolls on their bodies, their spirits, and on their relationships with their loved ones, as you've heard. These immigrant women who are older than my own mother have been made to sacrifice their health and dignity to financially provide for families they hardly ever get to see. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Take your time.
Most heartbreaking is the fact that the brutality of these shifts has been no secret. Workers have filed hundreds, if not thousands, of wage and hour violation claims with the state government, protested state agencies, their employers, and even their own union, which included in workers' contracts a mandatory arbitration clause amidst all of the pressure they were applying. Through organizing and demonstrating alongside workers, I've met over a dozen SEIU members who have never even heard of the 24-hour shift and were shocked to hear that their own union was not fighting tooth and nail to end it immediately. These workers have been fighting for over 7 years, and in this time period, many have suffered irreparable injuries. These workers lose sleep for days on end, and I once spoke with a worker who was in their patient's home for nearly 2 weeks because the agency would not send a replacement worker. This bill is the first legislative effort advanced by a government body to meaningfully tackle this issue. I have multiple active healthcare professionals in my family. When they heard that workers were working 24-hour workdays, they were shocked beyond belief. 12 hours, they say, is already incredibly difficult. They are not scheduled to work beyond 12 hours a shift, 80 hours across 2 weeks, because it is dangerous to their health and to the patients that they serve. If an upper bound of 12 hours makes sense for doctors and nurses, it makes sense for home care workers. Please pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Audrey Huey, and I'm a college student and resident of City Council District 1. In the past several months, I've talked to hundreds of people while tabling and petitioning to end the 24-hour workday. I found that people are very easily drawn to our table because they're in complete disbelief that a 24-hour workday exists. Sometimes people wouldn't believe that this is happening in the US, in New York City. People often had the same chain of reactions that I did when I first found out about the 24-hour workday. Firstly, they couldn't believe that not only is a 24-hour shift entirely legal, but that workers are only paid for 13 of those 24 hours, despite the reality that they are working for the entire shift and not receiving the breaks they are legally entitled to. While it is illegal for agencies to not pay their workers for those hours, such practice is implicitly sanctioned as legislators ignore it. Secondly, people couldn't believe that it was the first time they had heard of this issue and that it had been going on for so many years, completely invisible to them. The 24-hour workday is invisible violence. As we have heard today, current and former attendants have reported long-standing, debilitating physical and mental health issues. This treatment is essentially slow murder or death with a clear perpetrator. How could this not be considered violence? The overwhelming majority of home care attendants are immigrant women of color. The treatment of these women is disposable, devalued, and subhuman, extends to and sets a precedent for violence and public acts of hate on the streets. It is painful and horrific to see organizations such as CPC enact this racist violence towards their workforce, while simultaneously publicly advocating to stop Asian hate. This is a life or death issue. How can we allow this treatment to continue any longer? I urge you to end the racist violence of the 24-hour workday by supporting Intro 175. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes this panel. Thank you for your patience and for testifying tonight. We're coming up on our last panel. We will call Kathy Liu, Zeke Luger, Jing Song, Joanne Lim, Kiran Chaudhry, and Sarah On.
Kathy Liu. Hello, my name is Kathy Liu. I am a rank and file member of the union DC 37. I am very disappointed to see my union being against the No More 24 Act. For the good of all union members and all workers across trades, we should set reasonable limits on working hours like unions fought for in the 20th century. We need to protect our work, our health as workers, and make sure we can have lives outside of work. The 24-hour workday for home care workers is an especially egregious case of overwork that is racist and violent. 24-hour workdays for home care workers are prevalent only in New York City, where the home care workers are immigrant women, whereas elsewhere in New York State, patients get 24-hour care from multiple workers in split shifts. 24-hour workdays continue in New York City because home care agencies are getting away with breaking labor laws to pay the immigrant women workers only 13 hours of wages per 24-hour shift, stealing almost half of their wages. The State Court of Appeals, the highest court in New York State, ruled in 2019 that if workers don't get the 5 hours of continuous sleep at night, home care agencies are obligated to pay all 24 hours of wages. As you have heard over and over today, 24-hour workdays caring for patients who need constant physical and emotional attention without any sleep have completely destroyed women's health. Meanwhile, patients also suffer because their caregiver is suffering and exhausted. We have heard today that workers are forced into 24-hour shifts, not assigned other work, and if they refuse the 24-hour shifts. We have also heard patients are afraid of being sent to nursing homes unless their home care workers are forced into 24-hour shifts for 13-hour pay. Those patients deserve real 24-hour care.
Time has expired.
No one benefits from this 24-hour workday system except home care agencies and insurance companies, many of whom you heard testify against the bill today. As the first majority woman city council, please do not allow this racist, sexist system to continue killing women of color and hurting their patients, just so home care agencies and insurance companies can continue to profit. Please pass Intro 175 and end this violence now.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Zeke Luger. I live in Queens in District 29. My bubby, my grandmother, has needed 24-hour care for the last 8 years. At an early stage of her dementia, my bubby began to lose her balance. At first, she tried to live her life as she used to. She tried dressing herself, walking downstairs, and going to the bathroom on her own, but she risked injury every time, especially at night. She experienced several nearly fatal falls and would have had many more if it weren't for 2 dedicated and caring home attendants who provide her with around-the-clock care. They save my bubby's life, and they help her to live it with dignity every day. When I go over to my bubby's, I see firsthand not just how physically and emotionally demanding it is for the home attendants to help her move around the apartment and be constantly alert to her every move and need, but I also see how deep the bond is between my bubby and the workers who care for her. I see firsthand how her mood is always a reflection of that of the workers, and how the quality of her care is a reflection of the conditions her home attendants work under. There's been a lot of rhetoric going around about how patients will be impacted by this bill, but I can tell you firsthand that ending the 24-hour workday is the only way that we can fundamentally change the conditions in our home care system for the patients, for the workers, and for our families. Ending the 24-hour workday is the only way we can restore a sense of common humanity and dignity in our work, in our care, and in our lives. I hope that Councilmember Lynn Shulman and members of the City Council please vote yes on Intro 175. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name is Jihe Song. I live in Harlem, and I'm a member of the National Mobilization Against Sweatshops. I have met hundreds of home attendants who have worked 24-hour shifts. All of them have been immigrants, and nearly all of them have been women of color. All of them have been deeply harmed by working 24-hour shifts. They can't sleep, they have chronic pain, they need canes to walk, even women as young as 40 because of injuries sustained through working 24-hour shifts. They suffer from depression, they've miscarried, their children are strangers to them. They have spent so many years isolated in their patient's home that they literally cannot go in public without experiencing panic attacks. They have died as a result of poor health caused by these shifts. They end up needing the same kind of care they once provided. Many home attendants spoke today, but I want to emphasize that their stories are only one small fraction of the total pain that these 24-hour shifts have caused. And I'm sorry I'm tearing up because I've literally listened to hundreds of women tell you how terrible these shifts have been to them, and it is indescribable. So I'm gonna, hold on. Those opposing this bill will claim that there's a labor shortage and that there's simply not enough home attendants to split the shifts. But this so-called shortage is manufactured by home care agencies to maintain the 24-hour workday. As many home attendants have said, and as I hope you will read in their testimony, when they say they don't want to work 24 hours anymore, they are assigned too few hours. It's either 4 hours or 24 hours. Sometimes they are fired on the spot. On top of that, there are countless home attendants who are forced to retire early because of their injuries, who leave the industry entirely because they are so traumatized from working in the home care industry doing 24-hour shifts, and who end up becoming the same patients who need this kind of care. Without a doubt, if you split the shifts, there would be more home attendants who would want to work them. If they were a reasonable hour of time, more home attendants would want to work them. There is no shortage of home attendants. There would be no shortage if there were no 24-hour shifts. And I want to say it's maintained because the home care agencies and health insurance companies make more money when they make one worker do the job of two. It is the definition of racism to exploit thousands of immigrant women of color, sending them to an early grave. Also, a select few can get rich. So please, Councilmember De La Rosa and Councilmember Marte, I thank you for staying with us. End the 24-hour workday is a disgrace to New York City. It is perhaps the most racist and sexist labor practice in existence in modern America, and we need to pass this bill today to end it once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Identify yourself for the record, and then you can begin.
My name is Joanne Lum, and I'm with the National...
Okay, try now.
Sorry. My name is Joanne Lum, and I'm an organizer with the National Mobilization Against Sweatshops, the worker center that Jihei just spoke of. As Jihei mentioned, we have seen so many home care workers, especially since 2015, and they all say the same thing, whether they work in unionized or non-unionized agencies, the conditions are as you've heard today. The 24 hours and the long hours of over 50, 60, 70 hours a week, it's really killing women. We've lost maybe 15 home care workers during COVID because their health had been compromised already because of these 24-hour shifts. We've had people who've died early because the toll that these 24-hour shifts have taken upon them really have shortened their lives. This is also it has inhibited their ability to provide the kind of quality care that they would like to provide. So how can we justify continuing the 24-hour shifts, denying disabled elderly people the kind of care that they should have? In this city, New York, that prides itself on being progressive and forward-looking, not like those backward red states, how is it that we allow home care workers, primarily women of color and immigrants, to be treated like garbage, as if their lives don't matter? This is blatantly, and several people have spoken to this, racist and sexist. It's really a form of violence. No wonder so many workers leave this industry. A century and a half ago, workers
Time has expired.
I'll just finish with this. Workers and labor unions around the country took to the streets a century and a half ago to demand the 8-hour day. The idea was 8 hours for work, 8 hours to rest, 8 hours for what we will. And what happened? Why now are we faced with this 24-hour shift? And why is it that there are unions like 1199 and other advocates that are defending the 24-hour workday, defending the right to work more than 50 hours? This is unconscionable. So, and then if they care so much about the wages, why do they encourage wage theft? Why do they celebrate an award of 0.3% of what the workers are owed for the 11 hours stolen from them? This is shameful.
Thank you.
I call on the City Council to pass this law, 175.
Thank you so much.
I'm Kiran Chaudhary. I am reading the testimony of Luz Gonzalez, who was here earlier today and needed to leave. Luz Gonzalez says, I urge the City Council to pass Intro 175 to end the 24-hour workday. She says, I worked as a home care worker from 2003 to 2019. All those years, it was 24-hour shifts, 3 days a week. I did it because it was what they offered. When you go to apply, they ask you, will you work 24 hours? If you don't say yes, they don't give you an application. It's a lie that we do 24-hour shifts because we like it. We do it out of necessity. I had to work because I was a single mother with 2 kids. I didn't like it. When I said, I don't want 24-hour cases, the agency said, we'll call you. I waited 4 weeks for their call, and finally, I had to take whatever they gave me. For emergency situations. Nothing regular, just emergency replacements. Nothing permanent. I wanted 8 or 10-hour shifts. The more hours that you work, the less money you take home. 24 hours wasn't good for the patients either. The agency would say to us, tell the patient to go to bed at 9 o'clock because you're not going to be paid for the night. But you need to take care of your patient. For 3 years, I punched in that I couldn't sleep at night because I had to help the patient. Still, I never got a penny for the night. When I worked 24-hour shifts, I had to leave my child alone and check in on her constantly by phone. Are you home? I never had a Thanksgiving with my kids. Happy New Year was by phone.
Time has expired.
24 hours also gave me insomnia and social phobia. At that time, all that time indoors when you can't go out, I developed a phobia to go out. I felt nervous and strange with people around me on the train. Getting rid of the 24-hour shift is better for us and better for our patients. We need to be at home to resolve our problems in our families instead of being stuck inside all the time with our problems. I urge the City Council to pass Intro 175.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sarah An. Hello, everyone. Really thank you for sticking it out so long. I'm here to testify in support of 175. Before talking about why this bill is so crucial to the many home attendants working 24 hours in the city, I'd like to talk about why this bill is so crucial to patients and families of patients. My 97-year-old grandma has received home care services for almost 10 years when her dementia first started to become too much for my aunt, her primary caregiver, to handle. Having to watch a person nonstop, day and night, was taking an immense toll on my aunt's mental and physical health. She felt chained to my grandmother and herself sank into a deep depression. Every step of the way, we had to fight insurance companies for hours, and she now receives 12 hours a day while my aunt cares for her at night. We have had home attendants leave for various reasons, and each time we asked other home attendants to take up the missing days, and they would all refuse. The home care worker who has been with my grandma the longest does 4 days taking care of her. She has said that taking care of a patient with severe dementia is more taxing than any other job she's had before. She has become like family. She would often go over and beyond her duties, but when we asked her to take on her 5th day, she flatly refused. Seeing her and my aunt caring for my grandma, I see that home care work is very special, and those who do this work need special protections. We will all need a caretaker one day. Do we want to be cared for by exhausted workers at their wits' end, dying inside, or do we want them to be rested, know that society values and respects the incredibly hard work that they do? We do this by passing Intro 175, by putting the cap on 12 hours a day and 50 hours a week. For the hundreds of immigrant women, like many of the young people you heard today, that I have met with and that have shared their story with me, it has been the same story after story about the deep sadness of not being able to get away from work to care for their own dying mothers, about spinal injuries that leave them suffering long after it has supposedly healed, about how they ask themselves why they suffer while cleaning urine and feces, about the injustice and anger they feel that they tell their supervisors that they cannot sleep time and time again, and they're told there is nothing they can do. If you don't like it, they leave, they say. Or sometimes they beg them to stay on because if they don't, their patient will be sent to a nursing home. This is a trap that home attendants face. I'll stop here. I urge you to take a stand. City Council must be more progressive than the state and right the wrong that the state failed to address. Pass Intro 175. Women of color are not trash to be used up and discarded. Let's end this racist and sexist practice that plagues the city. Thank you.
Thank you so much for testifying. With that, that concludes this panel. I thank you for your patience and for sticking around this long. I want to do a last call for any panelists that might have been overlooked mistakenly. Last call, any panelists? Did we miss anyone? With none coming forward, I want to take time. Oh, there's one more, okay. Go ahead, please. Sit down, introduce yourself. And there's one more person up there. Please come downstairs.
Hello, my name is Ji Shenning. I'm a staff at the Chinese Staff and Workers Association, and I am also speaking, for myself. And I just want to point out three points that has been mentioned in this panel, but I believe have been neglected somehow. First of all, if you look at here, we still have many home attendants still sitting here after 8 hours, because this to them is very simple, because it's a life and death issue. You know, and I think many of the opponents who try to pit the workers against the patient try to let you ignore one fact, is that these workers are also patients. They work these long hours, they had already hurt their bodies, and they will be taken care of by home attendants one day. And simply put, they don't want the home attendant to take care of them, work 24-hour work days. So this bill is actually also for the patient, workers becoming patient. So we shouldn't let the city and the state government continue to create more, patients through these inhumane work days. The second point I want to point out is actually from a patient who spoke earlier, who said that he used to have split shifts, and then the HRA threatens that if you don't get one shift, then you'll be sent to nursing home. And as we all know, one shift means 13 hours instead of being paid 24 hours. And we all know that where these 11 hours go. This is a practice simply very clearly benefiting the insurance company and the home care agencies. So their story actually speaks to that fact. So that should not be ignored. And third, I would like to speak as a former student of labor studies. That a century ago, we have 8-hour workday. And now we have 24-hour workdays. We are regressing. It's shameful as a New York City to have 24-hour workdays. So I urge the City Council to do the right thing to stop this violence today by passing the Intro 175 to end the 24-hour workdays and cap the hours to 50 hours per week. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yanine Pena. I'm here to read testimony on behalf of a home care worker, Belkis Cid de Bruno, who has come to the Workers' Center where I organize national mobilization against sweatshops. My name is Belkis Cid de Bruno. I am from Dominican Republic. I've been in the United States for 13 years and have been a home care worker for 13. I came to this country not knowing the language. This was the only job that I could find. I've had many health problems since being forced to work 24 hours. My health has declined significantly. I have joint pain, bone pain. I can't stand up straight without pain. I have mental health issues. My memory has declined and I cannot retain information. I have chronic anemia. I sleep very few hours. I don't eat well. I have not been able to eat well because of work. I don't take time off. I'm always working and have no recovery time. I do get vacation time, but I do not take advantage of it because I need the money. I always take the money at the end of the year instead of taking vacation. My husband is sick and I am not able to work. Since I've been working 24-hour shifts, I haven't been able to take care of him and his health has declined even more. I get no help from the government to care for him. I've done this work out of love for my husband, out of necessity because he can't work. This work has done irreparable harm to my life, physically, mentally, and spiritually. I've never been able to return to my home country. Being paid for only 13 hours robbed me of half my life. I cannot afford to retire. I'm getting older now. I have really struggled materially and can't stop working. My time has been stolen from me. I retired 2 months ago, but I'm still working because the retirement pay is so low. I receive $1,050 from Social Security and get $52 from $11.99. Meanwhile, my condition has deteriorated significantly. They treat me like a puppet. I feel like the city and the union are on the side of the agencies and not on my side. Will the city council stand up with home attendants and pass Intro 175 to end the 24-hour workday? Tell us.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Carlos Herrera. I'm a restaurant worker. Restaurant workers, we've been very exploited. Why I'm together with the home attendant? Because restaurant workers, we work 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, but home attendants work 24 hours, and they part of the union, the biggest union in New York City. They say they protect the workers, but that's not really protecting the worker. They killing the workers. So I'm very short to say this. It's very simple. I'm here to support the Intro 175 and no more 24 hours.
Thank you so much. So just to clarify, the last call is for folks who have not testified either virtually or in person. Anyone else left to testify? I want to remind folks that everyone can submit written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov up to 72 hours after the conclusion of today's hearing. Councilman Marte, you have something you want to say?
I want to say thank you to all the Sergeant-at-Arms, all the staff, Chair De La Rosa for sticking it out, and also the committee staff, Nick and others, for putting the time and effort and energy to make sure that these people, these stakeholders, these activists have a voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Marte. I also want to thank the staff, the Sergeant-at-Arms, the interpreters, all of the folks who stood here so that everyone's voices could be heard. I also want to thank Councilmember Marte for passionately defending his values and his community. As he said in the beginning, right, this is deeply personal for both of us. Both of our mothers were home health aides, immigrant women of color who came to this country so that we could stand here and represent our communities on their behalf. And so today was the beginning of a conversation here at the City Council, and we look forward to righting some wrongs that have historically been done across our communities, and we thank you all for the opportunity to hear your voices on both sides of the argument because they help to formulate our plans going forward. So we thank you, and with that, we want to adjourn tonight's hearing. Get home safe, everyone.